年は京都の桜をいくつか巡ってみることにしました。
Hold on, I gotta book a couple things. I only started stream early to fuck some guy in chat. One sec, guys. What is JetBlue? I don't know if I've ever ridden JetBlue before. It's like a shitty airline, guys. Like JetBlue versus American Airlines. What should I fly back on? JetBlue and American are about the same. Okay. JetBlue it is. What song is this? I don't know. It's okay. Dude, booking shit. Dude, the internet is such a mess. I want skip lagged, so I click through, find good prices, and then in order from skip lag, they're gonna send me to like Expedia, and I know that Expedia is booking through like the airlines. It's just like so much crazy shit. Jesus. We literally can't hear you. Can you actually not hear me? You actually can't hear me. It's too quiet. Okay, never mind.
このうまさ本格派。
Does it make sense to say a couple of... It does, a couple of days, right? Somebody got here a couple days ago, or somebody got here a couple of days ago. Is couple of days ago, is that a real thing? It must be, right? They got here a couple of days ago, a couple days ago. Which... What sounds better in an email? I don't know. All right, it's almost done. Jesus. Okay. What's up? How are we doing today? Sorry, I'm almost done with everything. I have to do YouTube emotes. Because somebody sent me a bunch of those. Boom, boom. I think I've asked this before. Is a cup a volume or is it like a unit of weight? Like, so for the cereals are measured out like 1 cup is like this much like nutrition or whatever, okay? But like, is it, because the cereal can be like very not dense, but then it also lists out like 26 grams. Is it like how much cereal I can fit in a cup? Or is it like, what if the cereal is like very fluffy? Does that not count as like a full cup or?
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Okay, Dan.
Hello, Steven. Have a good stream.
Thanks, I'll try.
I, for example,
What
would
is this?
probably, if there's anyone here from DGG, I would not be able to play with Destiny and Mr. Mooten because, oh my god, they fucking play TDM for 25 minutes and then blink.
Nice. Fanatic joins. Jesse. Oh, God. 52 minutes. Oh, we got this video. We got debate night. Cup is a U.S. measurement of volume? Yeah, but then it says it'll list it in grams afterwards.
I won't get fooled again by the title. There is no Kirk. Burgis debate. Never was.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Here's your rent, M-Lord. Anyways, time for my monthly attempt to get Destiny to play Autonots. A cute autism game. Bonus meme. People turkey. Gobble blah blah blow.
I feel
Bonus
like I've
bonus meme.
outpaced him intellectually.
Skin Slugstony. Promises made, promises kept.
Wow. Okay, fuck it. We'll listen to some of this.
This is a story about science, education, YouTube, and most importantly, money. It's a story about what happens when the desire to educate comes into conflict with the desire to get paid. Finally, it's a story about how some of the most valuable companies in the world are using educational YouTube as a vector for misinformation. And to unpack all of this, we're going to talk about one of the biggest science channels on the platform, Veritasium. In July 2021, the science YouTube channel Veritasium released a video titled "Why You Should Want Driverless Cars on Roads Now." It featured the channel's host and founder, Derek Muller, making a characteristically compelling argument for the embrace of autonomous vehicles, attempting to debunk the anxieties some people feel about having driverless cars loose on public roads. Muller asserts that self-driving vehicles are actually far safer than their human-driven alternatives, and have the potential to both save lives and greatly improve contemporary urban life. A large part of the video is delivered from the backseat of one of a fleet of driverless taxis currently operated in Phoenix, Arizona by Waymo, the successor to Google's self-driving car project. All in all, it amounts to a glowing review of currently existing driverless car technology in general, and Waymo's implementation of that technology in particular. Mueller so thoroughly punctures any concerns that one might have about autonomous vehicles that it's hard not to come away from the video as an enthusiastic evangelist for self-driving cars. For a YouTube channel which derives its name from the Latin word for truth, to be able to make a video which is so uncompromisingly positive, so lacking in caveats or caution, must be reflective of a highly refined technology, right? Well, no. It's actually reflective of little more than the size of Waymo's PR budget. For, as Mueller admits 30 seconds in, this is a sponsored video, paid for by Waymo and very clearly designed to contribute to their present PR strategy. To describe the video as an advert is perhaps to slightly miss the point. The primary goal here isn't to promote Waymo's taxi service to potential customers. That's only actually available to unvetted members of the public in a handful of Phoenix suburbs, so most people can't use it anyway. Instead, the video is a more general attempt to reassure viewers about a technology that has been attracting some increasingly negative headlines. In December 2020, Uber lost confidence.
Guys, I'm not gonna watch 50 fucking videos. I don't care. We're not watching this anymore. Jeez, there's like 30 people like, oh, watch the other video for. I barely want to watch this video. It's fucking 50 minutes long. All right, never mind. Let me finish eating, and then we're just gonna do Darkest Dungeon. Jesus. I think did versus Vosh yesterday on single trying to criticism of Vosh and stuff like other times. I mean, we didn't get to really talk much, and he was like super deranged, like more than I've ever seen him. I've never had him interrupt me so much before, or try to throw like a study that didn't prove a point at all around so much as I had in that conversation. It was really, really, really crazy. Vosh, yeah, he was interrupting like almost every single sentence. Like I don't think I got a full sentence out of sync. And then every time he wanted to talk, he had to pontificate, you know, for 2 minutes on whatever dumb fucking point he was making. It was like insane. But I think he knew his one study was very weak that didn't support anything he was saying. He's trying to bait you into Adham so we can see you crash the panel to talk. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Do you think infrastructure should be addressed at a national, state, or local level? I don't know where most of the funding or like project planning happens for it. I guess it would depend. I don't know. I imagine a lot of it probably happens at a local level. I mean, I imagine some of it's probably state level, and I imagine there's a lot of federal funding for it, for stuff like highways and stuff, right? Thoughts on the Pixel girl? Fuck, the Pixel was really annoying, but she was also, I don't want to say, she's, that was an interesting person. I'll just say that, okay? Jesus. We need to focus, all right? Okay, hold on. Let me... What's your beef with Chud Logic? I don't really have beef with him. Every now and then he shit talks me on the stream, but I think he shit talks everybody. I was more just fucking around. I don't think he's like... All right, hold on. Some brave YouTuber, Soul Eris 1. He messaged me some stuff. Was Vosh alleging that you were lying about Wreckful Destiny? Wait, what?
Like, there are people that don't even seek help from mental health professionals because they are so fucking afraid of being committed to an institution. This is why Byron jumped out a fucking window and killed himself instead of trying to find more help, because he had one bad experience where he was committed to a mental institution and he never wanted to talk to anybody related to that. It wouldn't surprise me. I know that they can, but I don't know if most people know that. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody saw... You can laugh all you want, but I don't think that most people see a cop...
Wait, what did he even say? Hold on.
Anybody related to the gun. It wouldn't surprise me. I know that...
Cops can commit you. I don't think he implied I was lying about this. Oh, shit. Later in the clip, he says he thinks you're just making stuff up for fun. Wait, what? Hold on.
Like, there are people that...
Oh, God.
Like, they're... Surprise me if somebody...
Wait, to the hospital.
You can laugh all you want, but I don't think that most people see a
Cops are the
cop
ones who bring you to the hospital for the detainment.
I mean, okay, so
they're the ones who do that.
I understand that cops definitely have the ability to do that, but if you're
I
talking about
feel
it
like
from
you're
the
making a lot of stuff up to justify a position.
how many times you're gonna cut me off because you realize you're...
Oh, no, I don't think he's... That's a super unshuttle reading. He's just, like, trying to say in general. I understand. The thing that sucks that I actually can't even engage in a conversation with because he's so, like, desperate to, like, win the debate. I understand. If you're a normal human being, okay, like, state workers are just... What state workers represent to you is a massive fucking annoyance, because if you have to deal with a state worker, there's going to be a long wait time to a normal middle-class person. That's totally normal, and I get that. I 100% get that. The scariest state workers always, okay, the scariest state workers always are police officers, because they're the ones that are typically going to represent some type of threat to you. That's just the way that it is. So the two cases, and I'm sure there are more examples of this, but the two cases where I'm familiar with people being incredibly fucking scared of state workers are, one, are people that have had prior suicide attempts or prior threats of suicide in therapy where it's been reported. Because if you get committed as somebody with an issue like that, now therapists and psychologists and psychiatrists and any like state affiliated like mental health social worker person seems incredibly fucking scary. It's an insanely scary thing. And I brought up the Byron example. I don't know, I'm sure there are other examples too. I mean, tons of people fucking kill themselves, right? Because I think one time Byron got committed against his will, and he said it was a horrible experience. I think he's talking about this on the stream, right? He's had a horrible experience. And I think that was one of the big things that pushed him away from ever going back to finding a therapist. So now this is anecdotal, so maybe that's not a wider thing, but my understanding is that people that have been committed before have a very negative view of that system. It's a really, really, really frightening, scary, negative thing. That's one thing. The second thing is child protective services in poor communities is a very, 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 very scary thing. You would rather have the fucking FBI SWAT team show up to your house than fucking CPS, okay? Because assuming you're not actually doing anything bad, who fucking SWAT me, whatever the fuck, you know? CPS shows up, okay? And it's like, we're going to take us first. They don't need fucking search warrants, okay? There's no fucking due process, okay? You don't need a judge to sign up, right? CPS shows up, like, we want to talk to your kids for a little bit, make sure everything's okay. We're going to go check the entire fucking house. You better hope nothing's out of line, right? Now, generally, CPS isn't there just to try to fuck you up and take your kids or whatever. But that can be, when your kids are on the line, whew, CPS can be like a really, really, really scary process to go through. And especially in poor communities, or especially in areas where, like, you know, like if a school feels like your child's malnourished, or if your school feels like they can call CPS, and that stuff can be, we're not even getting into like immigration related stuff, but yeah, just so the only reason I bring this up is there's a couple reasons. One, police officers are the only scary state worker if you're like a relatively well-off middle-class person, because who cares about what, you don't even know what other state workers exist. Who cares? Number one. Number two, I know that we try to have like a very flowery view of like the government in general, and because like the government's awesome and socialism, blah, 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 blah. But there are aspects of the government that can be incredibly scary. And if depending on like which parts of the government you have to fight at any given point in time, your experience can like very much like taint or shade your view of like the government in general. Just something to keep in mind, okay? The issue with these discussions is that you also have to responsibly caveat everything you say, while Vosh can just confidently assert shit he pulls out. Yeah, but that's a problem too, because like ultimately I have to like lay out a couple points, because I'm not gonna sit here and like make a statement as strong as like, oh, if a cop shows up at the door, you're never gonna be scared of a cop. If a social worker shows up at the door, you're always gonna be scared of a social worker. I'm not gonna say that. That's too strong a statement. But the problem is I couldn't get out like a single fucking statement without Vosh constantly interrupting every single fucking thing he says. Everything I say, I couldn't get anything out. And it was like, Jesus. Yeah. So I don't know. It was just like kind of irritating. Counter interrupt. I mean, I was trying to talk over him a little bit, but once I started to assert myself more, Stardust was like, okay, we're going on to the drawing section. I was like, okay. How do you counter the constant sea lining Vosh is doing during the panel? Maybe something he's doing that more in debates lately. Yeah, I don't know. It's this like, oh God, he has this thing. I called it out in the middle. I'm trying to call these Voshisms out when I hear them more. If you really think that talking like this is going to make your point stronger. God, oh God, like when he does stuff like that, it's like, stop. This does not make your point stronger when you tell, like, are you so incredulous that you can't? Because normally you want to try to get as many words per minute out as possible, but now you've decided to stop because you think that this is, like, oh my God. It's fucking annoying. Why do you always give leeway to cops who have had months of training, but not people who are being arrested and often have no training when talking about police stuff? What do you mean leeway? About what? If you believe communism / socialism could work, would you advocate for it? I'll advocate for anything that works. Sure. Okay, fuck, stop. Okay. Manage. Okay. Oh, hold on.
Thank you, Steven.
You should check out April It's Sick. Here's the trailer.
You're a fucking statistician.
Kryn.
Thank you, Steven.
You're welcome, man. Am I gonna watch Last Night at Soho? Yeah, 10 a.m. I think.
Pepe.
You're gonna watch the second season of Witcher. I didn't even watch the first season. Hold on, I have to do these emotes. Okay.
So will this be the 5th day in a row where you have the Kirk / Burgis debate in the title, but then spend 10 hours streaming without even opening the video? Bonus
Maybe
meme.
we'll watch it. I have a feeling this is going to be really fucking boring. Okay, Charlie Kirk, 540,000 subscribers, 44,000 view video.
Welcome.
63,000 view. I feel like this is going to be the most. Ben Burgis is fucking boring, and he's a pussy. He's non-confrontational. He's not going to say shit to fight with him. And this is supposed to be Charlie Kirk's nice program, so I feel like this is going to be the most boring. But we'll watch it. Okay, hold on. Funny thing about that Pix girl is, Vosh agreed with you because he didn't chime in to argue against you. Oh, maybe. We have to balance out like the incel and whatever hate in my fucking stream. I don't know what to do. The mainstream narratives regarding women are actually so out of fucking control at this point. But I feel like it feels like since I'm pushing so hard in the other direction now, we're like unironically like in a lot of incel territory. So it's kind of irritating. Okay, what am I? Okay. Oh god, I hate every panel. I hate everything on the internet. All these sites are so hard and confusing for me to use. Okay. Dashboard, content, playlists, analytics, comments, subtitles, copyright, monetization, customization, audio library. What do you think emotes are changed at? It's probably under monetization, isn't it? Yep, monetization, memberships. Membership experiments. After each month of a member's membership, they earn a free highlighted message they can send on live chat. Sure, turn it on. I think it's already on. Okay. Okay, your members, your badges. Emojis, 17 out of 20. I can only add 3 more. And somebody sent me like... Boom, boom. Okay. Which three do you want, YouTube chat? This guy sent me like 10 of them. Do you want copium? Show us. He sent it like in the worst way possible. It was like a Discord message with a ton of shit. So, okay. As you gain more members, you can upload and share even more emojis. I need 3 more members to unlock another emoji. So you're getting 3 of them right now. Okay. Destiny acting like he hasn't used the debate as a title for 4 days. If it's so boring, why would you advertise it? I just put stuff that I might watch in my stream in my titles so people have a general idea of what's going on. Have you ever talked to a female who is super anti-men? Do you even bother with those conversations, or is it like a lost cause? In high school, that kind of attitude was a little bit, because in one of the all-girls high schools, I remember arguing. But I was also really far right back then, so... in real life, I don't run into these people as much. They're usually on the internet. You seen the new stuff about the Baldwin armor? Could be used for future convos. Nope. Okay, hold on. Okay. We're adding another emoji. Click. Copium.
Hey Destiny, been watching for many years. I find myself watching your stream all day and not doing anything too productive. What can I do to learn more about politics and philosophy? And how do I stop myself from blindly following your viewpoints?
I don't know, my dude. That's a complicated question. Okay. All right, hold on. Copium is there. Okay, add another emoji. What else do we got? Peppo G? Looks stupid, no.
Let me be clear, Mr. Streamer Man. The narrative that we hate women is wrong. I hate Pepe posters far more than women. Bonus meme. The fish that is in a shite costume going blob, blob, blob.
Okay, Pain City's a good one. You can get that one. And then Soul Eris chose the worst emotes. I don't know. He chose Copium, Peppo G, Soy, Painstiny, Bogged, Whatstiny, the Lizard Guy, Feels Tired Man, Peppo Search, and then Slumlord is Dan. We need, he didn't even give me that one. Painstiny and Copium Mouse. I added those 2. We can add one more. We want soy. Okay, Kimchi said we want soy, so soy is what you're getting. Save and publish. Image aspect ratio must be 1:1. Oh my god. I don't know how to change it. What is new paint? How do I see the aspect ratio? Square, click, boom. Well, but now it's like fucked up. Okay, you're not getting story because it's not a 1:1 aspect ratio, okay? You're getting bogged instead. Save and publish. Boom. All right. I don't know how long it takes for that to load or work, or I don't even know what. If you make it through this video, I will tier 4 sub. What video? The thing is, it wouldn't have been so bad if it weren't for how young the kids were. Is this going to be like sex shit with children? What? I don't understand. So for how young?
Pretty. What the fuck? I'm not some pretty fucking helpless princess in distress. I'm pretty fucking powerful and ready for success. So what is more offensive? A little girl saying fuck or the fucking on equal and sexist way? Society treats girls and women. It's our future. So listen up, grown-ups. Here's some words more fucked up than the word fuck. Pay inequality.
I can't. I don't need your sub. Sorry, I can't do it. I don't need your money. I'm sorry. Can't do it. Can't do it. Hold on one second.
Destiny, could you do a real music stream with Zane, Albert, and maybe Fnatic before you moved Florida?
I'll think about it. Okay. I'll think about it. Okay. True. What am I looking for? Hold on. Okay, boom, boom. Have you heard about besiktning in Sweden? Yearly inspections make sure vehicles on the road are safe. Nope.
You're a genius, dude!
How is Jimmy Dore gaining popularity? Is he? That dude is insane. Oof. Jimmy Dore, YouTube. $900,000 subs, damn. Oh, he's on that Pac-Man grind where he uploads like 5 videos a day. Really? Is he gaining popularity? It seems like his channel's always been like around here, or has been for quite a while.
/raid.
Des Tiny.
I got my girlfriend into your shit, and now she is entrenched into your honest shit and wants to bang Melina. What do I do?
He had on Robert Malone for a 1-hour interview, and he let him spew bullshit about the spike proteins. Nice. Post about the public perception / opinion of social worker police.
You're a genius, dude!
Wow. So the reason why I was attacking Vosh's argument here is that posts about the public perception / opinion of social workers. The problem is that, like, I'm not even saying that my argument is necessarily correct. All I'm saying is that this data doesn't support the counter argument. Okay? So the perceptions of social workers among the general public doesn't mean anything because social workers don't visit the general public. Social workers target a very specific part of the public, right? My understanding would be the vast majority of like middle class, upper class people are going to be like are going to be viewed pretty positively because, like, oh well, who are they? They're like social workers. They help society and they make everything better, right? Like that's the this is why I like this general polling data. I don't think this helps as much when you're talking about, because the types of people that social workers are visiting are going to be selected for a very, 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 very slim amount of society. Whereas when it comes to police, way more of us are interacting with police generally in negative ways. Yeah, this is why I like this broad polling data. It doesn't really get us to an answer of like the more specific questions. Like if somebody's having a mental health crisis, are they more likely to be scared if like a police officer versus a social worker shows up? I don't know the answer to that question. It wouldn't surprise me if it leaned a little bit more towards being more afraid of the police officer, but I don't think it's going to be by like a dramatic amount. That's the more or less the argument I was asking. Yeah. Literally couldn't make this shit up. After Rick Scott cites debt concerns as the reason he won't support infrastructure legislation, Chris Wallace asks him if the Trump tax cuts should be repealed since they will increase the deficit by $2 trillion. Scott says no, he wants to lower tax spending should be cut instead.
This has got to end. This is causing inflation. I mean, this is hurting the poorest families. It's not hurting the rich. It's hurting families like mine growing up. They have struggled to put food on the table with this ridiculous inflation. Solve that. We've got to live within our means, like every...
What is ridiculous inflation? What is our...
Can you address Vosh implying you bitched out when you guys met in person at the debate? Does it make him feel like the alpha?
What? Wait, who said I don't think he ever said I bitched out. What do you mean? We had a debate on stage. I feel like the U.S. has been under its inflation target for like 2 decades, haven't we? I know that like over the past year, of course, we're seeing some inflation. Now it's hard to say how much of that is due to supply chain issues, et cetera, versus like actual like monetary policy inflation. He said you were really friendly after you got drunk, implying you were posturing. I got really drunk off the beer whiskey flight. I don't know what the fuck it's called. I found him. And I said, hey, I hate you, but if you want to come along drinking, that's fine. And then I just talked to other people the rest of the night. I don't think we talked a single time. If he wants to say I'm posturing, I don't give a fuck. Okay. He was joking, I think. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't care.
This has got to end. This is causing inflation. I mean, this is hurting the poorest families. It's not hurting the rich. It's hurting families like mine growing up. They have struggled to put food on the table with this ridiculous inflation. Solve that. We've got to live within our means like every family does.
But, Senator, you talk about living within your means. You talk about the debt. You talk about deficits. The Trump...
People are more scared of social workers because they have the power to forcefully remove your kids or Baker Act your ass.
Yeah, but only some people, right? That's the thing. Like a normal person that is doing fine probably isn't worried about like CPS or social workers or whatever, right?
Trump tax cuts, which were passed in 2017, the year before you were elected to the Senate, is estimated by the Congressional Budget Office that it is going to increase the deficit by over $2 trillion.
Destiny, how many people are dying or getting hurt by police during a wellness check call? Or is this just the same boogeyman described in that heart surgeon article?
I doubt it's that many, but it's hard to say. I don't know what the average wellness check call is for. If it's for like suicidal people or people with weapons, maybe that number gets higher. I'm not sure.
Over 11 years. So should the Trump tax cuts be repealed?
My experience is I cut taxes and fees 100 times, over $10 billion, and I actually balanced a budget and paid off a third of the state debt. You can do both. The way you do it is you look at every line of your budget.
Dude, no one has ever done this ever, okay? Every single person always does this, like, oh, line by line. I'm going to go line by line. I'm going to go line by line on the budget. Shut the fuck up. Nobody does this shit.
4,000 lines of the Florida budget, I went through every line and said, I am not going to waste anybody's money. We've got to do that at the federal level.
But sir,
we need lower taxes.
But sir, respectfully, when Donald Trump was president, you had this tax cut, which added $2 trillion to the deficit, according to the CBO, and you didn't have the commensurate spending cuts. So the question is, if you're not going to have the spending cuts, should you repeal the tax cuts if the debt and deficit are so vital?
Well, first off, I am not raising anybody's taxes. I want lower taxes. I want to watch how we spend our money. I've been in the Senate now 2 years and 9 months. The amount of waste is staggering. Americans should be furious with the way money is spent in the Senate and in all Congress. It's your money. It's not government's money. We've got to figure out how to live within our means. I did it at the state level and actually paid off a third of state debt. We've got to look at every line, take every line of the budget. Don't say, well, you know, that's only $1 billion. It's $1 billion. That's a lot of money. We should watch how we spend every dollar, and we're not doing
every dollar. Every single dollar. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. God damn. I have gotten so much work done this morning, guys. You don't even know. Okay? Invitation. Movie tonight. Yes. Boom. Flight booked. Boom. Yes. Boom. Boom. Oh, do you want to go over a meme, I guess? This sounds kind of... I wondered about going over this because it seems a little mean, but you know what? I also kind of really hate this guy, so... Do you guys know about the Peter Coffin memes? Do you guys know? Do you guys know about the Peter Coffin memes? There's like an iceberg of Peter Coffin memes, okay? The tip of the iceberg is like, he's just a joke socialist dipshit on Twitter. The one layer deep of the iceberg is like, you've made me tired, okay? The next layer is where he makes a whole video and says it wasn't about me, even though he literally photoshopped, screen grabbed my background and then dressed himself up in a hoodie and made a video satirizing me. Then the deeper part of the iceberg. The deeper part of the iceberg is the ball kicking video. Now, most people are familiar with the ball kicking video. It's not that deep, okay? Where he runs out on stage and he kicks himself in the balls. Do we not know that? Okay, now I feel like I'm just doing gossip, but Peter Coffin kicks himself.
Right here on this stage, please welcome the groin kicker himself, Peter Coffin. How you doing? I'm good, Steve. By the way, I gotta show you this. Step over here. Did you notice how Peter was walking out? This is the look of a guy that's fitting to kick himself in the nuts.
That's exactly what it is, Steve.
I'm telling you, man. Let me get on this side, because I mean, hey, come on, Peter, let me see.
All right, here we go.
just gonna stay here for a second.
Okay, we're going. At this point, people thought that's as deep as the iceberg went, okay? We're gonna go one level deeper. We're gonna go one level deeper. I don't know who this person is. I looked up some YouTube videos of her. She's some... I think she might be Chinese. She's some Asian lady that does commentary content. I don't know that much about her. But she has a blog. 10 years ago. March 23rd, 2011, okay? Peter Coffin is a loser. I think today's blog post is going to be interesting. It's all about this guy called Peter Coffin. A little background. He's an American douchebag dude doing YouTube videos, and the videos are like mostly lame parodies or something. I don't know. I can't finish watching even one. Link here. Warning, douchebaggery ahead. Anyway, I wouldn't give two fucks about this dude if not for the fact that he consistently undermines me and insults me on Twitter. He seems to have a problem with girls who Photoshop their pics, put on makeup, had plastic surgery, his views on Kim Kardashian, or are just vain in general. I mean, I understand most, if not all men, prefer natural beauty, but it's not like I'm freaking pushing my face into his view, am I? I'm so far away from him physically, why can't he just unfollow me instead of attacking me all the time? He actually reminds me of those crazy homophobes who like have an abnormal hatred for girly boys and have to beat them up, except he does that with vapid females. I'm guessing he's been picked on by them in high school. Couldn't find his older hate comments on me, but here's the latest after I announced I had a nose job revision. Congrats to, is this Xiai Zhu? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Shai Zhu? On being one step closer to an unattainable goal, as well as being a shit role model. The wrong people succeed sometimes. Oh, Shai Wei? Peter Coffin, please explain what's wrong with doing a revision when it's crooked. Shai Wei. Wendy Chang. Speechless, here's what he tweeted. At Shai Shui, please explain to people how they can never be good enough without expensive doctor yacht buying procedures and crap you hawk. Please explain why you even reply to me. What in fuckery's sake is this rubbish? Don't pretend you give a shit about me being a role model. Really? If you cared so much about being the perfect role model, then why are your own tweets and videos so vulgar? And since my nose job is sponsored, it's not relevant to me buying yachts at all. I do find it, however, pretty revealing that he mentioned being not good enough. See above high school theory. Okay. So, makes fun of random girl on Twitter, you know. Who cares? Do we really care that much? Is this really that interesting? Is it really something we actually care about? Not really. It's actually pretty boring, you know? I don't actually know if I should have brought this up now. Maybe this is just kind of boring. Okay. I'm long-winded, but I swear I haven't gotten to the interesting parts yet. So I blocked that moron, and guess what? Along comes a chick called Kimi Kobayashi, who also starts insulting me. She is Peter's girlfriend, and she looks like this. Like super pretty. She is Japanese. Also, her Twitter had 17,000 followers, so she's actually pretty popular. So I tweeted some nasty reply to her and blocked her. So annoying that she's so hot, what the fuck? And then things started getting suspicious. 2 days later, Kimmy not only locked up her Twitter and stopped tweeting, she deleted her Tumblr, too. I started thinking something isn't right, so I went to see Peter's Twitter. Nothing happened. She just really needs a break and needs to not be a Twitter comedian. It's really just the feeling means I don't care about my pitch. 2 words you don't hear often together. Library battle. Latest Dead Space. I don't know what this... Oh, these are just a bunch of tweets. This is hard but important. Kimmy's Twitter became too much too fast. We are still together, but she will be taking a break from Twitter. So apparently, Kimmy was sick of being a Twitter comedian. That is weird because all she did was to be a Twitter comedian. And then here's tweets from Kimi Kobayashi. You shouldn't actually hold your body against Britney. You might catch fleas. About 12 hours of... I wonder if kids who regularly throw tantrums in public places know how many abortions they have influenced. I like my men how I like my hamsters. Cute, low maintenance, and a lifespan of 1 to 2. It's all just like dumb, right? When women brag about giving birth with no pain relief, all I hear is, my pussy currently looks like a Saving Private Ryan set. Jesus. This is old Twitter. No personal tweets. No talking about girly issues like her hair or shopping or boyfriends. And girls who look like Kimmy and snap photos of themselves to post online will never be so other-centered, okay? Just crude, lame jokes.
Just watched your debate with Infrared. Master class in tackling a skilled rhetorician. Great work, buddy. Bookfucker would be proud.
Thanks. Just crude, lame jokes. The jokes sound familiar? Yes, they sound like Peter. I suppose you can guess where I'm heading to. So to further confirm my suspicions, I looked at Kimmy's TwitPic stream, worth a click, and here are some of the pictures. The worst part about being friends with thin Asians is that I'm the bigger one. This one really got me. Would any girl take a photo with her friends and read a nasty caption like that? No. Okay, there's like a crudely drawn penis. I don't know if it's a TOS or not, so we're just gonna scroll past it, I guess. But it's like a 4-line thing. And it says, an abandoned building in Japan and a beautifully drawn penis. It doesn't get much better than that. It's art? Sure. Okay, now I'm scrolling down past that. It's a rocket ship. A penis. That is realistic how? I don't know if she's being dense or not. Note the Korean words in the background. Cola in Japan. I think it tastes better in America, though. It has the extra taste of freedom. So, saying she's in Japan, well, there's Korean behind her. Kimmy is made up to be a nubile, 18-year-old girl who doesn't wear makeup, according to the captions, and she is Japanese, living in New York. How come there are Korean words on the pictures, then? And more importantly, where is Peter in all of these photos? So we asked on Twitter, does anyone recognize the girl in the photos? 2 of my awesome readers helped me check it out, and guess what? She is a Korean Olzang. I don't know what the fuck that means. Her name is Lee Na-young. She is not Japanese, probably not 18, not Kimi Kobayashi, and most definitely not dating Peter Coffin. Her pics, available here and here, were stolen from her website by a complete loser and used as a pawn for his own validation and popularity. In other words, Peter stole her photos and created a fake profile to be his girlfriend. So here begs the question, what the fuck is wrong with him? Raises the question. I print screened some of the funnier stuff. Peter Coffin, at Kimmy. Hey, thought I'd publicly flirt with you. At Peter. Look, you were told by my lawyer to stay away from me after the attack. Don't make me call the police. At Kimmy. The problem is the state called... So it's just like a ton of them, like him flirting with himself. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! Oh! Oh! LOL, loser, 6 exclamation marks. Ha 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 ha. Can you imagine that fucker flirting to and fro with himself and thinking he found his soulmate? It's so ridiculous that people would believe that that's 2 different people tweeting each other. The writing style is exactly the same. Peter Coffin, July 8th, 2010. Some of you guys were like less than 10 years old when this was written. But it's time for me to say something. At Kimmy and myself are Twitter's new power couple. LOL, I'm sorry, but even if Kimmy is real, which she isn't, the term power couple are reserved strictly for good-looking or famous people. You're fugly and not famous, and she doesn't exist, so neither of you qualify. Do you wish to marry Peter? Someday. At Kimmy, you are beautiful and I loved you. I love you too. You are the best. Oh, and this is him writing about his girlfriend. I'm not often public with my personal life, but people probably know, or at least they should by now, that I'm in a relationship with a really incredible woman. Bizarre how different I technically am from her, but how completely the same we are. There's almost no difference between the two of us, except she doesn't like milk or peanut butter. I do. We are both pretty big fans of bread, however, to the point that I brought up the idea of making a t-shirt that simply said carbs, and she agreed with me that it would be a good idea. Enthusiastically so, too. Gorgeous as well. Like, I have never really considered myself to be hot stuff or anything like that, but I nabbed me a looker. Someone I believe to be way out of my league. Lucky for me, that isn't even her most redeeming quality. She's smart, funny, caring, independent. The actual definition of the word, rather than bitchy. Endlessly contemplative and humble. She doesn't believe her own hype, and I think probably never will. It's all like a fake person. I'm glad she likes the carbs idea because it's crap. It doesn't symbolize love for bread at all because many other things are carb, blah, blah. It drives me nuts to see people basically being racist to @Kimmy. And yes, she's beautiful, but she's mine. Are you wondering why Peter wrote this? It's because he also created a Kimmy YouTube account to comment on his own videos. @Peter Coffin. Oh, wait, where is it? So somebody's like shitting on Peter's video here, and then she comes in. What an absolute asshole you are. You must be so miserable if you need to take the time to insult someone like that. If you think a plastic bimbo who wears 10 layers of makeup like Kim Kardashian is ridiculously gorgeous, you're clearly a loser who can't find a real woman. Also, Peter is not lazy. He works very hard on his videos. Maybe get a job, get a girlfriend, move out of mommy's house, then come back and preach. A real girl. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is this fucking funny or what? I can't believe he wrote about that loser who can't find a real woman with the real in caps. Is he trying to hint to us the obvious? @Sandvich. I was just joking. Sorry. I am a female, so I'm not sure the insult prick is suitable for me. I'm also Peter's girlfriend.
Generally, do you consider the opinions of dead philosophers like Plato or Machiavelli authoritative? Any specifically?
No, I don't know enough about them to say, okay? Don't ask me. Anyway, there are a lot more of these, and you can see them here. Only one friend on her YouTube account. Guess who? Oh, he deleted it. Besides tweeting, YouTube trolling, twit picking, would you believe that Kimmy also blogs? Okay, so there's one with her in a swimsuit here. Are we allowed to look at the swimsuit one? She's not in water, so I don't know if it's like appropriate. Out at night looking for fairies. Oh, really? When my parents were still together, we would all go back to Japan during the summer, and I would attend the same playgroup every year. I looked at this picture now, and I realized I might never know if all of them are okay. Full of shit. My dad's house is pretty cool. Gotta love Peter for his creativity, randomly finding some Korean kids and wondering if they are okay in a Japanese disaster, all to boost his righteousness.
A real girl. Is that what he calls his hand or the sex doll he bought? I bet it's an Asian sex doll also on the wall.
I think they are because they are in Korea. We Asians are not interchangeable. We are not interchangeable. Fuck you. Also, I love how he is psycho enough to come up with all these crazy details about Kimmy like she really exists. Anonymous asks, hey, this might be rude, but I'm just curious. Have you done plastic surgery? You look like a porcelain doll, very pretty with a sprinkle of dullness, that I would probably shit myself if I saw you at night wearing these typical Asian white dress. The ring. But anyways, you're very fun and cute. I've never had plastic surgery, but when I was 15, I went through correctional surgery on my jaw because it developed too far forward or something. I had legitimate health reasons. In fact, for a long time, I thought it was just a flaw I would have to deal with rather than something that needed to be fixed. I felt deformed, though, in the longest periods of my time. Jesus, so this is like all fake. Oh my God. Maybe he had like a friend he had. So much fleshed out lore. This guy knows more shit about his fake girlfriend than I know about my fiance. Jesus Christ. Truthful Tuesday.
I've outpaced him intellectually.
Yo, guess now that you have seen Kimmy's father's house. Is this one of those girls you would come inside?
Good question. What is this? Stardust. Your shit is way too memey for me, okay? But I wish you the best.
At one point in time, he made him tired. And now, he made him suicide.
No! When I was a kid, I would show my vagina to other kids in exchange for toys, so I can never say I haven't been a hooker before. Truthful Tuesday.
I think most of my tweets in the bathroom pooping. Nice. I also love how he slanders Lee Na Young's name with his childish commentary. Now the next one is like a cleavage picture. I don't think it's that bad, but like it's got some cleavage kind of booba. It's probably okay. I mean, people show more on Twitch. Look how ridiculously packed in my boobs are in this dress. Makes me laugh every time. And the cleavage is funny because I don't know. Anyway, after looking through Kimmy's stuff, I realized that Peter loves to use her to talk about the Asian race a lot. It's like he's fucking obsessed with Asians or something. Here are some. Oh, really? Oh, wait, sorry. Which one is me? No, really, I can't tell. Because all Asians look alike, I guess. Asians, get your peace signs ready. Got rice? Okay, this is like a swimsuit one. I don't think it's that bad, but it's... She's like on a chair and not in a pool. So I'm just going to scroll down a little, okay? Asians and deer. They look the same when you run at them full speed with an exposed erection yelling, penis, good time now. As an Asian girl, I am legally obliged to pose like this at all times or risk death. Asians come out at night. Oh, you're pretty for an Asian. You have big boobs for an Asian. If you're going to say shit like this to me, I would rather be straight up insulted than be left feeling confused and inferior because of my race. Like, what the fuck do you think this is acceptable to say? And for the record, I know plenty of other Asian women who have regular-sized breasts. It's a racial stereotype that Asian girls like curves, so eat a dick and shut up. Jewish boy angry about Asian body shapes. Add Kami, the day is mine. That's what I hate. And then here's... Shouldn't you be at Nagasaki avoiding the Hiroshima bomb?
He became so tired he dreamed he had a real girlfriend while he was awake.
Shouldn't you be at summer camp? Avoid the showers. Japanese have a lot of common with ants. Work, build. Oh no, a giant lizard is killing us. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, we're just going real hard. He's just...
Dude! Is anyone surprised the communist fetishizes Asian women?
Jesus, this is... I don't even know if I can... Just a lot of old internet jokes. Okay. Just... Best thing ever? Jesus, Peter! Oh my God! I don't usually play the race card. I don't give a shit whenever insults people hurl at my race. Call me a word. That's like a basketball term, okay?
Why does
but there
he
is
keep
something
kicking
really
himself in the
cringeworthy
nuts
about
on
a
Steve's
non-Asian making all of these Asian jokes. And seriously, he seems to be only capable of making racist jokes. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Ladies and gentlemen. Hi, my name is Peter Coffin. I have an imaginary girlfriend and an ugly scarf. He was in a relationship with himself for 8 months. Jesus Christ. There's the... Currently the deepest part of the iceberg. Oh my God.
I feel like I've outpaced him.
What year was that? Like 2010. How did you find this shit? Somebody emailed it to me.
My girlfriend. You wouldn't know her. She goes to a different school, bro.
She lives in a different reality, bro. There might be more stuff in here. Peter Coffin, loser with fake girlfriend. He got married.
Not to sound judgmental, but how can you seemingly be so enthusiastic about forming good political opinions and never engage with what the most revered political thinkers said?
That's a good question, Mr. Mooten. Probably because politics is like a very recent kind of thing. In terms of the political stuff that's going to be most relevant is going to be the political theory that exists in that current day. I'm sure that if you wanted to get really deep into writing about, political theory, you could go and investigate what people said, hundreds or thousands of years ago. But I don't think that that's how most people engage with politics today. So when we think of people who do politics as voters and politicians, it doesn't seem like, it seems like everything is very contextual to the current time.
And he put in more effort into his fake girlfriend than I did into my real one.
Wait, was Peter's wife fake too? No, she's real. Apparently she's 20 years old, she's Scottish, she looks like Liv Tyler. She's hot and knows that when combined with being an anime, she has power, genuine, what? She used to be fat, maybe she has low self-esteem. Ashby, oh, is this the Ashby Coffin girl? She's one of those crazy, like, socialist Twitter girls, right? Do, Destiny click. Oh, that guy took a 1-day ban for a Bad Bunny tweet.
Apparently they were satirizing it as far back as 2011.
Oh, Bad Bunny tweet. Can someone clear things up for me? Was the Uyghur genocide fake? I'm so confused. Please give me more than yes or no. These are worthless answers. Why would you tweet out some shit like that? Why not just Google it and look it up? Why not just actually, like, search? Why are you asking on Twitter, one of the worst platforms for long-form shit, for people to do research for you? Let's see, one response. The narrative is being walked back. The only people I know who believe in it are weirdos. It seems to be debunked. For those wondering what happened to Ash's Twitter. Most of the people replying to her seem to say that it's real, I think. Jesus, imagine, like, unironically trying to do research that way on Twitter. Did I complain about USB-C yet? I think I did yesterday. I know I tweeted it. I don't remember if I did on stream, but I think I did. Read the next part about Peter Coffin as his own legal team. Do I really want to keep going? Wait, hold on. I don't know about this Ashby stuff, if there's, like, super boobin. Coming out about things. What is this? Oh, no.
Hi, everyone. You all know me as Sappho. And
What am I watching? I don't want to watch this. I don't think I want to watch this.
Hi, everyone. You all know me as Sappho. And I wanted to make a video about coming out.
As what?
Coming out with anything can be very difficult.
Coming out about being a zoophile. What a god. Okay, hold on. For those wondering what happened to Ash's Twitter, she deactivated her Twitter and moved to a different country, but it's private. She also deleted her YouTube videos. Might have heard as well. No idea what happened though. It's just speculation. Wait, what happened? Peter's views are down by at least 2/3 after the December meltdown. Doesn't surprise me that Ash would distance their person. I wouldn't want my brand associated with somebody angry, cool, and philosophically inconsistent. Wait, does Peter Coffin... I don't even know what this guy does. Is he actually like a big YouTuber guy? Peter Coffin. 250,000 subs. Ooh, those are some old dead subs though. Yikes. Oh, there's like a new girl. Oh my god, man. Hey everybody. He's really big on having that girl in his video. Melina, why don't we do videos like this? Fuck. We all know the song, right?
Whoa, okay, hold on, wait. Oh, okay. I didn't know that YouTube still those words on. Okay, never mind. Bad words.
Buddy, thanks for...
PACD. Wait, is that the name of the channel?
I would ask you to reconsider if the reasons why you disregard older political texts are valid. These are books that have held the attention and respect of humanity for centuries or millennia. This feat speaks to their salience.
Wait.
Do you think Peter Coffin played
I'm
a lot
not
of
disregarding them. I just haven't read any of them. If you want to read them or like study them, that's great. That's fine. I just don't.
Hey.
Hey. Wait, how can you... He has a playlist that's linking to things on a different channel. I didn't know you could do that. Interesting. We're back. The great supply chain disruption.
Hi.
And then we're... Hold up. An enormous ass.
Did you check out that article on the STAR
Bag
program
rat
in Denver I
shit
sent you yesterday? Does that count as data for social workers being a good sub-4 cops?
I don't know if I read it. Is this, I think or I might have clicked this yesterday. I think they're trying to do like sending out social workers to like non-emergency calls or whatever. There might be like some substitution there that can work. I'm not saying it's a horrible idea. If it's the same one I read, I think there was like something like they've done 1,600 calls in a year. They didn't have to call the cops a single time on any of it. There might be places for it to work.
F1. I want
Jesus.
You tell them, honey, time for a treat. Look behind you. Of course, this is all an illusion inside your head. Ooh.
Jesus. This guy's channel gets...
Well, I asked you, but you didn't read them despite taking your political opinions seriously. And then you gave an argument which disregarded them.
I asked you why you didn't read them despite taking political opinions seriously. Because I don't think you need to have studied text from like 2,000 years ago to have like political opinions about like current events that are going on right now. I guess if you want to have like a broader political theory, like informed by like more like philosophical backing, maybe it'd be good to do it. But like to have like an opinion on like, is it a good or bad idea to pass like the infrastructure bill through reconciliation or like the Senate? Like, I don't think that you need to have like, well, what would Plato's theories inform us on, right? This is still on his Twitter. It might be a bit dicey, so don't show it. Oh, I think he has me blocked. I'm gonna do incognito. Hold on. Wait, what? First of all, this is absolutely a bit dicey. There's no way I could show this. This person has like an eating disorder. Or are these boobs fake? I can't. This is like the worst picture I don't even know. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
7 most disappointing games. You think Peter Coffin is reading this?
Every game released gets a ton of hype, and obviously not all of them are going to live up to it. Hi,
So
folks,
what you're
it's
saying
Falcon,
that your
and today on
axioms
Game
are
Ranks, the
grounded.
7 most
Your arguments
disappointing
lack
games
salience and you're white.
Yeah.
of 2021 so far. Just as a quick disclaimer, this doesn't necessarily mean these games are bad. There are a few of them, but in theory, a game could still be good, but be disappointing compared to its hype. Now, I'm not going to say that's how every one of these games plays out, but keep that in mind. Starting off at number 7, it's...
Okay, don't go. Did Destiny see this yet?
Mental health crisis is a time where those
Why?
fears can be
Guys,
elevated,
why are you
and
doing
would be more
this?
likely to be amicable towards a guy in a polo
Is my
shirt
stream a
with, like,
fucking joke to you?
It's a mental health crisis is a time where those fears could be elevated, and you would be more likely to be amicable towards a guy in a polo shirt with like an ID badge than somebody in what cops wear.
Peter Coffin is his own legal team. Hello, the story unfolds. Received an email from Peter Coffin. Lawyerly disclaimer time. The reproduction of this letter and the contents therein shall not be construed as any admission of liability on my part without prejudice to my rights, differences, remedies. Ask Peter Coffin at gmail.com. His legal firm's email address.
Dear Miss Chang, several statements made about Peter Coffin in your blog postings are untrue and defamatory. You made them maliciously to injure Peter Coffin in his trade, office, and profession. As such, they are defamatory per se under Chapter 21, Section 7, Singapore law. This letter constitutes a demand for immediate retraction in writings of these false and libelous statements. Oh my god. Chapter 21, Section 7 of the Singapore law is the Betting Act. Ironically, that video announcing that he's turning into a full-time YouTube artist has only 976 views since December of 2010. Oh my god. In your posting, you stated that Peter stole her photos and created a fake profile to be his girlfriend, as well as he was in a relationship with himself for 8 whole months. Peter Coffin is now the person responsible for the Kimi Kobayashi
There's
persona.
no causal link in me getting a girlfriend and banning all NSFW for November. You guys are engaged in a logical fallacy and a level 9 copium circular logic train.
What is the perfect penis size? Hold on, that sounds a little... Oh shit, hey, what's up? I wasn't talking to you guys. You wouldn't know who I was talking to. She goes to another school. Okay. Remember this dude's videos?
They can provide so much more than vague
Yep.
philosophical backing. Politics is just a discussion on how we organize humans. Human nature changes at a crawl. This is why Plata can remain relevant 50 generations later.
Okay. Well, hey, listen. Why are your donos getting red when he's only donating $1? Hey, Crane and Mr. Capt Chi or whatever, or Capt Chain Pepe. The fuck, guys? Okay, I'm gonna get a Red Bull, and then we're gonna play DD, and we're gonna watch Charlie Kirk versus atheist Marxist professor Ben Berger. Oh boy, exciting. It's through the site, not Twitch or YouTube loophole, though. Oh. Maybe. One sec.
Suck my dick pussy. Enjoy the frappuccino.
shrimp, 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 shrimp.
Our self-worth is not contingent on how many women we've laid. Amazing.
Why, what do we have here? Some sort of strange object. An Alundus core, 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 Alundus core. Oh God, no, it is going to Hahaiga.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
RTBA is such a nice mod.
Chew, goodness, I am sorry about that chat, where was I? Yes, Londus core, 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 Londus.
Sorry, I had to go see my fiance. She goes to another stream. Okay. You wouldn't know about her.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
The skepticism that is directed against the whole range of phenomenal consciousness, on the other hand, renders the spirit for the first time competent to examine what truth is, for it brings about a state of despair about all the natural.
Okay. I have a chance that the one out just goes because you didn't set up a minimum donation amount on the dashboard.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Did anybody ask Moot?
Minimum amount of bits or dollars. Wow, there you go. Thanks. Got it. Got it, Crane. Good work. Prove you have a fiance. Say your best Swedish joke. Do I know any Swedish jokes? I don't think so. Are you guys ready for debate night? Do you like shawarma? Sure. All Mediterranean food is the same to me. Okay, it's some type of bread, weird sauces, cabbage stuff, sliced up meats. I couldn't tell the difference between any of it. Okay, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. It's all good. I'll eat it. I'll eat any of it. It's usually pretty good. But I don't know the difference between any of it. Do you want shawarma? Do you want doner? Do you want come? I don't know. Sure, whatever. Dude, fuck me up, dude. Whatever it is.
That quote, schizo, unquote, donator is just showing us what Moot would have turned into if he kept in school.
And then there's always like some white sauce thing or whatever. I don't know what it is, but it's usually pretty good. Garrick sauce? Yogurt based? I don't know what it is. It seems like it's always fun. The latest Destiny gun safety review.
Charlie doesn't really debate Ben. Charlie responds to Burgis with topic-changing questions. It turns into an interview and Burgis does all the talking.
What's the harder instrument, violin or piano? Probably violin, I would say, for sure.
Yeah, zero gun
safety. We're not going to go
running
around the house shooting each other, aren't you?
Who knows? Fear makes people do amazing things.
Was that picture supposed to be? Oh.
Yeah, zero gun safety.
Oh my god, she just like points at her face and
around the house shooting each other, aren't you?
She's got good trigger discipline. Never mind, she just wrapped her finger around.
Who knows? Fear makes people do amazing things.
Yeah, you don't like point it. Does?
Oh, they're like they all have guns. They're prop guns, I'm sure, maybe. How come I see your points as valid and well thought out, but when you talk about food, it's like you've never eaten? Oh, don't worry, my dude.
Stop that! Oh my god, that's giving me so much like anxiety. What the
fuck? You said your sister-in-law killed a man and a woman here and cut them up? You said they found hands and feet, but they never found any heads. Would you like to see one of those heads? Would you all like to see one of those heads? Well,
You know that back then they had extra marks when they paid gun experts to shoot near people to make it look good? I don't believe you.
Like you got. All right, put it down.
darling, I really don't need this.
Uh-oh.
He was playing with it like it was a fidget toy.
Okay, no one cares. What's up, Wicked Supreme? We're gonna have so much fun tonight watching a movie. Is it worth getting a 25 keyboard? No, get the full.
Easy. I am not the smartest guy in the world. Okay?
I've never actually watched Idiocracy, I'm not gonna lie. I have never watched Idiocracy, but Melina described to me watching a movie one time, and I've heard about it so much that when she described it, I was like, oh, you're talking about Idiocracy. And she's like, oh yeah, have you seen it? I was like, no, I've just heard it described a lot. Why did you make us sit through that boring ass panel last night? I thought it was all going to be serious topics. I didn't know as soon as I was going to get there, we were going to curve it into, okay, Pictoria or whatever. There's some pictography? I don't know what it's called.
Welcome to Debate Night, everybody. My name is Charlie Kirk. Welcome to Debate Night, everybody. My name is Charlie Kirk. Tonight's guest is a self-proclaimed democratic socialist, a philosophy professor at Georgia State University, Perimeter College, and an adjunct professor at Rutgers University. He's a columnist
His
for the
face is so
Jacobin
small.
magazine
What the fuck?
and has written 4 books, including his most recent, Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. In addition to all of that, he hosts the podcast, Give Them an Argument, which you can find on his Patreon, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube. Please join me in welcoming Professor Ben Burgis to Debate.
Let's go, Ben. All right, Ben, you got this.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to this episode of Debate Night. With us tonight is Ben, or Dr. Burgis, or Ben Burgis, however you want to say it. We're going to be debating, and we'll see where it leads us, Democrat socialism versus conservative populism. Super thrilled that Ben is here tonight to have this discussion. It'll start with some opening statements, and then we'll take it from there. The 2 minutes is yours, Dr. Burgis.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk, and thank you to Town Circle for setting this up.
Push back more.
I'm a democratic socialist because I don't think anybody deserves to have less power or a dramatically worse life because of factors that are outside of their control. So that's the first part. That's the philosophical basis. Concretely, I think it's obscene that we have an economic system where workers in Amazon warehouses.
Do you think all these politic people have small head because evolution is trying to adjust to their small brains?
Good one.
Worried about falling behind in their quotas, and their boss literally owns his own spaceship. Now, we can argue about what a fairer society would look like. I can contrast what I would see as utopia with what you would, and I'm always up for that kind of thing. I'm sure we'll get into some of it later. But
this mic is very warm. Something is fucked here.
What I really like to start out with is not so much that end point as the baby steps towards justice that we could take right now. Things like raising taxes on rich people to pay for social programs that would benefit the rest of us. Things like raising the minimum wage for the working poor. Things like making it easier for ordinary people to organize unions so they can have at least a little bit of a say at what happens in the workplaces.
Okay, for the record, I hate Ben Burgis. Fuck this guy, fuck this loser, and fuck all the conversations I've had with him, okay? I just want to get that out there, okay? However, I really, 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 really like this opening here. I super appreciate it when people lay out, this is kind of like my grandiose vision for the future. No one person should have more power than the other. And then also, here are like the little steps that we can take along the way. We can do this and this and this and this and this. I think that is a super good mind to have when trying to effect some like change in the future politically. Because not only do you have your grand narrative where we want to push towards, you have like your little individual policy prescriptions you can push for along the way, which like makes it more grounded and applicable to like modern day discourse. I don't know if he prepared, especially for the center, but it's really, really good that he opens with that. That's good.
Where they spend half their waking lives. And I gotta say, what always confuses me about you, Charlie, is that I see you say that you're not like an old style kind of corporate Republican in the Reagan, Bush, William F. Buckley kind of mold. And certainly the politicians you seem to be most enthusiastic about, people like Donald Trump or J.D. Vance now, make a big deal saying they're populist, they really want to help like struggling people in the heartland. And if that's true, I don't really get why you don't support any of those things that I just mentioned.
Well, very good. It's almost exactly 2 minutes. So I'll respond. First of all, thank you for being here. And if we want to spend an extended period of time bashing Jeff Bezos, I'm all for that. I think it's actually going to be really fun. So let me just first kind of tell you what I believe and why we believe it. It's kind of framed as conservative populism. Put simply, we believe
Whoever's running sound for these guys, it's not one mic, it's both. Somebody's fucked up the mixer. They've got something is fucked up here, and it's very irritating that they would fuck this up for the show. But
in the natural law, we believe, as the Declaration of Independence says, the laws of nature and nature's God. We believe in limitations on human beings, and we should believe there are limitations on power, both government power and, yes, of course, corporate power, as Barry Goldwater said in the 1960s. We also believe America is strongest when families are flourishing, when there's a strong moral center, when middle-class work is respected and appreciated. And the populist component to this is we need to be aware of what's happening around us, see when core institutions are failing, like the family, which has been failing over the last 60 years in America, which can be attributed to many different things. I would attribute it to the rise of an aggressive social welfare state and an overindulgence in neoliberalism.
But through abductive reasoning, Ben is obviously correct in any statement going forward.
Cool, bro.
That we must be willing to do something about it when the family starts to disintegrate, when our nation starts to fall apart, when our borders remain wide open. And so we pair those two things together, conservative populism, and the kind of philosophical basis for a lot of this is the willingness to act with prudence and wisdom to try and fix things that matter, things that objectively matter. And I've been really looking forward to this discussion. I hope it's more of a discussion than a debate, because we will disagree on plenty. But when you talk about an untouchable oligarchy, I completely agree. I think that there is an untouchable oligarchy in this country, both corporate and governmental, scientific and technological, that is crushing the everyday common man. Where I think we're going to disagree is that I think the end goal, the thing that we must strive to, is family formation, family protection, and that strong moral center. And conservative populism is a resurgence of focusing on these things and developing solutions to hopefully fix it.
All right. Well, I guess what I would say is when you talk about limited...
Okay, I've got a better idea for this, actually. Hold on. We're at 5:21 for this. All right, I'm going to leave then. He just gets up and leaves. Shut up. Okay. I'm going to go boom, boom, boom. 5:21.
Of focusing on these things and developing solutions.
Oh, I don't have like my volume plug-in on this. That's okay. We should be okay. Boom, boom, boom. My pregnancy. Dude, that video was wild. Oh my God. All right.
Dan, damn you right to bear arms, Lowell. Here's your blood money.
To hopefully fix it.
All right. Well, I guess what I would say is when you talk about limited power, right? I get that. That makes sense to me.
Yep.
I think that absolutely, you know, I think oftentimes actually people get the relationship between these things really wrong, and they'll think, well, the more you think that human nature is good and cooperative, you know, the more, you know, you might think that a fairer society is possible. And the more you think that human nature is flawed and selfish and cruel, then the more, you know, you should think that, hey, we might as well just stick with free market capitalism. But I think the opposite is true. I think that the more you worry that given too much power over another, you know, one person over another, that person is going to treat the other the way that Walmart treats its employees, the way that Harvey Weinstein treated aspiring actresses. The more you're worried about that, the more you should want power to be distributed as evenly as at all possible. And that's really why I'm a democratic socialist, that I think whether you're talking about Russia under Stalin or Amazon under our mutual friend Jeff Bezos.
Not a friend.
Then any time you have one person having way too much power over another without democratic accountability, I think you're going to get really bad abuses.
So I think that's helpful. Where I think we'll disagree, though, is the means of which we can represent individual people against oppressors or people that have power. Okay. This is why I tend to defend markets. And I want to be very clear. Markets are a tool, something we set up to hopefully help human beings. There are externalities there are jerks and dirtbags like Jeff Bezos that tend to con the system, not pay taxes, not treat their workers. And one of the reasons why this has become an emphasis, I think...
Man, we really hate billionaires in here today, huh? Bezos. We need to start shitting on Bill Gates next. You guys probably have some common ground there as well.
Conservatives is we're willing to use prudence in a non-dogmatic way and say, wait a second, if we're trying to conserve something that is eternal and beautiful and true, is it a good thing that this kind of, let's just use Bezos again, $200 billion of net worth, while the average American family is struggling to pay off student loan debt or financial debt? Where I think we're going to explore, I can't do this in the remaining 20 seconds I have though, is true decentralization must happen in a way that is consistent with both reining in the administrative state and reining in the technological and corporate power sources in our country. And the ultimate form of decentralization is the family. Strong families, strong households.
Okay, this might actually end up being a really good conversation. So something that's really important to understand about the difference between conservatives and liberals on a very, very, very macro level, okay, is liberals tend to build, I'm using this in an American sense, by the way, liberal, conservative, Republican, Democrat. Democrats tend to try to build from the top down. Conservatives or Republicans want to build from the bottom up. So Democrats might say we need to build a better society with like a strong federal government, strong protections, federal policies like a big minimum wage, things like free education. These are the ways that we're going to move our country forward. Conservatives like to build from the bottom up. They go, okay, that stuff would be fine, but you know what a better way to get there would be? Building strong families, strong communities and churches, and strong local communities that like are able to rely on each other and do things independent of like a large federal government forcing them to do things. Because stronger local, smaller communities know better how to take care of themselves than the federal government. That's kind of like the big difference in terms. I'm not saying one of these is right or wrong. You need some combination of both of these approaches to get things done in an effective manner. But yeah.
All right. So I guess when you talk about the family, sure, absolutely. If people, social institutions are making it harder to keep families together, that's a bad thing. I think that I would point to the financial pressures that that people are often under as a huge source of problems within families, as a huge reason for relationships and marriages failing. And that's something that I think would be helped by doing things like changing labor laws to make it easier to organize unions so people would be getting better wages and have more job stability, less of what employers like to call, flexibility and everybody else calls precarity. And so that might be one place to start exploring this is, maybe you'll surprise me here, right? But I do not think we disagree. We agree on that.
So, yeah, am I good to respond?
Yeah,
okay,
go for
good.
it.
I just didn't want to take any of your time.
No, please.
So I want to get into the union argument. I want to get into the minimum wage argument. I want to get into the healthcare argument. And I'm glad for you to say, and I really want to zero in on this, that family formation is a good thing. Because that is something that is debated amongst some Democrat socialist circles. And once we kind of get into the back and forth, I want to ask you about that. Because certain activist organizations tend to disagree. Some activists...
Oh, he's going to bring out the BLM. I should have the exact information for this because it gets wheeled out so often. On the BLM website a long time ago, there was some quote at the bottom that had to do with like, we need to make it so that we empower different family structures or whatever. But this one single quote gets taken as though BLM wants to destroy the nuclear family. It's wheeled out so much. It wouldn't surprise me if he's about to quote it. Like conservatives wheel out this text so much. Oh, BLM wants to destroy the nuclear family. Want to destroy it. It's like, no, that's not what they meant when they said that.
Organizations will call the family oppressive, patriarchal, where I believe the family is beautiful and the ultimate social bedrock institution. And every single statistic shows that when families are flourishing, divorce rates remain low, which they aren't currently, that crime goes down and literacy goes up and communities flourish. And I think one thing we can agree on, and you said it a little bit differently than I would, I think it's wrong when corporations are making families choose between spending another 10 hours at some soulless job or spending a weekend with your kids. I think the priority should be through our public policy, and our laws should always be toward the development of children and families getting stronger.
Well, I think that if you want to have a traditional family, absolutely. You should be able to do that. You talked about activist organizations. I think that I would point to, like, you know, the Working Families Party in New York, for example, as an activist organization that clearly has no problem with families. Of course, if you want to live some other way, that's great. True. I think in a pluralistic society, I think everybody should be able to strive for their vision of the good life, and everybody should be free to live in the way that they want to be free. And I think that this is one of the biggest problems. You know, when we talk about things like healthcare, oftentimes people on my side will emphasize the fact that life expectancy is higher in places like Canada, the UK, where they have socialized healthcare, and infant mortality. And you want to talk about families, you know, people's babies are less likely to die in places like Canada, the UK, than in the United States. And
dude, I'm so blackpilled on like stats and stuff. It's really I would have to look up through like the UK and stuff. It's really hard to compare numbers from different countries because like everybody counts different things in different ways, which is really irritating. So I'm trying to think if I could find the most egregious example that I can think of is I'm familiar with how Cuba does their stats. So like Cuba has like the highest abortion rate in the world. It's actually fucking insane. It was like, what did we look it up? It was like 50 per 100 births. It was by 1977, the Cuban population reached 420 legal abortions per 1,000 people. It was like it's like an unimaginable number. It's like, what the fuck? Of all the pregnancies that were registered in Cuba in 1994, 60.2% were ended by therapeutic abortions. So like the idea that like, oh, Cuba has a very low, very low infant mortality. Yeah, no shit, because if there's any problem whatsoever, you will get pressured like a motherfucker by the doctor to terminate the abortion. So don't talk to me about your low infant mortality when you end over half of your fucking pregnancies in order to get rid of the chance of any, like, you know, anything going wrong during birth, you know? It's really difficult to compare these numbers. Isn't that a good thing? You can call it a good thing or not. I'm just saying that, like, it's not fair to say, oh, let's compare infant mortality from this country to the other when this country aborts, you know, 5 times as many children. Because like, okay, well, hold on, we're not going to even risk that, right? It's not really like, you're not really getting a true picture of, comparing this one for the other. So I don't know. I don't know 100% of, I'd have to look this up before I say this. I think the U.S. might count infant mortality in a weird way where, like...
Do we even want the Brits to have higher life expectancies?
True. Somebody tell me this is true, and I don't know if I remember this. Isn't it something like in the U.S., if you're having like a delivery or something goes wrong or whatever, and like the kid dies, this is considered like infant mortality, but like in some countries it's not necessarily, or it depends on if it's like an early delivery or not. Like there's like a whole slew of ways that you can count what infant mortality is, and you have to make sure that you're like comparing like to like on this. It's really weird because some countries do, some countries don't. I'm just saying, like, be really careful. I think the U.S. counts miscarriages in the first trimester as child mortality. Yeah, I'm just saying you got to be really careful when you like compare one number to another in a country because they might count them in different ways. It's really strange. Sorry, okay.
Mortality amenable to healthcare, which is a stats nerd way of saying that you're less likely to die from treatable diseases, is lower in those places. And I think all those are true and important, but I don't think it's the most important thing because most of us are not on the verge of dying most of the time. Most of us are not worried that our babies are going to die most of the time. The biggest way, I think, that not providing everybody with healthcare as a right affects the lives of most people is that it makes us less free, because people are a lot less likely to leave jobs that they hate if they're worried about, will I still have health insurance? Will my family still have health insurance? People stay in those jobs and don't pursue their dreams all the time because of that. There are people, you know, I think people who are in good families and they want to keep them together, absolutely, they should be able to do that. But there are also people who stay in bad or even abusive marriages because they cannot afford to lose their spousal health insurance. And so I think that we're not only happier and we not only live longer, but I think we're also freer if we take care of those things.
So that's an interesting point. And what you're articulating, as before we get into the back and forth here, is what Lyndon Baines Johnson would call freedom from necessity, which is something I take exception with. I do not believe the state should play an interventionist role in saying that it is the role of government to say that you should be free from wants or necessity. I would argue that through a natural rights compact, that you should be free to pursue virtue. And that's not to say you shouldn't have a social safety net, which far too often becomes a hammock, not a social safety net. But I think the design of government and the state, which is really what we're debating here, right? What is the role of public policy, should be supporting things that are objectively good for people, for children, for the nation, and for the country. And so I'm happy to go into the kind of three categories that are common points of Democrat socialists next: healthcare, union membership, and kind of the development of unions. All right, no more rules. We can interrupt each other. It's totally voluntary.
Okay, hold on. Somebody in chat posted. Infant mortality is defined as the death of babies under the age of 1 year, but some of the differences between countries can be explained by a difference in how we count. And a baby born weighing less than a pound and after only 21 weeks gestation actually born? In some countries, the answer is no, and those births would be counted as stillbirths. In the United States, on the other hand, despite these premature babies' relatively low odds of survival, they would be considered born. Sure, okay.
Voluntary, unlike socialism. I'm kidding. That's my first socialist joke tonight. So let me ask, I want to ask you just kind of generally about Democrat socialism.
Sure, yeah, let's do it.
Where would you point to as 1, 2, or 3 examples that you think are the best embodiment of the worldview that you hold?
Yeah.
Scandinavia,
so
let's
I
go,
think
baby.
That all of the things that I want, I do not think exist together right now in the world. But if you want to talk about places where a lot of the policy goals that I'd support, have been implemented, I certainly don't think they're fully socialist societies by any stretch of the imagination, but I think a lot of it has been implemented. I would talk about, the places you'd expect me to talk about: your Swedens, your Finlands, your Denmarks, your Norways. Now, these are complicated societies that, there are right-wing parties win elections sometimes too, and they do things that I don't like. But I think that these are places, broadly speaking, where a lot has been done to take certain things, like healthcare, for example, outside of the market so that people have that kind of freedom that I'm talking about, that they're not tied to jobs that they hate.
Hold on. I'm only on air conditioner. I gotta close the door.
Didn't know what? Who? Why the fuck did he change his name? I don't know. Why did you change your name? Prove it. How do you know it's still him? Maybe it's something different. Prove it. Oh, why did he change his name? I don't know. Mega Bright Sun? As opposed to what, a dim sun? No, he said Milshine.
I turn the AC on. Close the door.
Why not just open the window?
You can't? Do you not know how to, or? Okay, don't worry. Turn the AC on. Lazy Bill. Fuck. I have a hard time telling the difference between good back pain and bad back pain. Can't. I feel like it's not like excruciating. And I think it goes away if I warm up a little, but it's kind of like, I don't know, man. Okay.
Because they're worried.
Have you tried foam rolling? I thought about it. I'm not sure. Too much of a bitch to deadlift because of that pain. I do Romanian deadlifts on every day, both workout sessions, because I don't want to do normal deadlifts until my hamstrings are more flexible now that I realize that's why I can't get my butt out as much as I need to. But it might be too much, but I can't tell. I don't know if it's too much. I don't know. Does soreness still fall under pain, or what do you mean by good pain? Well, it's like if I bend over to pick something up, I definitely feel like there's a little bit of stress there, but I don't know if it's just too much volume, or I'm not sure. I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe I'll try foam rolling though. I don't know. But okay.
That they and their families' basic needs aren't going to be taken care of if they don't stay in that subservient relationship. And you talked earlier about how you want the state to support things that are objectively good.
Yes.
It seems to me that...
Okay, when you're having a conversation on policy, don't ever say things that are objectively good, because obviously you disagree over that. If they were objective, then there would be no disagreement. There's a subjective values we're talking about, right?
Living longer is objectively good.
Yes.
Having lower infant mortality is objectively good. And I would also say that having greater freedom to live your life how you want and not being tied to a particular job, I think that's also objectively
So
good.
job mobility is interesting. I want to get into that.
Why do you do RDLs every day? So my goal is to do deadlifts on, I have a day 1 and a day 2. That's what I do, A day, B day. And then I take a day off, then A day, B day. So my goal is that on day 1, I'm doing deadlifts, and then on day 2. So day 1 deadlifts are like 1 set, 5 reps, heavy. And then day 2 is supposed to be 3 sets of 10 reps of like medium, because they're RDLs instead of normal deadlifts. But the thing is that like, I realized for a long time, I can't get my hips out. My lower back slants a little bit at the bottom of my squat and when I'm doing deadlifts. And the reason why is because my hamstrings are really short or really tight. So instead of doing deadlifts now, because my lower back is always going to be curved, I'm just doing RDLs every single day. And the goal is that I'm not trying to like RDL for like strength. I'm trying to stretch my hamstrings when I do them. That's like my focus when I do it, I guess, is the goal. So yeah. Okay, back to this.
So I'm not stunned you mentioned the Scandinavian countries.
Sure, yes.
So Denmark doesn't have a minimum wage.
Well, but
oh no! Please, Ben, please tell me you're ready for this. That's such a level 1. That's such a level 1 stupid fucking thing. You're ready for this. The answer, when people always say like, you know, those countries don't have a minimum wage, right? Yeah, it's because their unions are so unbelievably fucking strong. They don't need it. Try doing some wide grip deadlifts at lower reps. It will save your lower back and you will strengthen the upper back's retraction. I do pendlay rows with a really wide grip to do like posterior delts and then I guess lats or whatever. That's like my exercise for that. Okay, we're doing this. Shh, stop.
Scandinavian countries.
Sure, yes.
So Denmark doesn't have a minimum wage.
Well, but you got to do the other half of that. That they don't have a minimum wage, but they have vastly more favorable terrain for unions than the United States does, and so a lot of the wage floor is enforced that way. It's still not just they get whatever the market says they get.
But no government mandated minimum wage. What I find interesting, and
don't want to walk away with it. You gotta hammer him on that shit. But okay.
Some aspects of the Scandinavian countries appeal to me.
Sure.
According to the World Economic Freedom Index, every country outside of Norway is more economically free than the United States. And so, is that something that would interest you? If economic freedom is the definition of your view, then I would change the Bernie Sanders shirt.
I think that what I mean by economic freedom and what they mean by economic freedom are going to be very different. I think oftentimes if you look at the methodology of those lists, it's very unclear. Like you'll get like the Cato Institute or whoever in some cases will do these lists where they rank places by freedom. And it's like, the things that they get points for, the things they don't get points for. Abortion doesn't matter. Whether you can have raw milk matters. I think are at least unclear to me. But I think this is the bigger philosophical thing,
sure,
though, right? Like let's just do this rather than getting into the nitty gritty about the list. I think that what those
Destiny,
guys
what's your bench?
by economic
Squat and deadlift.
Listen, they're all low, but they're going up. Okay, ask me in 2 months. All right.
Freedom is how much business owners are free to conduct their business however they want, without interference by the state. What I would mean by freedom in an economic context is the right of ordinary people to live the kinds of lives that they want to live and not be under the thumb to the extent that people are in the United States of whatever some corporation, wants to make them do.
Right, and so just to clarify
Sure.
this though, about some of the Scandinavian countries, they went through massive deregulation in the 1980s, right? Many of these Scandinavian countries did, including Denmark. Denmark has actually come out and has said, stop calling us socialist. We are not socialist. You've seen that quote.
Well, I have seen it, but here's
Okay,
here,
good.
but I would like to say
Please
something
do.
about this. And people could check out. I actually wrote something about this last summer for Arc Digital Media.
I think I read it.
Okay, well there you go. So
I know where you're going before you say it.
all right, well beautiful. Fortunately,
But the audience doesn't know, so please
happily
tell
though,
them.
there
Yeah.
are people who are watching who don't know. So
Yes.
let's say it anyway. So I think that saying that there's hey, here is this center right kind of prime minister who says no, these social gains have nothing to do with socialism. And you say, oh, well, he says it, right? So therefore, he must be speaking for, Denmark as a whole, the Danish hive mind. I think is approximately equivalent to if the only two, if you were from Denmark and the only two Americans you'd ever talk to were Bernie Sanders and me, and you said, well, here's what they say about what America's all about. Here's what they say about, Social Security or the post office. This is the American point of view. I think, if you look at how long socialist parties were in power in Denmark and how many of those programs came about under them, I would not say that these are societies that have achieved socialism. We could certainly talk about what that would mean to me. But I would say that these are societies where socialist parties allied with strong unions have brought about really beneficial social reforms as an effort to move farther in that direction.
So let's talk about Norway,
Sure,
a country that
yeah.
I'm familiar with, you're familiar with.
Let's talk about
very
Norway.
wealthy country.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think the biggest reason is that they have done something that I'm sure that you wouldn't support, which is nationalize their oil
You
industry.
mean use fossil fuels, not keep it in the ground like Bernie Sanders would be.
Bro, we use so much fossil fuel in the United States. But okay.
Bernie Sanders has tweeted, we need to keep all fossil fuels in the ground, but Norway's built $1 trillion sovereign wealth fund after. That's
Okay, so would you support that?
nationalization? No, but it's better than keeping it in the ground. for
Okay,
sure.
I mean, look, I think ultimately we probably are better off, transitioning to other energy sources. But if we're going to use oil, I would much rather that oil be in the hands of the people, that it fund generous social programs like in Norway. And I often do kind of get a sense when conservatives say this. It's like, oh, well, there's really nothing socialist about it. They've just nationalized the oil industry and used the proceeds to fund all of these social programs. I mean, if that's not socialist, can we at least have that not socialist thing? That sounds nice to me.
Let me clarify, is that if there is wealth to be redistributed, there must be wealth to be redistributed.
Sure,
And
yeah.
Norway has the advantage of having some of the most strategic oil reserves in the country. And I just pinpoint it in particular because there tends to be this anti-fossil fuel development movement.
It's something Norway and the United States have in common, is that we have a lot of oil. Now, if you want to, again, I know you've said you don't want to do this.
No, of
but
course, I think the private ownership.
Oh god, it's a 3-part battle thing. Thanks for the membership.
But minerals is a strategic advantage for the United States. But let me ask you about what I think is one of the reasons.
Please reset your positions.
Why I think the
Thank God.
Scandinavian countries' pursuit of egalitarianism looks good on paper.
Okay, let's do
and
it.
this is strict immigration. Now, this has changed in recent years because of a lot of the Syrian refugee crisis and more kind of left-wing governments taking over Sweden in particular. But Norway, for example, takes in about 70 immigrants a day, even with their more relaxed policies. America, much bigger country, albeit 2,740 legal immigrants, about 5,000 if you include the people going across the southern border. Do you, as being a Democrat socialist, do you support closed borders and strict immigration?
No, I don't, and I'll tell you why. So 2 reasons. One is that I think that, all of the economic data that I've seen says that having more immigrants actually increases the amount of wealth that society has to go around. And the second is I would ask what the alternatives are, right? So, we can do, like those families that, that you talk about, right? We can, we can do things like separating families. We can do things like raiding, churches, to drag out immigrants. But I think we would really, really, really have to step up that, by a factor of 100 to actually get rid of all the undocumented immigrants in the country. Whereas I think a much better solution, if what you're worried about is, hey, here are people coming in who, they definitely contribute to economic growth, but here are people coming in who are willing to work for low wages or whatever. I think a much better solution to that problem is for those people to have a pathway to citizenship so that they're not afraid to do things like join unions, or they're not afraid to do things like, take their employers to court when they violate labor laws. I think that's a much better solution to that problem than the sort of heavy-handed, police state kinds of tactics, which I think would be the only way that you're actually going to resolve the status quo in the other direction.
One of the things I like about Norway that you just said you don't like is to become a Norwegian citizen, you must speak the native language. It's a non-negotiable. You must have citizenship by birth is not applicable. and you must have lived in Norway for at least 8 out of the past 11 years. And so maybe you can help clarify this for me, because the mascot you're wearing on your shirt has changed on this, because I would understand the position you're espousing more if you said, hey, we're going to close off the borders, we're going to take care of our fellow countrymen, we are going to reject these globalist institutions, because Bernie Sanders used to say that. In 2013, Bernie Sanders said, it does not make sense to me to bring hundreds of thousands of those workers into this country to work for minimum wage and compete with American kids. Bernie Sanders said in 2007, 6 years prior, if poverty is increasing and if wages are going down, I don't know why we need millions of people to be coming into this country as guest workers. What changed?
Well, I think that the main thing that changed is that the context of both of those quotes that you just read was not about whether there should be a pathway to citizenship. It was about exactly the opposite. It was about the Bush administration's interest in 2007 and then later revivals of it in 2013, attempts to create a guest worker program, which I think he rightly compared to legalized slavery. A lot of immigrant rights groups were actually against those proposals for the same reasons, because those are things that instead of giving people the rights of Americans so that they aren't afraid to do things like organize unions, those are things that would essentially just legalize the status quo.
Currently in love with a girl in a married for papers situation. Wish me luck, guys.
Currently in love with a girl in a married for papers situation. Oh, sounds like you're fucked. Good luck.
Who are not going to have those citizenship rights, who it's much easier to, it's easy to, who you can kick out of the country if their employer decides they don't like them anymore. And I think that that is a completely different thing. I think it could also, so I think in that case, I think there's less of a contradiction there than you think. But hey, look, Bernie Sanders is not.
Oh, wait. You're in love with a girl who's marrying somebody else for papers. I thought it was like marrying yourself. Oh, never mind. You're fucked. Rip.
My shirt, because I think that the man is infallible. I could rattle off a list of things that he's gotten wrong over the years, but the reason he is that I think he's been the most important champion of doing things like raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, like giving everybody health care, ending the wars, etc., that would actually really materially benefit the majority of the population. And I guess I really struggle when I hear, conservatives being interested in the welfare of the working class suddenly when it's this issue of competition from low-wage workers, which is a question of pitting some workers over other workers. But when it's a question of doing things that would benefit workers in general, like raising the minimum wage, like giving everybody health care, then suddenly it seems to be a different story. Suddenly it seems to be that this is too interventionist, this is too administrative state. I mean, kicking immigrants out seems like a big expansion of state power to me too.
Well, I want a small yet strong government. Strong in what it does, and foreign citizens, not foreign citizens, sure, or illegals in the country should be deported, should be taken out. And I think
I shouldn't have fought this fight.
Fuck! It's deep down you agree with, and that's what Norway gets right. They realize if you don't speak the language, you don't have a shared culture, then there's something that all of a sudden makes it less like a nation and more like a colony or more like a temporary place for corporations to make money. Let's talk about the minimum wage.
Let's talk about the
reason why
minimum wage.
I don't want abrupt, quick, let's say increases the minimum wage, is it actually hurts workers. Washington Post, a very credible news study on Seattle's $15 minimum wage, says the following: workers have seen cut payrolls, they've been put off hiring, reducing hours, or letting their workers go. That is Seattle. Another study from just Target, just because Target raised their wages abruptly in 2019, shows that workers say their hours were cut, leaving them struggling. Another one.
Okay, so
I can go through them. I have a whole packet of them.
Let's pause and do the first
Seattle,
couple.
the same thing.
I
go through New York.
First couple. In Seattle, there have been a bunch of different studies, including one from UC Berkeley, I know, that have, I don't know which one was published by Jeff Bezos' newspaper that you're referring to there.
Jeff Bezos' newspaper.
But there was another study from UC Berkeley saying that actually it had no effect on the employment rate in the restaurant industry, and it achieved its goals. I know if you look at the Congressional Budget Office, which oftentimes people with your position love to cite, they said that if you raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and by the way, I thought it was interesting.
Nice, blinding.
Because
that
I'm
was such
interested in how, whether you'd be okay with it if you did it slowly.
I think moderately kept up with inflation, done prudently, especially as we're about to have a period of mass inflation. I think that coupled with a workers' tax cut and other pro-growth policies wouldn't be the worst thing for the economy.
Okay.
No, I think that's a moderate economic position.
But keeping up with inflation, right?
You're
you're still saying the purchasing power of low-wage workers should be what it is now. And I would say that if you want to run this argument that, well, it's actually going to hurt, that's actually going to hurt workers more than help them.
The studies show that it has.
I don't think the studies do show that.
Well, so here's what it says. Low-wage workers.
Here's why. I understand what you're saying, that the studies show, some of the studies show that minimum wage increases lead to increased unemployment. That's the big claim that's usually made. Sometimes people will also say that leads to a reduction in hours, but the big one is usually increased unemployment. And so I'd say two things about this. First of all, the effect of minimum wage increases on employment is like the most studied thing in empirical economics.
Oh, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Sorry,
fuck. I'm like listening to this.
And there are studies you can find that say yes. There are a lot of studies that you can find that say no. And a word I almost never hear from people who say that it's going to lead to unemployment increases is meta-study, right? In other words, if you look at a bunch of studies over time and see since you could have, very small sample sizes and making big conclusions from very small sample sizes is generally, and then making a big deal about them in the press, that's how people end up believing that plants can drink and coffee cures cancer. That they looked at some study with some super small sample size, but when you do the meta study of a bunch of different studies, most of those show no. But let's say, for the sake of argument, yes. Let's say that it does lead to some unemployment increase.
Because you agree, certain studies do show that.
Yes, certain studies do show that. I think most of them, and especially meta studies over time, say no. But sure, let's say yes. So if yes, would that mean that it was going to hurt workers more than help them? Well, we could look at the Congressional Budget Office, what they said in 2019, which was that 2/3 confidence that you'd have a range of unemployment effects somewhere in between 0 and 3.7 million. And most likely, they said 1.3 million people would lose their jobs. Now, that's bad. I don't want 1.3 million people to lose their jobs.
That's a lot of jobs.
But they also said that 27 million people would keep the jobs that they have right now and be paid more and would have more purchasing power. And so we say, okay, we have 27 million people who are being lifted out of poverty by this. We have 1.3 billion people out of jobs. Now, even if there was nothing that you could do about that, I'd still say that treating this as a knockdown, well, this is going to help poor people, working poor people more than it's hurt them, more than it's going to help them, I don't think makes sense. But also, I don't think we have to accept that those 1.3 million people, if that's a true estimate, have to be permanently out of a job. We could have public works programs that could employ those 1.3 million people, give them dignified, unionized public sector jobs. And if you don't think that there's plenty of work for those 1.3 million people to do in terms of federal public works, trust me, I could give you a long list of things they could be doing.
Let me build out the study, and then I want to ask you about it. So low-wage workers on average now clock 9% fewer hours, earn $125 less each month. That's Seattle. There's another one, New York City businesses struggle to keep up after a minimum wage increase. Would you support eliminating the FICA contribution for workers? That's a 7% tax on wages before we even talked about raising the minimum wage.
Well, I'd like to talk.
How would you eliminate the FICA contribution? You're going to defund Social Security and Medicare? Mate, how about let's not do that, okay?
Talk about raising the minimum wage with no preconditions,
but why not the workers' tax cut? That's what I always don't understand, because we tax workers at 7%. 7% of our workers here lose their paycheck as half of their FICA contribution. I never hear that from workers' rights advocates.
Because why would you cut your funding for Social Security and Medicare? What are you talking about? Ben, I hope Ben knows what FICA funds.
Why?
Well, I think that first of all, the first question you'd have to ask is what's the money that's going to be generated by that for those workers? Then the second question that you want to ask is what's going to be lost on the other end in terms of services if that's cut. And I think that paying people a higher minimum wage, having those 27 million people get a living wage.
I can give them a 7%. I can give them a 7% wage increase tomorrow.
And
it's called cutting the FICA tax.
Yeah.
Every working person deserves 7% of their wages that are currently being taken by them by the government. Why don't you instantaneously agree?
So what are you going to? Well, because I know what the other shoe is that's going to drop there. What are you going to cut to pay for that tax increase?
Oh fuck, he doesn't know what FICA funds. Oh no! How does he know so much? He knew so many other answers, but he doesn't know anything about FICA taxes. How do you guys, you got to know what your taxes go to, okay? So FICA taxes
is, what does it stand for? I don't know what the word stand for. It's the Federal Insurance Contributions Act, okay? So your FICA is split into two things, okay? Some of it goes towards Social Security, and let me see, hold on. It's Social Security and Medicare. I don't know if any of it pays into the unemployment. I think it's just Social Security and Medicare. So it's two things. So FICA is it's like a 15.7% tax, I think. Your employer pays half and you pay the other half. Now, the vast majority of your FICA taxes go towards Social Security. You get that back when you retire. That's what Social Security is, okay? If you're going to talk about cutting FICA taxes, well, okay, we're going to be cutting our funding to Social Security and Medicare? Is that really a good idea? This is like a really sneaky way for Charlie Kirk to like defund like our arguably some of our best administered and most successful social programs that almost everybody likes. Yeah, I don't know. It's really dumb.
There's plenty. I could name a whole litany of departments I think I would cut to try to pay for it. But let's pretend that it's paid for, like everything Washington, D.C. says.
Yes,
Wouldn't it be worth it?
If you could cut workers' wages and not
wages, the
taxes. The taxes on workers' wages. If you could cut that, and on the other end, there would be absolutely no loss in anything that's a beneficial thing that's going to make workers' lives better, then sure, why not? But I think I think you should still raise the minimum wage, because I think, again, having those 27 million people now having a living wage, having the ripple effects for lots of people who are already making more than minimum wage, that's going to increase their wages, and then 1.3 million people need new jobs. Trust me, we can take care of that.
So you're obviously no fan of President Trump or his administration. During his presidency, the bottom 10% of workers actually had an income grow faster than the top 10% of workers. And so what we saw—
I am so curious how he arrived at that number. Your income? Is he talking about overall compensation or literally just your W-2 wages? Because if I had to guess, W-2 wages for the top 1% of this country probably don't grow very much. But that's because your W-2 wages, the paychecks you get from a company, aren't accounting for the vast majority of the wealth you're increasing yourself by. Because most of your wealth increase are coming from the increases in capital investments that you don't have to, like, it's not accounted for in a W-2 wage. There's 0% chance that under Trump, the bottom 10% of people increased their whatever more than the top, like, 1% or 10%, unless you're literally just going by W-2 increases. I'm really curious where that number comes from.
It's a real blue-collar boom over
in
the prior administration.
I think what we
without having to abruptly raise the minimum wage. And the reason was, let me just finish, is an emphasis on entrepreneurship. This is an indicator that I don't hear talked about a lot, which is how many new businesses are being started. And when you raise the minimum wage, it's harder for the deli owner, the dry cleaner, to enter into the market, because all of a sudden the labor pool is like, man, $15 an hour, I could barely pay to keep the lights on. So if we want new business, and you agree, entrepreneurship is a good thing, right?
I think it's good to have new businesses. I'd like.
Oh shit, Jamie dropped to. Wait, did it drop to 183 or did it rise to 183? I don't remember what it was at before. Oh no, it's just chilling. It's still chilling around here. That mother of all short squeezes is coming soon, guys.
More of them to be organized as worker cooperatives.
We're going to talk about unions in a second.
We could get into that.
I want to get deep into unions.
But I do just want to say on what you're claiming about the Trump economy, because I think this is an important point, right? So yes, sure. What explains those numbers that you just mentioned? You'd say it's a new emphasis on entrepreneurship. I'd say it's two things.
I could go through other things
too,
including an energy renaissance.
But I think the primary things are two things. One, that quite a few states during that time period actually did raise their minimum wage, and I think that had a big effect on that. Two, sure, that employment increases give workers more bargaining power, which a lot of conservatives now object to. They say, oh, nobody wants to work. But employment increases give workers more bargaining power in the labor market, and that's a good thing. But that's not really this new emphasis on entrepreneurship that Trump was doing. If you look at all the employment figures, whether you're looking at the overall civilian employment rate in the United States, or whether you're breaking it down, black, white, Hispanic, whatever, all of those, you see the same trend, which is that in 2009, at the beginning of the Obama presidency, when the effects of the 2008 crash were really coming in, all of those were way up here. That it was like, you have like 10% unemployment. Over the course of the 8 years of Obama, it goes from 10% to 4.7% overall civilian, unemployment. And then sure, under the 4 years of Trump, or, like we'll give them a pass for the COVID part, but under those years of Trump, then you go from 4.7 to 3.5. So that is a continuation at an overall slower rate, but a continuation of what had happened before. And the reason I'm bringing that up is not that I'm a big Obama guy. I mean, look.
No, I know you're not.
As you know, I'm a Bernie Sanders would be a good start guy. But
and I want to get into that too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think you are
cleverly
cloaking your radicalism in three issues that are agreed upon. We're going to get to the
I don't think so. I think I front-loaded the radicalism and said these would be baby steps in the right direction. And I'm very confused about how you could be a populist without supporting those baby steps.
We're all Hegelians now, I suppose. Let me ask you this question.
No. But I do want to finish the point because I think it's an important one, right?
How many books by Hegel do you think Kirk has read here? Okay. We don't celebrate Nazism here. Okay, hey. Earnings for the bottom 10% are rising faster than earnings for the top 10%. Earnings for the bottom 10% seem to be rising faster, but not by much, and there are different ways to crunch the data. The measure he used also undercounts the earnings of the top 10%. State-level hikes in the minimum wage might have affected the earnings trends. One of President Donald Trump's central promises was to produce a rising economy that lifts all boats. At a rally in Wildwood, New Jersey, he touted record low unemployment rates, especially for African-Americans and Hispanics. Policies there's a blue-collar boom, Trump said January 28th. Earnings for the bottom 10% are rising faster than earnings for the top. I wonder what earnings means. I wish I knew what earnings means. Is earnings total compensation, or is earnings your W-2 paycheck? Does anybody know what the is it the BLS? When they say earnings, does earnings include your total compensation? There's data for each quarter and each year. The quarter numbers back Trump up, but the yearly numbers are more reliable. They capture seasonal employment and have a lower standard error. Looking at the changes from year to year, earnings for the lowest 10% grew faster in only 1 year, 2018. Here's how that looks. So Trump is right for only one of the 3 years of his presidency. We also looked at the change between 2016, the year before Trump took office. This is a percentage change as well. 2016, 2019, the low wage earners saw 46% compared to 35%. This is 2016 to 2019. The data's limitations. The earnings data misses income from a second part-time job that many low-wage earners rely on, but more significant are the dollars it misses on the high end. It doesn't count the self-employed at all. Interesting. About 10% of the workforce, which in the higher income groups includes lawyers, engineers, financial advisors, and other lucrative professions. The earnings growth in that group could be very high because that's where we've seen some of the highest income growth over the past 30 years. Plus, the survey doesn't count earnings over $150,000. Wait, what? The survey doesn't count earnings over $150,000. Someone making $250,000 would be entered as earning $149,999. That makes the high-end number of the data artificially low. This measure is not well suited to the comparison of the extremes that Trump makes. Interesting. Hold on one second. What's your take on the corporate tax? I don't like corporate taxes. They're garbage, okay? Raise income taxes, raise capital gains taxes. Hold on one second.
I don't know if this needs to be said over and over again, but guys, Dune did not look that good. Okay, Dune was not an impressive looking movie. There were like one or two like, wow, it's the desert shots, but otherwise it's not like a lot of cool shots in the movie. I'm sorry, guys. It's just true. I'm sorry. I'm just letting you know, okay? This is an annual earnings definition. Oh, okay. Doesn't include bonuses, commissions, overtime pay, and extra compensation. What does that mean? Does that include stocks? Do stocks show up on like a W-2 as like in-kind compensation, or? Your stock event is a bonus? Okay. All right. Wait, no.
It's that I think that if you're going to say the populist thing about, Trump and, Trump economics, even though this is a guy who appointed hardcore union busters to the National Labor Relations Board, this is a guy who tried to throw millions of people off of health care, in terms of going against the Medicaid expansion. This is a guy, who tried to make it a lot harder to qualify for food aid for those families he talked about. That the big populist thing is that he oversaw economic growth and hence job growth. Well, hey, if that's enough to be a populist, Barack Obama was a better populist than he was, and Bill Clinton was a big populist because he oversaw lots of economic growth in the 1990s.
What I am saying, though, is that it's mischaracterized that the people that you say you care about, the lower workers, actually did really well under those 4 years. I think Trump could have been more conservative, more populist in certain things. And just to clarify on the food stamp issue, millions of people got off of food stamps under Trump voluntarily because their wages went up. But I don't want to get too bogged. I really don't want to get too bogged down on the Trump presidency
you had
thing.
that extra 1% change of unemployment going down, which is a continuation of previous trends. But
so let me kind of ask you more broadly. I guess we could go into some of these other aspects.
I have a question I'd love to ask you in a minute, by the way, but go for it.
Yeah, you're free to do that too, by the way. Do you trust the government?
Do I trust the government? Do I trust the government to tell me the truth, to do things that no, the government, by and large, that I think that those millionaires and billionaires, the guy in the shirt likes to talk about, exert vastly too much influence. But here's where I think people often go wrong from that true premise that the government is untrustworthy. I think premise is fine, but the conclusion, therefore we should have less government, in the sense of we should have less expansive social services, we shouldn't give everybody health care. I think that that's a fundamental confusion, because I think that there's a difference between talking about what the government can do to you, and there we're talking about police, ICE, the expansion of the national security state,
this is important.
And what the government has a legal obligation to do for you in terms of supporting what I would see as fundamental human rights.
Wait, real quick. How is it that... Oh, no, never mind. I'm an idiot. Just kidding.
It's like healthcare and education.
Let me tell you where I think there's a flaw in this, and I really want you to talk about this. You say healthcare and education. There must be bureaucrats to enforce these things. You need the administrative state. So then you get the CDC, you get the NIH, you get unregulated agencies that you, as being someone who focuses on democracy, focuses on the power of the people, where is the check and balance against the CDC, the NIH, HHS? For every government program, you need hundreds of thousands of desk workers, which is where the word bureaucrat comes from in French. So you say you don't trust the government, yet you support expanding the social services, which will then necessarily expand government. Why do you want to expand something you don't trust?
Well, first of all, congratulations on the French vocabulary. I like it. But
I have other words too. We could après nous les déluge, which means after me the flood. We could talk about all my favorite French terms if you'd like. We could do a whole thing. You write for the Jacobin magazine, for goodness sake, so we could exchange notes on Robespierre and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I've only read the confessions once. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'd be
Our
happy to
relationships
do
get
all of that. Although, you know, my French is like Duolingo. I can't do that much. But
On deux, trois, constant, I'm done. I promise.
But I would say that if you don't want
Epic, bro.
bureaucrats to have more power, if that's the big objection.
No, that's part of the objection.
Okay,
it's an element of it.
Sure. So let's start with that element. So if you don't want bureaucrats to have more power, then the thing that you should really object to, right? Because you said earlier, you know, you think we got to have some kind of social safety net. So we're agreeing that there are some social services programs. We're arguing about how expansive they should be and how they should work. So
generous versus limited.
Sure. Okay, but this is the thing. If you want those bureaucrats to have less power, you don't want limited. That's the last thing that you want. You want generous, and here's why. Here's why.
You're gonna have to convince me on this one.
I know. Like I really liked what you just did there. Like that was some good. You know,
So to restrain their power, you must give them a lot of power.
No, you're not giving them any power. You're taking away their power. It's a really simple argument. Here's how it goes. That means-tested programs give power to bureaucrats. When you say you have to jump through all these hoops to qualify for something, and there's some bureaucrat who gets to decide whether you get it or not,
here's why you're
bureaucrats have more power. Whereas when you say this is a legal right that every single person has as a citizen, no Canadian is having a bureaucrat decide whether they qualify for healthcare. Or in Finland, you talked about all of the policies that, you know, in Norway that you thought would be an issue for me. Finland
is the poorest
where they have
country.
Okay, I don't think it's because of this, but you know, in Finland where they don't even have private schools, and certainly you have a right to higher education as a citizen, the way that you have historically in lots of countries, and I think it's worked very well. But when you have that, you don't have, you know, students jumping through financial aid, bureaucracy, you know, hurdles, and does this person qualify to get school? Does that person qualify to school?
Keep in mind, Finland is Nordic, not Scandinavian. Scandinavia is only Norway, Sweden, Denmark. And then wait, did I say Nordic? Finland, Sweden, Denmark are the 3 Scandinavian countries. And then Nordic includes Iceland and Finland. I think Iceland is Scandinavia too. I don't think Iceland counts as Scandinavia. I think it's just those 3. Oh, and Greenland. Wait, Iceland might count as Scandinavia. Hold on, let me check. Destiny is right. Norway, not Denmark. Scandinavia refers to Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. No, fuck you. I was right in the beginning. Scandinavia is Denmark, Norway, Sweden. If you say Nordic, then you can expand that to Finland and Iceland. And then like the Faroe Islands, whatever the fuck that is, and maybe Greenland. But nobody cares about those shit. It's like 10 people that live in those places.
Bureaucrats have the power to decide what's up, because that's the case where bureaucrats have power over you. If everybody gets something as a right of citizenship, bureaucrats have no power in that circumstance.
But let me ask you something, though. So you want Medicare for all.
Yeah.
Yet HHS is the largest civilian branch of our government. So as we have expanded Medicare, as we have expanded Medicaid, it hasn't been means tested as you want. We have hundreds of thousands of desk workers that are doing the means testing. Are you qualified?
Yeah.
Medicare reimbursements. And so even under your example,
but Medicaid,
it's woefully idealistic. The point is
Medicaid is a means
you
tested.
You cannot have a generous social program without a massive bureaucratic and, dare I say, corrupt administrative state.
Well, I think
Woodrow Wilson would say that.
Well,
you need the administrative state.
You think I like Woodrow Wilson, the guy who
probably he was a college professor? So, and a college president. So he's kind of in your world.
Well, okay. Trust me, neither of those things earn any points for me. But but I think that
that's fair.
But I mean, Woodrow Wilson is the guy who resegregated the federal bureaucracy after it was integrated. He put Eugene G. Debs in jail. Nobody on the left is going to see Woodrow Wilson as a hero. Liberals. Nobody on the left. But I was just going to say,
I know plenty of people that would, but that's fine.
I don't think you're going to find a lot of socialists.
FDR, LBJ, John Dewey, all these people believed in a strong administration.
Well, I mean, you're rattling off a bunch of liberals, but that's okay. We don't need to argue about the historical figures. Let's just say this. If you're talking about administrative state, bureaucracy, well, your example is Medicaid, which is a means-tested program. And even at that, even despite the means testing, which is the part that gives the bureaucrats their power, which is also the part I'm objecting to, even despite that, we're talking about bureaucracies. As I think you mentioned earlier, the government has no monopoly on bureaucracies, plenty of bureaucracies in the private sector. And if you want to know which programs have the smallest overhead, right? Even Medicaid, even despite the means testing, Medicaid, Medicare, all of those have much smaller administrative overhead than any of the private insurance companies, because the private insurance companies, one, they have to plan out their strategy for competing with each other, and two, the private insurance companies have a vast bureaucracy that is dedicated to finding ways to deny people's claims, because they've always got one eye on the bottom line for shareholders. And one question I'm very curious about, by the way, is that you object for all of these reasons. You think it's too interventionist. You think it's too much administrative state to just providing everybody with health care.
These are all elements of the critique.
Providing people with health care as a human right, so that you can have like what people I know in the UK always tell me, which is, hey,
our Forgotten Shrine's good.
When whatever, my mom got cancer, when whatever the situation is, people will say, the only person I ever talked about this was with a doctor, which is very different from Americans' experience with healthcare. If you can object to that on the grounds that that's too much big government, I am really curious whether you'd say the same thing for like fire services. Like would you be okay with it if we didn't have public fire services?
Absolutely not. As I said, small but strong.
Okay.
The government exists, as it says in the preamble of the Constitution, amongst many other things, to secure the blessings of liberty, to ensure domestic tranquility. And Hamilton said it best, that you need a nimble yet effective federal government, good at what it does, but not overreaching. And that's the whole idea of conservative populism, is within this constitutional republic framework. I'm a big fan of firefighters, police officers. I'm a big fan of Border Patrol. I'm a big fan of all these sort of things. But when all of a sudden I believe you get outside of the constitutional limits, is where you birth this fourth branch of government. And our mutual hatred of Woodrow Wilson is a perfect example of this, because he really believed the state, this is a Hegelian idea, will usher in that utopia, that the state is God, that through the mechanisms of the state, we will be able to turn the chapter and with it remake man. He wasn't the only person that believed that. FDR did, Lyndon Baines Johnson did as well, where we as conservatives and conservative populists say, hold on a second, that is not what the state is there to do for. Let me just say one last thing.
How do I get rid of sepsis?
The state is there to preserve the natural law with prudence and wisdom, to hopefully develop families and foster children, not to try to remake human beings. When it comes to healthcare, not only do I have a moral complaint that it's not the role of government, it's also not good at doing it, and it also hurts the everyday common man. So I have two.
I don't think either of those things are true.
But I have a moral argument, and I also have a utilitarian argument. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Let's start with the moral argument, because I am very unclear on this, because why is it that having public firefighters or public police is not overreach, but having public health care is? Why would it be objectionable if instead of having public fire services that everybody gets to use, you had everybody just having to have private fire insurance? And if you had a better private fire insurance plan, they'd probably put out your fire faster. Or maybe we had public fire insurance, but only for people, the poorest people or the oldest people, which would be the exact equivalent for healthcare. Or the same thing for policing, the equivalent, for like security insurance, because all of these things seem very similar to me, because having your house burned down, being victimized by a crime, or needing chemotherapy, those are all cases where your life and limb is in danger. Like, these seem pretty parallel to me. What do you see as the big disanalogy?
So the first problem is mostly local, police and fire, so therefore it's more accountable.
Okay.
So the dollars don't go to some sort of albatross to the kingdom of Washington, D.C., of unelected, unknown, kind of just unchecked bureaucrats. That's number one. Number
relationship
two,
points?
we do have a system in the country, despite what you're saying, where if you need health care, you will be taken care of. Is it broken? Is it inadequate?
I just said, though, right?
Well, hold on a second. I'm saying it is illegal to deny someone service of care. Illegal. Now, do we have problems with our healthcare system?
No one cares about emergency rooms. That's not what we're talking about.
I could strike a huge bargain with you. I think that there are elements of the German system that are admirable. I will say that, where you have a public system and a private system. Where I start to all of a sudden say timeout, no go, no fly zone, is where I hear people like Bernie Sanders, and I'm paraphrasing, who want to get rid of private insurance as we know it. That's a big mistake. Here's how I think the biggest problem with healthcare is. It's not individualized. It's way too bureaucratic, way too top down. And yes, we have pharmaceutical companies that are addicting people to drugs that they should not be addicted to. We have a sick care problem in our country, and I agree with a lot of people on the left with this. On this, maybe we'll agree that we have an obesity problem, we have a problem of how we get our food, we have a corporate farming problem. I agree with all those things. Do I think that a government-run system of healthcare that will be more similar to how the IRS or how the Postal Service works, that's how somehow going to be the solution to that? Absolutely not.
Well,
But
I
if
mean,
you put me in a room,
the Postal Service is say
that again?
The Postal Service is amazing. It has been an engine of upward mobility. It has been
All
an
right,
engine of racial equality. If you building the black middle class, massively an engine of that.
Have you ever used the Postal Service?
Okay, who says this? Have you ever used the Postal Service? Yeah. Wait, have you ever mailed shit? I don't understand. The Postal Service is like one of the, like, if you were going to attack a public institution, why would you attack the Postal Service, which like can guarantee like the delivery of a parcel or letter in like 2 days or whatever to any single fucking part of the United States? Of all the things that you could ever attack, why would you attack the Postal Service? The Postal Service does pretty fucking well. And because of the weird like stipulations or regulations that are tied to it, the Postal Service has to pay for itself. It's not even allowed to like draw, I don't think it's allowed to draw from public funds and shit. Like the Postal Service is supposed to be self-sustaining. And I think it's even more brutal than that because not only does it have to be self-sustaining, they have to like prove the income for like their future pensions and shit as well. Like,
and the Postal Service will carry a letter from here to Alaska
So will FedEx.
for no, not for the same price, and they're certainly not going to serve.
You know it's going to get there.
No, I do not know that, and it's certainly not going to do it. It's never going to get there with as much service to out of the way rural areas.
I got to give you credit.
Anything.
I've never heard anyone defend the Post Office.
That's because you don't know anybody that mails anything ever, you dumb fuck. Come on.
Cheap. Well, you need to talk to more people because, like, the post office is an amazing institution, and it should be massively expanded. In fact, one of the best things I think they have in some of those
fight no more than 3 road
is
battles.
postal banking, which, if we did that, Bernie Sanders' proposal would immediately put out of business all the payday loan vampires that prey on unbanked people, would create millions of new, good unionized jobs. Postal Service is great, but I do want to go back because I don't want this.
I got to
I don't want this to get lost.
The Post Office lost hundreds of thousands of packages and was 6 months late. That's who you want to run our healthcare system?
I think that.
Wait, is there like? Can we look up like packages lost between FedEx, UPS, USPS? Is there like a data on this or whatever? Packages lost between FedEx, UPS, data? How often lose package? USPS, UPS, FedEx. You have a Quora. Which shipping carrier is best? Sure, UPS's loss rate is high, and by loss I mean, wait, what? Many hopes that people need to understand the possibility of UPS losing a package are much higher than you imagine. They've managed to lose and not recover 2 ultra high value packages in a span of 3 months, and a few before that. The record is dismal. This guy sounds like. That was about the UPS, also not the USPS. Sorry. But even so, I wouldn't. I don't know if data is publicly posted about lost packages. Whatever.
First of all, I think that if you actually have a fair look at the numbers, I think the Postal Service does do a really good job. I think that oftentimes when people say no, they are not using the same metrics to evaluate it they'd use to evaluate everything else. But if you want to know something that would be very much like what Medicare for All would be like if we had it in the United States, then I'd say looking at delivery of packages is probably not what you want to do. What you probably want to look at is countries like Canada, where they already have Medicare for All, Great Britain, where they've gone further, and the hospitals are publicly owned.
That's all the. Let's talk about that.
Well, okay, but those are places.
That's a different
where,
thing.
Where people live longer, where fewer of their babies die, where the rate of mortality amenable to healthcare is way better. Or look, you said you want it to be local, that you don't like the fact.
Super local.
Sure, local, great. So if all the hospitals were municipally owned, you'd be cool with that?
All the hospitals, it would be, well, first of all, that's actually the case in a lot of places. There's a lot of county-run hospitals all across the country.
I'm not denying they're county-run.
Actually.
Make him answer the question.
So you wouldn't be okay with that. So it really has nothing to do with centralization.
Well, no, it does. Trust me. The city of Chicago can be equally, if not more corrupt than the Kingdom of Washington, D.C.
Is it going to be more corrupt than the private insurance companies?
I mean, that's a good question.
Okay,
Let me ask you a question.
But you did also say, right? And I
Make
really
him
want
answer
to make sure
that local is generally better, but I'm not going to die on the Cook County is a great county hill.
Well, this does go back to what you said earlier, though, when I asked you about fire protection, because you said, well, the difference is that nobody could be turned down from the hospital.
That is a law.
Yes, that is a law. I'm glad that it's a law.
I am too.
Okay, good, wonderful. We agree on that. That is a good government intervention to stop the private sector from doing what it would otherwise do and did otherwise do before that law was passed. But also, I would say, do the equivalent for the fire services. That the only people who get it without having to pay at the point of service are the poorest people, are the oldest people. Everybody else has to rely on private fire insurance, which varies wildly in quality. And if you don't have private fire insurance and you're not poor enough to qualify for the means-tested, bureaucrat-enabling system for poor people, and you're not old enough for the other one, and you end up having to have the fire department come and save you anyway, then you have a giant bill that's going to bankrupt you. Do you think that sounds like a fair system?
No. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So here's where, how do you define healthcare? This is a very important question, right? Because healthcare could be, hey, I just got a gunshot wound I need to be taken care of. Absolutely. Or healthcare could be, I'm 800 pounds overweight, I'm eating terribly, I have no sort of interest to exercise or eat well. Why all of a sudden should that person be put into the same exact level of care of someone that has saved money and taken care of their health? Why should someone...
Oh my God, the best counter question here would be, do you think somebody that's not vaccinated then should get preferential treatment versus somebody that is vaccinated in hospitals or vice versa or whatever? Oh my God, that would be such a killer question. God, that would be such a killer question.
Who's 800 pounds overweight be given in this sort of, realm? Why should human agency and choice have zero emphasis at all?
What you're describing, the only difference between that and what already exists in the United States is that we would have to add, and they're rich enough that they can afford really high quality medical care. Right now, somebody who's 800 pounds, who doesn't watch their diet, who chain smokes, etc.
I agree. Yes,
but
you could add chain smoking.
But sure, all those things.
So you think that none of that should be given a preference?
Well, here's what I'm saying: that I think in the system that we have right now, somebody who checks every single one of those boxes, but is rich enough to afford the best medical care, skips in line ahead of the person who takes care of their health, exercises every day, doesn't smoke, eats well, but lost their job or just is cobbling together 4 part-time jobs like so many Americans are, and thus doesn't have employer health insurance.
It's an interesting question. So you believe just because you have better money, you shouldn't be able to have better stuff?
I believe...
Or more money, better stuff?
I believe that when it comes to something like healthcare, no.
That's a very broad thing.
I do not believe that people should get life-saving services preferentially because of how much money they have. I think that...
So how much money they've saved? How about that? Someone saved their whole life, and they said, in case there's a disaster, I'm going to put $500 away a month. They get to age 45, and all of a sudden they realize that they have some sort of health complication. They shouldn't be able to take advantage of the money they've saved for their entire life?
Well, this actually goes back to the very first thing that I said, like the opening couple sentences.
Of what is justice, I guess, right?
That I said, because what I said is that I don't want some people to have dramatically worse lives than others because of factors outside of their control. Now,
what about things they can control, though?
Well, if we
saving money.
If we lived in a world where all economic inequality was due to thrift versus indolence or laziness versus industriousness, I would have much less objection to this stuff than I do in the world where we actually live, where somebody who saved up their whole lives, but then they have they have unexpected medical expenses that bankrupt them, which happens all the time. That they have is going to get worse health care than somebody who has never saved at all, but is somebody if Hunter Biden, right, had some massive medical bill tomorrow,
he would probably have. I mean, yeah, considering his lifestyle.
Sure, right. So if Hunter Biden had that huge medical bill tomorrow, then he would get in line ahead of people
for multiple reasons, both access to power and also money.
Sure.
So that's a good example.
Those are both bad things, but they have
largely unearned, and I agree.
Sure. So, and I would say the same thing about the Walton children. I would say the same thing about anybody who is inheriting money. When you go to the hospital, or you go to buy.
Sorry, meme time. Quick meme. I genuinely don't know why I was banned. Context: Bad Bunny was talking about fat phobia. So here are his recent messages. I guess it's because being skinny just doesn't scream unhealthy in the same way that being fat does. I didn't realize how many people hated fat people, but until recently, lol. Yes, why are you harassing me? I'm just chilling, bro. And then he said, I did get into a slight argument earlier, though. Some dude was being racist towards white people, so I was like, bro, that's racist. And then everyone thought I was dumb. They also thought I was white, even though I'm black. Bunny banned you herself. Also, you can't be racist towards white people. Racism is systemic. It requires a dominant power hierarchy. This is not something black people benefit from, but suffer at the hands of. You can be discriminatory towards white people, sure, but racist, no. Anyways, don't expect an unban from me, since Bunny herself was annoyed enough by you to process the ban. I just want to explain real quick how stupid this is. So, you can be discriminatory, but not racist, okay? The funny thing is that if they were using these words, if they knew what any of these words mean, they would actually flip that, in that, yeah, you can be racist towards somebody, but you can't be discriminatory towards somebody. Racism implies hating somebody because of some racial attribute. Discrimination implies selectively choosing people based on a trait. If we're going to say that an unjust hierarchy exists between two groups, that means that one group has the ability to enact discrimination, meaning choosing somebody other than somebody else. So white people as a class could discriminate against black people when it comes to choosing jobs, but anybody could be racist. If you wanted to really get into well, what do these words mean, Because technically, you can be discriminatory towards people but not racist. That doesn't make any sense. If I go online and I start spamming, oh, I don't like this guy, he's an N-word, or I don't like this dude because he's this race, I'm not really discriminating. I'm not choosing between one. I mean, I guess maybe in a very colloquial sense, but I am being racist, right? Much the same that if an employer is I'm not going to hire that guy because he's black or Asian. Well, now I am engaging in racial discrimination, right? It's it's a really weird way to flip these words on its head, I guess, when you really just want to be racist and try to find a way not to be.
Insurance, they don't ask you, did this money come from being thrifty and saving your whole life?
Let me ask you a question.
Or did this money come from stock ownership? Or did this money come from inheritance? They just ask, do you have the money to afford this?
And that's part of markets, right? Is that you're not able to make a moral claim for every dollar bill, but generally markets will go towards value and value creation. I actually want to close this thought on one thing, because it goes to your other thing that
actually, could I mean, if you'll indulge me, could I ask you a 30-second question?
Sure, because I really want to close that point.
I know we're coming up to it,
yes.
but I'm so fascinated by this, right?
Fascinated.
So we agreed earlier.
Is it the firefighter thing again?
It's not the firefighter.
Okay, good.
Okay. Although, I think there's more to discuss there.
I'm very anti-fire.
They have that's good. You should be equally anti-cancer. And then just like we have fire departments, we should have Medicare for all.
That's why I think people who eat well and don't smoke and make good decisions should be rewarded for human agency.
Yeah.
Man, dude, Ben Burgis, the philosophy professor, could just drill on this. You just cannot tie healthcare access to your personal life choices. It is just the hairiest, messiest. You just absolutely can't do it. It's really hard to even do it for the vaccine mandate shit. It's so difficult to dive into that thing. How responsible ought you be for your healthcare? Do we stop helping cancer patients that worked in factories that had smoke, that were around secondhand smoke? There's just yeah.
Which is not at all what
because the inverse of your statement. I just want to make sure this is clear. The inverse is you say that people should not be penalized for factors outside of their control. The inverse is that I think people should be rewarded for factors inside of their control.
Yeah, and most of what we've got.
You are rewarded. You're rewarded with good health.
Now is not about.
No, I agree with that.
But
I want a system that rewards people for good choices.
Okay, so here's what I want to ask, real quick. Sure. I promise. So, We established earlier how much we both liked Jeff Bezos.
Yes.
Dislike best Jeff Bezos.
Are you going to ask me, should I raise his taxes?
Well, because this is why I'm curious about it.
Because
I saw in 2019.
Yes, with Kyle Kalinske.
Yeah, and he asked you, would you be willing to raise Jeff Bezos' taxes by like 1% to provide housing for every single homeless veteran? And your response at that time was that you'd hope he'd do it voluntarily. And I think at this point we've established that's not going to happen. He'd prefer to buy a spaceship. So
that's probably true. Yeah. So if you put a gun to my head, would I raise his taxes? I mean, I guess if I was a representative, I guess yes.
Okay, that's good.
For other reasons.
This is progress. I'm so proud of you,
Let me
Charlie.
tell you. I said, I guess conditionally, if all of a sudden there would be a comparable piece of legislation alongside of it that would actually value and prioritize things I cared about. If it was just to raise his taxes to go into the current albatross pit of the administrative state, I'd rather have him buy spaceships than give money to Fauci.
But if it was earmarked for a housing for homeless veterans, and you would say yes.
The answer is yes, because I think Jeff Bezos, from a
this
moral
is such
standpoint,
good progress.
But let me tell you why. Let me clarify why.
Sure.
Jeff Bezos games your favorite department, the Postal Service. He games the corporate tax loophole system. Jeff Bezos has a total disregard for what I consider to be the American way of life, and he has this weird fascination of going into orbit. And guess what? I hope he stays there.
Okay. Well, I congratulate you on this progress.
Well, I mean, you could call it progress. You could also call it a commitment to prudence. I want to ask you a question. I will get back to the other question I want to ask you.
Ask away.
And I want to get more into philosophy here. What's your view of Karl Marx?
My view of Karl Marx is pretty positive. I think that
Karl Marx?
I think that you can certainly find things like anybody who's writing in the mid-19th century that, you know, if there's nothing that you think is wrong about 150 years later, then like something has gone very wrong, right? You know, there should be ways that you can say, no, this part no longer makes sense. You got to rethink that. I think you have to look at it a la carte, but I think that Karl Marx is a basically positive figure. I think that the theory of history
Karl Marx.
Right.
I thought he said Karl Marx. I'm so sorry.
And I also, I see you smiling. Happy to get into it.
I'm happy to debate the Hegelian dialectic and the phenomenology of spirit.
Oh, okay.
No, not debate it. We can discuss it.
Not where I thought this was going, but that's cool. But I mean
that's basically what you mean by the theory of history,
I don't think it is. I think there's a big difference there.
He was the head of the young Hegelians.
Well, he started out as a Hegelian, and then he rejected it in favor of what in some ways structurally is similar, but in some ways is the opposite because it's based on materialism. But here's what I do think when we talk
Two
about
men
Marx.
unequipped to talk philosophy, happy to talk. Ben Burgis is literally a philosophy professor. He's a PhD. If anybody, he should be able to discuss this.
Because I think that there's an interesting thing that happens here, that when people talk about Marx, they tend to say, well, any like dictator who existed in the 20th century, who claimed to be inspired by Marx, you know, people who were born decades after he died, that discredits everything that Marx said. But then when we're talking about a philosopher like John Locke, who a lot of
love John Locke.
Yeah, right. And then, but then like John Locke, you know, the man both philosophically justified and was personally involved in the slave trade, given his role, you know, formulating the Constitution of South Carolina colony. The man philosophically justified the genocidal dispossession of Native Americans.
That's a misinterpretation.
Well, I think so, right? Because like his view is they don't really have property rights because they're not using the land properly, and so they haven't mixed their labor with it in the right way to establish a right to it. Whereas not only did Marx never not praise any dictatorships that were alive, you know, when he was alive, his model for what he thought transition to socialism would look like was the Paris Commune, which was ultra-democratic. And the only head of state anywhere in the world who he liked enough to send a friendly telegram to was the democratically elected Abraham Lincoln, who he liked for anti-slavery reasons.
So there's a lot of things I want to get into. So with the Paris Commune.
Yeah, sure.
Are you your favorable view of that? You do write for the Jacobin magazine, so I imagine. Do you think that? I guess this is a question about human nature.
Sure.
Sure.
Do you take a Rousseauian view of human nature? Do you think man is born free and remains the rest of his life in chains, or do you believe in tabula rasa, like blank slate, or what is your view of human nature?
Okay, sure.
Because I think that's
tabula rasa, guys.
Sure.
We took the quiz.
So we covered this a little bit earlier, but I'm happy to go back into it. So I think that, as far as human nature goes, Are people fundamentally kind and decent and cooperative? Are people fundamentally selfish and cruel? I think that I think that to fully answer that, you need to get really deep into evolutionary psychology and a lot of other things. And the answer is incredibly murky. I think the only really honest thing you can say about it is what David Hume says in his essay on the afterlife, when he says that it would be really hard to sort out who deserves to go to heaven and who goes to hell, because most of us float somewhere between vice and virtue. But what I think is that almost everybody gets the relationship between the human nature issue and the capitalism and socialism issue exactly wrong.
So tell me why.
Because
you touched on this earlier.
Yeah, I did touch on this earlier.
Okay, because if you have a Hobbesian view of human nature, you think that you should actually want big government.
I'm happy to get into it. So I think that...
which is what Hobbes believes, I guess.
I certainly don't want big government in Hobbes' sense. This gets back to
the Leviathan.
This gets back to the distinction between the things that government could do to you, like break up families and deport people, and the things that government is under a legal obligation
I have to stop you there.
To do for
Stop
you.
him.
Really think
Stop him.
that government has the ability to restrain itself from saying, this is what I can do, what we could do for you. You think government can have this dividing line between benevolence and malevolence?
You don't think the government can restrain itself? I thought you were all about limited government.
Well, constitutionally, absolutely.
Okay, so you think the government
but only if
could obey restraints about what it's supposed to do?
Only with the fierce limits of courts and not even establishing those departments in the first place. That the best way to limit government is to not create those departments or those means to do it.
Well, I think
not have a spy agency domestically, for example. It's like, we're only going to spy on a couple people.
Well, okay, so I think that might be the first thing.
What I'm saying is once you introduce that power, it will be abused.
Other than your hatred of Jeff Bezos and Hunter Biden, I think the first thing we've agreed on tonight is that we shouldn't have domestic spy agencies.
I totally agree.
I think, but I think that if
including the Postal Service, which spies on our citizens.
I think that the
what is the reference to that?
That's the primary effect of the Postal Service. I don't think that's
You're
because
right. You're too busy losing my mail.
Of the Postal Service.
Yeah, he must have had a really important letter lost before, I guess,
the Postal Service, given how cheaply
you
it
don't
services,
have to keep defending the Postal Service. I'm starting to feel sorry for you, man. You don't have to do this.
I think. Okay. Well, I don't think you should attack the Postal Service. I think that it's been a tremendous economic benefit to many millions of Americans.
All right, okay. We don't have to stay bogged down on it.
But I do think, on the philosophical question,
that's
where you want to go. I think that the more you're worried that one person, given too much power over another, is going to treat that other like a little kid might treat a fly trapped in a jar, the more what you should want in both politics and the economy is to have power be spread as evenly as possible. So earlier, and I want to make sure I'm addressing this because I wouldn't want anybody to think I was avoiding the subject. Earlier, you were saying that I was like hiding my radicalism by talking about the things that we could do immediately, which is, I've got to say, a little bit funny because I do spend a lot of time writing about the more radical long-term stuff.
Like banning private beaches and letting in the entire country of Afghanistan.
Yeah, I think that first of all, I don't think the entire country of Afghanistan wants to come. I think a lot of the entire country of Afghanistan, unfortunately, celebrates supports.
But you actually do write about
supports the Taliban. I think refugees fleeing from the crisis that we created absolutely should come in.
Oh no! Oh, now we stumble into foreign policy with the absolute most dog shit takes. Everybody in Afghanistan loves the Taliban. The only people that don't like Afghanistan are the people that are there from the crisis that we created. Oh, yikes.
But, yeah, I do write all the time about the radical stuff. Those things are not uncontroversial. I don't think I'm afraid to talk about it.
Who said that? Wait, he just said that. Wait, am I crazy? Did he not just say that?
But it's the, supports.
But you actually do write about it.
Supports the Taliban. I think refugees fleeing from the crisis that we created absolutely should come in. But yeah, I do write all the time.
He did not say that? Wait, how did he not just say that? What?
Like banning private beaches and letting in the entire country of Afghanistan.
Yeah, I think that first of all, I don't think the entire country of Afghanistan wants to come. I think a lot of the entire country of Afghanistan,
I was being
unfortunately,
facetious. Finish this
celebrates
thought,
supports.
But you actually do write about it.
Supports the Taliban. I think refugees fleeing from the crisis that we created absolutely should come in. But yeah, I do write all the time about the radical stuff. Those things are not uncontroversial. I don't think I'm afraid to talk about it. But I think that when you talk about the really radical long-term goals, You know, you say a lot of times you like to just talk about the value of markets, and I do agree. Markets are good at some things.
Good, we agree on that.
Yeah, they have a. I think that if what you're concerned with is coordinating production of consumer goods with what people want, I think markets are good at that. I think that there's a difference between markets in consumer goods and the labor market, and I think the difference is that the labor market.
How someone answers this question will help them navigate a political conversation. What is a greater human nature? A competition or B cooperation?
It's obviously cooperation. Is the greater human nature. That's just like absolutely true. How can you think anything different? Wait, hold on 1 second. Oh my god, I disagree with this so much. There's going to be 4 of you that care. I'm not even going to bother reading it, actually. Hold on. I don't even want to type. I don't even want to argue with this person. So, I'm going to read this. Literally, like 4 of you will care about this. So somebody writes, this is a friend that I had in college. I'm in a music theory pedagogical quandary. After teaching freshman music theory for the past few months, I've noticed a problem in how some of my students have verbalized and processed reading notes. For example, when asking them to spell the notes in a chord on the page, they will think the letter first and then process whether it is sharp or flat. I'm trying to get them to eliminate that first step and to just think E flat rather than E, which is flat. It's like they think that E flat is a type of E rather than its own pitch. I've tried to explain that thinking E first is incorrect because E flat is an entirely different pitch and it is hindering their comprehension of the larger framework. Another example is that when doing assignments, a student told me that she writes out all the notes first and then adds the accidentals, which is definitely not how I explained it. I've also noticed that this is happening with older piano students that transfer to me. I have no idea what. I mean, I feel like I would always think the letter first. So like if somebody's like, oh, it's an A chord, it's an A triad. Oh, it's ACE. Well, what kind of A triad is it? Like A major? Oh, it's A C sharp E. Or if it's like, is it A flat? Oh, it's A flat C E flat. Or is it A triple flat? It would be like an A triple flat chord. It's not real, but it would be A triple flat C double flat E triple flat, major, right? Or A minor is like ACE, or an A sharp minor chord. That's not a real chord. But it would be like, oh, that'd be an A sharp, C sharp, E sharp chord. I feel like thinking through the letters because it gives you the relationships. I don't understand. This seems really dumb, but I don't feel like arguing with this person because I don't know. They're in education, so I'm probably wrong, but whatever. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, I told you wouldn't care. Dumb fucks.
Less elastic than their need for a given consumer good because it's much harder for people to replace a job than to just start consuming one.
How is A sharp minor not a real chord? Because it's... Oh, I guess it is a real chord. Because it's the related key of C sharp minor. No, it's C sharp major. Dude, who the fuck writes anything in fucking A sharp minor? Okay? If you have literature in that key, find some new music, okay? Because that's AIDS, all right? No one cares. All right, sorry. The key of A sharp minor. You'd be playing G double sharps, right? Because you'd have a sharp fuck that. Who cares? Yeah, fuck, who cares? 7 sharps, no double sharps? No, you would. Reacher, in the key of A sharp minor, if you were doing functional harmony in that key, in A sharp minor, your dominant 7 would be E sharp, G double sharp, B sharp, D sharp, I believe. That'd be your dominant 7, right? Because you're always using the harmonic variation of the key if you're doing functional harmony, right? Fuck that. Okay. We're back here. Stop. Stop. We're not doing music. Okay. I always had a problem thinking notes in a physical way, like A flat is a 4th fret on the E string, which is also G sharp. So what's the difference? Oh, you're trying to trigger me. Okay. Stop. Okay. Stop. You mean B flat minor? I feel like I think more people thought in flats rather than sharps. I learned all my scales because there's 3 scales you can learn the enharmonic equivalents of, but I learned them in sharps. Some people learn flats, but I think literature is usually written in flats over sharps, I think. There's practicality to those chords. It has to do with the expectations of how the next chord resolves. Well, sure, but that's... Yeah, what? What does that have to do with what I'm saying? G double sharp would only be in the harmonic minor. A sharp minor just has G sharp. Sure, Reacher, but I'm saying that if you're writing music in any minor key, you're never... I don't even know if... Yeah. Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm accessing my brain. Minor keys themselves are almost like dysfunctional harmony. You're almost talking about like... I don't even know if A minor is like a real key or if it's just actually you're just talking about the alien mode. Because in any functional harmony, you're always going to have the 7th of the scale sharp. Your harmonic minor is going to be the only functional... is going to be the only key that gives you any kind of functionality when you're writing music, right? And if you're writing like classical, romantic, whatever shit, you can't write in the pure minor because it's not functional harmony. But it's my understanding, I think. No, I'm pretty sure I'm correct on that.
All this music talk is getting me going for some reason.
Saying if Reacher's writing anything. Hold on. If you're considering functional having a dumb... Yeah, I'm thinking in terms of functional harmony. Sorry. 99% of the times when I'm talking about like music theory, I'm usually thinking in terms of functional harmony because we're either talking jazz or we're talking like classical theory because modern music is almost atonal, right? Like, I don't even know if this is like... I don't even know if you would call it... Wait, actually, hold on. I don't know if I've ever asked you this question before. Would you say that there is a tonal center in music without proper cadences? Does that count as like... Would you argue that... Because I've heard some people say... I don't remember if... I don't know if I learned this in theory, but I picked this up later. I've heard some people argue that if you don't have dominant 7s, you don't really have tonal centers. There is no tonality. You can barely even say that like music is written in a certain key because you don't actually establish a tonality. Like I've heard it argued that if you don't have tritone resolutions, you haven't established anything that's worth calling a tonality. Do you think that that's... Thank you for that poll. That's important. I really needed that. You've asked this before. Yeah, but Reacher has a lot of music knowledge. I'm just curious what he thinks. You can establish chords without cadences because more fundamental to cadences are tendency tones. Tendency tones. Are you talking about like things that are just like a weed like? Are you like being chromatic when you say that, or give us some more atonal bangers? I really like this song. Fuck. I forgot how it went. What was the one? Where is it? It's one of those. I don't remember. Okay. We're back to this. No more music. Stop.
And then another thing, and I think that the workplace is really a...
It's literally the blues scale. How do you fuck it up so bad? I don't think it is. This part is. Oh, it is just a B flat. This isn't the... Oh, it is. You're right. Never mind. That's take 5? No, that's every single jazz song ever. Okay, stop!
Authoritarianism. And so, sure, do we need some markets? Absolutely. I think that there are domains in which we've proven empirically, like I would argue healthcare, we were going back and forth on that earlier.
Cool.
That taking those things out of the market could actually be much better. But are there domains you need markets in? Sure. I would say that for those domains that you need markets in, you can at least have those markets be worker-controlled
I feel like I've
firms.
outpaced
So I think that, like, if you look
Oh, 20 gifted
Have you
subs.
look at the NY Times visual investigation about Rittenhouse?
No,
/
there's a court
Thought
case
it might
going
be
on right now.
interesting
I
to
don't
see if it
care what the
changes
New York
your
Times says about it.
understanding of events, or you might wait till after the trial.
We've already seen it all put together. There's a definitive, the definitive Rittenhouse video already exists, and it's on Destiny's channel.
I
Okay.
feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Hold on, let me wait for these to go. What?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Good luck. And the video is against TOS, so there's blood, okay? No fun allowed on this platform. This is a
feel like I've
no
outpaced him
fun
intellectually.
zone. Healthy.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Stop means stop, guys. How you feeling about DD2 so far? You know, it's okay, but I'm not getting the same like excitement that I got from Dark Ascension 1 in terms of
I
like
feel like I've
unlocks.
outpaced
But maybe
him
I'll, if I finish like one run, maybe I'll change my mind. Hold on. Okay, what are we ordering? What is healthy? Urban plates.
I feel like I've
No.
outpaced him intellectually.
Okay, just no fried food, and then we're good. Who cares? What else? Oh god, but some of these look so good. I need more than just the Asian place.
I feel like I've outpaced him
Ooh.
intellectually.
This looks interesting. Dave's hot chicken. I already did that.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Oof. Okay, this is looking good.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Very spicy with pickled jalapenos with onions and carrots. Is it actually very spicy?
I feel like I've outpaced him
try it.
intellectually.
Meat option, white meat only. Why would you do that to yourself?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Magic sauce? What is that? What?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Stop interrupting me. Wash. Vouch.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Our teriyaki chicken coated with a tangy Korean
I feel
spicy
like I've
sauce.
outpaced
Wait,
him
that sounds
intellectually.
awesome. Add that one. Give me that one. Hell yeah.
I feel like I've outpaced him
Intellectually. Oh my god. Did you... Oh, can somebody... Oh my god, we gotta watch the
I
cutest
feel
thing of
like
all
I've
time.
outpaced
Oh my
him
god, it's the cutest video ever. Can somebody link me the baby ones where they're looking at each other? Hold on, I can figure... Oh my god.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Who... Does anyone know what I'm talking about? This is a legendary video.
Because I'm putting 100%.
White meat, dark meat, it's all the same. Renekton Duckersea.
Oh shit. Who hosted rated me? Thank you. Oh, Filthy Robot. Thanks, my dude. Legendary. Look at these kids, dude.
Look at me. You can have fruit snacks, but you can't have them right now, okay?
You gotta wait.
You gotta wait until mommy and daddy come back, okay? You can't eat these yet. You gotta wait until we come back. I'm gonna leave them right here. Don't touch them. Wait, okay? We're gonna come back. Don't eat them yet. Don't eat them. We'll be right back. We just gotta go get something. Just wait a second.
Dude, they were
Don't
like,
eat 'em
fuck
yet.
that shit.
You gotta wait. We're gonna come back. Don't eat them yet. Don't eat them. We'll be right back. We just got to go get something. Just wait a second.
This is a classic test done with kids. Yeah, I did this with Nathan, I think, when he was like 6 or whatever. I think I talked about it on a stream even. You put like one candy bar in front of you, like, hey, I'm going to leave this here for 10 minutes. Don't eat it. If you don't eat it, I'll give you 2 later or something like that, right? It's to see if they can understand the concept of delayed reward. It's some skill that they develop at some point. But I think Nathan was too old when I tried it because he was able to do it with ease. Okay. Is that the look on you and Mr. Mootons get when you want to hold a team and league hostage? Yes. Apparently, it's pretty controversial with its validity. Yeah, I think people argue over like how serious you can take the results. Okay, hold on. Mexican Coke bottle. There's never drinks from Melina. Who cares? She'll live. Fuck her. Okay. Boom. Checkout. Press play. Hold on. I'm almost done. I've called Filthy Robot so many things. Sometimes I say I've talked to Filthy Frank. I think I call him Dirty Robot before, I think. I don't know. I call him all sorts of random things. I'm not gonna lie. You think you might want another child? Yeah, Melina will probably want another kid. Or a kid. Or maybe another kid. Maybe she has a secret one somewhere. Who the fuck knows? Do you want a girl? I don't care. Whatever comes. How much money would it take for you to ride in that bus? Oh, God. Jesus, that makes his foundation. Oh, my God. Okay. Ordered. Boom, boom, boom. All right, here we go. Good luck.
Mondragon in Spain, employ 80,000 people, extremely successful.
Did somebody say Mondragon?
Lots of research and development stuff, and is worker owned. People get to elect management. People have operated agreements. They're like the equivalent of a union contract, but with no separate boss on the other side of the bargaining table. And so if you say, should we have as a goal of government policy that the private sector be more like Mondragon, or should it be more like Amazon or Walmart? I'd say it should be more like Mondragon. And one reason I think that is precisely that the more you worry that human nature is selfish and cruel, the less power you should want one person to have over another in the workplace or in society as a whole, which is why I want democracy in both cases.
So first of all, I understand the argument of employees owning companies. We have that in America too. Publix grocery chains is a great example in Florida. That could still happen in a market, but I guess this is, and you haven't taken a position on human nature, which I think is fine.
Well, I mean, I think I've taken a position, to be clear. Right?
There's some ambiguity in it, but that's fine.
My position
is you said if you believe this, then you should want this.
My position is that human nature is a mess, that there's a lot of truth to both pessimistic and optimistic.
I think that's fair, and that's more
accounts, but I also think that to the extent that you worry about the bad stuff, that gives you a reason to want to distribute power evenly.
Right, so the best way to distribute power evenly, in the opinion of a conservative, would be first and foremost to empower the family.
Family, yes,
and
always.
To allow not just workers, but entrepreneurs to create new companies and allow workers to be able to have abundant choices in the workforce or in the workplace. The best competition, the best way to empower people is choice, is competition. Is not to say that we are now going to mandate that you need some sort of labor designation on your board. That's been the opposite of choice. I'll give you an example, which is that if you have a very specific skill and you work for Ford, right now, Ford Motor Company, you have to be unionized to work for the United Auto Workers, right? It's mandated. Whereas like, well, if you had more competition, then maybe there might be non-labor there.
So this is what always confuses me about that point, because I hear conservatives saying this all the time, that if there's a union contract in place that says that to be hired for this job, you have to be a member of the union or really is usually you have to either be a member of the union or pay an agency fee, but whatever, we can just say be a member of the union. That if you have that this is an unfreedom, that workers are being forced to do something against their will. But what confuses me about that is that any condition for hiring, you could say, is forcing workers to do something against their will.
Did Destiny fix his beard or something? I bought a new trimmer. My last trimmer only had 2 settings. One was way too long and the other was way too short. So I would like trim it sometimes and it would look way too short and then it would grow in for like a week. But now I have one with the perfect setting. Okay, so I trim it to exactly where it needs to go. All right.
Unequal bargaining power, workers need.
Do you think we can take the lair?
Way more.
I think we can take the lair. I think we can do it.
You're misrepresenting business. I really do.
Any given worker, that's by and large, it's much easier to replace a worker than it is for a worker to replace a job. And given that, sure, I agree that any time you make something, you can only have this job, you can only keep this job if you do X. That's a case where you're limiting people's freedom. But if you really go with that principle, then that should go for everything at a job. And I would say out of all the things that people are forced to do for certain jobs, the one that's least objectionable is you have to have this thing that actually protects, makes it harder to fire you, that that helps you keep more of the wealth you generate for the company in your pocket, that gives you some sort of say because you get to vote in a union contract. That's way less objectionable than all the other stuff you're forced to do to have a job.
Like what?
Like what? Well, I mean, I think if you work,
like not show up drunk, like. I mean, that's
no,
not...
I think we could agree that one's reasonable.
Okay.
And if that was the extent of workplace authoritarianism in the United States,
hold on,
then
I really want to zero on this. I want to zero on this because
concerned about it. But
I want to zero on this because I'll agree that there's some externalities and some jerks and some dirtbags. Do you really believe? Let's say a majority.
Sure.
A majority of workers are being exploited by their bosses and that the owners of production. You really think that in America?
What do you mean by exploited?
You used the word. You said exploitation or workplace authoritarianism.
Yeah, the word
that is your term.
The word I used was authoritarianism, not exploitation. But I'd be happy to talk about exploitation.
But like, let's say, do you think that a majority of workers, to use your terms, are living under a workplace autocrat or form of such right now in America? Let's say a majority, 50+1.
Yeah, much more than that.
Cute.
So we're going to have definitely disagreement on this.
Sure. So they have a if you're saying, do the vast majority of people who work for a living in the United States work at workplaces where
they're living under some sort of tyranny without them realizing it?
So, okay, let's be clear about what we're talking about here. So they have the vast majority of workers go to work in workplaces where they don't get to make any sort of managerial decisions. Those are made with and for them. And
why?
It's your way.
Ben, let's be fair. Why is it? Because someone took a risk to start a company and those workers didn't. Because they decided to go into their savings, to go to a bank, to take out a line of credit, to take a risk to start something new.
Do you think everybody has an equal ability to do that?
Of course not. I mean, absolutely not. Does everyone have an equal ability to go dunk a basketball or to become a decathlete? Of course not. I mean, does everyone have an equal ability to become a college professor?
Ben Burgis is actually so bad at debate. Holy shit! I thought he's done a decent job with this entire conversation.
No. Sure. I mean, that's a silly argument. Are some people going to create better widgets and gizmos than somebody else? Of course not. But what people do have an equal ability to do is they have an equal ability to take the risk. There are plenty of people that couldn't split the atom, that work extra hours, that go into their savings account.
Ability to take the risk.
Hold on, why is that? Why isn't that
the reason people don't have
millions of
I figured it out. I just figured it out. I'm so glad, actually. Now listening to this and listening to Vosh yesterday, when people are cutting people off like this, so I used to think, so like sometimes I'm cutting people off because I really want to like get a word in or I really want to say something. I think that people cut people off.
Is certainly exploited by their workers, except for the ones that bring no value to the workplace for certain definitions of exploit.
Yeah, that's why they're asking what he means by exploitation. I think when people start cutting people off, it's because they know that their argument sucks shit. So they're trying to cut them off because they don't want them to like actually run down the argument. Yeah, I think that's what this is. This is what's happening right now.
Start new businesses every year in our country.
That's completely consistent with this. The reason that people don't all have an equal ability to take the risk is that what would be risked is very different depending on your initial financial situation.
No, but there's plenty of people that...
Okay, but there's a difference between plenty of people...
Equal ability meaning this, meaning that do you have the freedom to do that? Do you have the willingness to lever yourself up, to go to the bank and say, you know what? I want to take out a second mortgage on my home. And
Oh
I'm
my
gonna go start
God.
some sort of shoe company on the side of the street. But then all of a sudden you're saying that the 5 people that are working in that cobbler store are being oppressed by the
When
guy
will
that might
Walter
have gone
tell
2
him
years
he
up
stepped
paying
over the
himself
line and this
just to be able
isn't
to
now?
start that small business?
Okay.
And so here's where I'm starting to just like I wish you'd give a little more appreciation.
I would like to separate a couple
how
of
capital is
issues.
deployed.
I would like to separate a couple issues here because I think a lot of different things
Charlie Kirk
are-
is being super bad faith, right? It's not, he just keeps like adding and adding and adding and adding. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious what Benny Boy is getting at here. Like, there is not equal risk, okay? Like, I start a business with extra money in my fucking retirement account. You start a business by doing a third mortgage on your home. We are not equal, right? We're not the same. These are not the same things. To try to imply that these are the same things is hilariously naive. This is really stupid.
and run together. First of all, on the
Dead
subject of
and
whether everybody has the equal ability to take entrepreneurial risk,
easy.
I think that it's really interesting that in your example, you said, oh, you can take out a second.
Man, and Ben could have leveraged this actually so well. It's really great that you bring up taking out a second mortgage on your home. Charlie, between black people and white people, who do you think has more wealth tied up in their houses? Who do you think owns more homes? Who do you think is more likely to have a home, right? So right there off of your housing thing, you've got white people are far more likely to be able to start a business by leveraging their home than black people, right? Like you could have even, there's somebody play, but what Charlie Kirk here is saying is so stupid. It's the first thing he said that's like truly, truly, truly stupid. One thing that I like about debating deep as opposed to debating wide, okay? Most debates are very wide, okay? Like, what do you think about healthcare? Healthcare should be free for everybody. Don't you think it's better to have choice? Yeah, but like, don't you think we should, don't you think instead that like everybody should have access to things like, okay, well, what do you think about like the government helping people start businesses? Well, don't you think that like anybody should be able to start a business? Anybody can start a business, just get a mortgage on the house. But not everybody has that. Okay, maybe. What do you think about like foreign policy, right? You don't actually go in on any topic. You only hit these like top level talking points. This is like 95% of political discourse. You hit these like top level talking points on like every conversation topic, and you never actually drill down into anything. It's like, okay, wait, why not? How about we actually resolve, like, let's get to some bedrock disagreement here and actually resolve your differences instead of just like, kind of like hammering your rhetoric on every topic and then just because like nobody's actually arguing anything here, nobody's being convinced anything here. Like, why not just like say, like get to the actual disagreement, you know? Mel, why are you posting these in chat? What the Mel? Hold on. I know. I'm good. I know what really happened in real life. Lie to your Twitch following all you want. They will believe you. Good for you. Wait, holy shit. Who is this guy? So what actually happened? She knows that's enough. If I'm so fucking crazy, why are you defending yourself so hard? I'm Swedish and I watch Twitch. Wow, I find Melina. Yeah, I must be psycho. Have you ever said I think there's two sides to the story? What? Melina said, a guy I flirted with at work 4 years ago showed up in Twitch chat and he's still obsessed with me. She's manipulative and she only cares about herself. Added together, not that hard to figure out. She's manipulative beyond normal. Jesus. Okay, sorry.
Mortgage on your home. So what does that suggest? That you own a home and your finances are generally good enough that that would be approved. Which,
wait, it's very hard to go deep. Even you don't have very many answers for 50% of my questions you read. Wait, what? Stock? Destiny, you always go hard on people who are not expecting cops. I would think when a cop is too aggressive, that would be a big no, but when a person is slow to react and fucking up, it's normal. I don't think I even necessarily disagree with you here. Cops have more training than people do. Don't you think we should expect more from cops with training than people who don't have training? Yeah, of course. But I can still have a reasonable expectation of a person to like listen to a cop when they give an instruction. I don't think that you need training to do that. Don't you think we should expect more from cops with training than people? Yeah, I think I've even explicitly said this before, that like in certain scenarios, you would have a higher expectation on the cop to de-escalate than necessarily another person, depending on the scenario, because cops are trained for it. If you ever want to talk about why a lot of your cop takes have been dog shit recently, oh, okay. Recently? Okay, I understand where you're coming from now. The U.S. is amazing at keeping inflation in check. Destiny, no one does it because it makes their party look bad and lose votes. Have you been in contact with traditional Republican arguments recently? Do you believe the myth that the U.S. infrastructure is behind the global West? The myth that the U.S. infrastructure is behind the global West. I guess it feels to me like that is the case. But when I think of infrastructure, I'm thinking of just like general, like our streets and everything in America is so disgustingly, horribly bad. Like, I don't know if I've ever driven on any European or New Zealand road that is anywhere near what roads are like in Omaha, Nebraska, or here in LA. I'm sure they must exist in Europe somewhere. They must be. Maybe Eastern Europe or Southeast Europe, maybe. I'm sure there are bad roads in Europe somewhere. But like Western Europe, like Scandinavia, like bro, these roads, like on the Autobahn or whatever, you're not driving, 200 kilometers an hour on an interstate that's got potholes deeper than, the fucking Gulf of New Mexico like you do in the Midwest, So I don't know. It feels like infrastructure is fucked in the U.S. compared to European countries, at least insofar as like roads. I've heard it repeated oftenly that like maintenance on bridges and everything is really bad too. Here's also something that's interesting, super anecdotal, super ultra anecdote. Warning, anecdote warning coming up. Okay, my dad has lost 3 tires to potholes in Omaha. I lost a wheel once to a fucking pothole in Omaha. I had to get my wheel cracked. Okay, not the rubber tire, but the actual fucking, you call it a rim or whatever. My wheel cracked on a fucking pothole. On my shitty little Dodge Neon, driving I-80, coming back west into Omaha from Council Bluffs when I used to work at the casino. Fuck that bullshit. Fuck, what was I saying? Oh, this is so weird to me, okay? This is the weirdest fucking shit in the world, okay? I almost don't even believe it. Every single time I walked by a construction site in Stockholm, okay? Now, okay, a lot of Americans in chat are going to accuse me of lying, okay? You're going to say, bullshit, Destiny. This is impossible. But I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you, okay? I'm about to give you some reality. Every single time I walked near a construction site in Stockholm, there were actually workers on site working. I'm not even lying. I'm not joking. I'm not even lying to you. Every time. And I'd be like, Melina, is that normal over there? Like, who are those people? And she was like, construction workers. I'm like, what are they doing on the job site? Are you serious? No fucking way. Wait, what? There's like 3 different sites. There's people on all these sites working. No fucking way. Dude, I don't know what it is in the United States. I don't know if it was just my area in Nebraska, or I'm trying to think if I've seen it as much in California. Dude, when shit goes under construction in the U.S., shit is in construction for like 8 months, okay? There will be like one section of road, okay, where they need to move a fucking turtle. And you got to have 42 different permits from the city, state, the local municipalities. You got to fucking petition the president of the United States to pardon whatever fucking thing you need. It's like unbelievable how much shit you have to do in the United States to do any construction. It's unbelievable. Like, I don't know, but maybe that was just like that's super anecdotal. Maybe construction is different in other places, or maybe they have their problems too, and I just happen to run into workers. Jesus. Okay. Just to be clear, it's not the workers' fault, right? No, hold on. When I say construction people like on the site working, I don't mean they're just standing around being lazy. I mean, in America, usually they're empty. I've heard this. I don't know if this is true, okay? So I'm just repeating what I've heard. I've heard that in the U.S., oftentimes what happens is because the set time for construction on these sites is so long, companies will just relentlessly bid on the contracts. And even if it's a job that could get done in 2 months, it's rated for 6. So they'll just bid on a fuck ton of contracts, win the bids, and then they just leave the sites empty until they're like ready to get around to it. I've heard that is the case. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but yeah. Okay.
Obviously is a situation that tens of millions of Americans are not in.
So I think we're coming to a good disagreement here.
But also, I would say that when you talk about entrepreneurial risk, you say, well, it's not reasonable to say that workplaces where the people who are making decisions don't have any sort of democratic accountability to the overall workforce, that's not authoritarian because people, in some cases, certainly not all cases, got in that position by taking entrepreneurial risk. I think that there are 2 different issues that are being conflated there, which is one,
Is this guy in the back
self-destruct?
Right? Should I be focusing him?
Structure of the firm. And the second
is it
justified
voluntarily?
Because
they weren't stormed out of the house and put a gun to their head and say, now you must go work for Home Depot. They showed up and filled out a job application and wanted and hoped to get the job.
You can see. It's transparent. It's called sacrificial.
Are there examples where that is the case, where they're...
It does damage when he gets to position 1.
Okay. Applies to agreeing to work at a company that's a closed shop, and so your contract specifies that you have to join the union. Nobody forced them at gunpoint to go apply for that job at a closed shop. That they could, if they want to find an open shop where they don't have to join a union, good luck to them. They could find it.
No, I agree with that you can go work for a non-union shop, but you cannot be a public sector teacher in the state of California without being part of the National Education Association.
But you just said public. You just said public sector teacher. You could be a private sector teacher. So how is it that these
I agree, but why should the taxpayer subsidize a union project?
Well, I think that what the taxpayers are subsidizing is, first of all, a better quality of education.
You think public schools are superior to private schools?
I think that Finland has some of the best schools.
No, America. You think public?
Well, no. But I mean, like Finland and America aren't like such radically different societies.
Of course they are. One is 7 million people, one is 335 million people.
Okay, wait a second.
What does that mean? Is it not scalable? Is there one school in America and one school in Finland? What does that even mean?
Is it that what works at 7 million in this case is not going to work with the 300 and some million?
I could name a lot of examples.
Why? Do it.
First of all, we have way more different cultures. We have a different state-based model. And let me just say this one thing. First of all, Sweden has full school choice, and 1 in 5 families in Sweden send their kids to private school.
I think in Sweden, they tried, like, the flame spreads. Wait, okay, I need to kill this guy. Didn't they try voucher shit in Sweden and it failed? I feel like I've read an article on this, like, multiple times because they asked this question, and I'll go read it over and over again.
We could talk about Scandinavia as much as we want. But anyway, let's go back.
But which country has better schools, Finland or Sweden?
Finland has like the best schools in the world.
No private schools. So
and they also have very strict immigration.
What
does that have to do with anything?
Why, but I think that you have.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything? When some of the best students in America are fucking immigrants. Like, I'm sorry. Wait, do you think the average like Native American, like native to the United States person, is outcompeting like Chinese fucking like people here for school? What do you even mean when you say that? Like, what a brain dead statement.
But I think that that you are going to get a better quality of education when people are less precarious. They can really commit to it. They have a, they're getting paid more, so you're going to attract better applicants. And also, I think that the teachers count too. I think that teachers deserve to have those things, and I'm all in favor of it. But the larger point was, if you're going to say that something isn't unfree,
or
if nobody's
autocratic,
forcing you at gunpoint to do it, then that should apply just as much to your objections to contracts that make people join unions.
So I want to go back. I'm going to talk about unions in circles.
Okay.
Where I think if you want to join a union, fine, go ahead. Public sector unions are not given that sort of choice. And by the way, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, warned us about public sector unions. He said all government employees should realize that the process of collective bargaining, as usually understood, cannot be transplanted into public service. He warned about the public sector union differentiation between private sector union differentiation. But I want to zero in on this because I think we have a really interesting point philosophically.
Okay.
Do you think if someone takes a risk in America, they should be able to keep the reward?
Not entirely, no. I mean, you don't think entirely. I mean, like, the only way you could think entirely is if you were an anarchist and you didn't think that we should.
But what are the limitations on that then?
I mean, again, I think that the question that you want to ask, if the question is some transfer of wealth justified? Because I think that's the real question, right? When are transfers of wealth justified? And I think that you need to go back to what are the principles that justify what you think a distribution of wealth in the first place should be. Now, you could think that whatever kind of distribution you get, letting the chips fall where they may in a free market, that's what's justified. I don't think that. I think that the distribution of wealth that we have, and I think taxation and redistribution, even in the sort of market socialist system that I was advocating earlier, I think you'd still need those things. But I think that the distribution of wealth that's justified is the one that would emerge from a social contract that people would agree to under certain circumstances.
So,
I'm trying to post a comment debunking Vosh's statement on pizza delivery driver deaths compared to cop deaths on his recent upload of his panel last night. And it keeps getting deleted. Could this be an automated thing from YouTube? Probably.
Have
Maybe.
you seen the trailer for Tucker Carlson's 1/6 documentary?
Nope.
They're afraid the left/FBI will go after militant right-wing groups by COINTELPRO because it did it in the past.
Wow, interesting.
What I guess it all comes down to numbers, I guess.
Well, no, I mean that's
so.
This isn't a claim about numbers. This is a claim about basic moral principles.
But
I think that the question is, if you were, the best version of something like contract theory, if you were behind John Rawls's veil of ignorance,
which I totally reject.
Sure, I mean, of course you totally reject it, Charlie.
I'm happy to get into the Rawlsian theory of justice.
You
but
couldn't
yes.
believe any of the things that you believed if you didn't reject it. But I think that.
But I actually, I'm going to ask you about the veil of ignorance in a second.
If you're asking about what I think, I don't think that there's some magic number that like, oh, you can tax up to this, you can't tax.
You shouldn't have burned the bridge. Burned what bridge? Who is this?
Whether a tax system is just, generally a system of how property works is just. You should ask, if you knew that you had to live in this society, but you didn't know who you're going to be in this society, would you agree to it? And the same way that if you didn't know whether you're going to be black or white, you wouldn't agree to racial discrimination being part of the rules of your society. If you didn't know whether you're going to be born into a poor family or a rich one, if you didn't know whether you'd have the particular skills that help you climb
Kelly
up
Jr. Oh, me and Kelly are cool now, okay? We made up. We're best friends now.
If you didn't know any of those things, how would you want the rules of society to work?
I have an answer
and I think that's going to be the answer that's going to tell you when redistribution of wealth is justified.
I would want the rules of society to value action over favoritism, hard work over complacency, family creation over licentiousness, right? Liberty and the pursuit of virtue. Those things are right and wrong regardless of what veil of ignorance, if I would be born in a lower class or a higher class. Those things are objectively good. So to use Rawls' own thought experiment.
So you talked about hard work there.
Yes.
So if you have a basic value to industriousness, if you have a basic objection to people getting things that you don't work for, here are two things that you should be against.
Okay.
Inheritance and stock ownership.
So let's talk about both of them. Stock ownership, you might be able to get me to agree. Inheritance, I think, is really cliche. Why do most people take big risks to create wealth? Which also goes to this question: how is wealth created?
Wealth is created by workers. Those are the ones who create wealth.
No.
Don't, the straw man that people usually trot out at this point in the argument is they say, oh, when you say workers are creating wealth, you're saying that there's a one-to-one how hard you work, to how much wealth is created. And of course, there are a million other factors that decide it. But everything that's being done, whether you're talking about ideas, which, by the way, big companies, that's going to be workers in the R&D department, much more than CEOs in most of those cases, or whether you're talking about who is making the products, who is selling the products, those are the people who are creating it. And I would say, if you want to say that the only incentive that you can get, that you cannot have a thriving dynamic economy without people being able to leave millions of dollars to...
The store canceled your order and we issued a refund? The store was unable to accept your order at the time? Why did they cancel? Oh no, I wanted that food. I just waited for 30. Oh no, now I'm grumpy. Now we're getting grumpy, guys. Chronic tacos it is. What do we got? Burritos. Okay. Protein choice. Chicken. Yeah. Okay. Rice. Spanish or white lime? Spanish, I guess. I don't know. Beans. Black. Toppings. Vegetables. Extra meat. Hell yes. What does it come with? Does it come with anything in it normally? What if I don't choose anything? Will nothing come inside of it? The fuck is Baja sauce? Onion, cilantro, tomatoes? I guess Baja sauce? No Baja sauce. Yeah, Baja sauce. No. And salsa. Okay. 2. Add, yes. $3 for a fountain drink. Damn, they're getting you here. Holy shit. Yeah, that feel with no private chef on residence like Hassan has. Place order. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. All right, we'll try this.
To their descendants, then I would say that it's very confusing, first of all, that even within traditional capitalist companies, you have plenty of childless people who are motivated to do that.
No, I think that's totally true.
But secondly, that you have cases like Mondragon, that you have very economically effective worker cooperatives. Nobody is creating some giant pile of wealth that they'll be able to pass on to their descendants, but people are still motivated to work, and these companies can still be very successful.
And look, you might be able to get me to agree on like 500 million, a billion, but again, the reason I wouldn't agree with it, though,
500 million, not like 5 million.
But like,
you should be able to pass on $5 million.
The reason I don't agree with it is that where's it going to go? To go fund some spy agency so that it go spy
but I was told in NYC
Americans
that city
through
inspectors bars / restaurants. A time window when they arrive to check if patrons have shown vax proof.
Okay.
The point is that like
if you want to say we should abolish the spy agencies,
but the point is every time that there's this like, would you raise taxes to do this? The default answer is no, because we're funding that money would then be transferred away from some private utility to something that I consider to be a government that is doing a lot of harm and very little good. And so, but I guess there's this question of wealth being created, and we're kind of we're going at this from different angles.
That's a really interesting objection.
But if you would say, hey, it goes to charity instead of the IRS, then I might be able to agree with that, which is what we're doing at this debate, by the way, which goes that, this is so great. I do have a question for you, actually, as a sidebar. Why is it when you challenged me to debate, why didn't you say that all the proceeds would go to the IRS and to a private charity?
Well, I think that...
Does private charity do a better job?
No, I actually don't think that. First of all, the reason the debate hosting website, the way that works, was already there. I have nothing against private charity. I am fine with doing that. I obviously participated in doing that in this case.
Is it preferential to government?
I do not think that private charity can be a substitute for collective government action. I think that the empirical track record is very clear that you're not going to get private charity that's going to be as effective. So, for example, and we also need to talk about what we mean by effective here, because this is a really crucial point. So there are a few different questions. One,
what does this mean,
boss? You going to get, is there some amount of private charity that you could give for medical expenses that's going to get you to a point where our rate of mortality amenable to healthcare is as low as it is in Canada or the UK? I don't think so. I think we've kind of run that experiment. Second point is part of what I mean by effective is giving people freedom and a dignified life in ways that they don't have if they're worried about quitting jobs they hate because they'll lose their health insurance, or if they're doing things like starting GoFundMes to buy their insulin, which means that they have to craft, do you have enough of a tearjerker story that you'll stand out from the other 10,000 GoFundMes?
Don't break the books. I have to break some of the books. I can't get to them.
People have far more dignity if they just get these things as rights just by virtue of being part of a society.
Yeah, that's where we're going to totally disagree. Where that private charity not only involves themselves in the person's life to hopefully be able to break them out of their economic circumstances, I would argue it's much more efficient in a variety of different ways. I mean,
I think if you
the $500 billion Americans give to charity every single year, I would argue does a far better job of offering a social safety net than the multi-trillions of dollars that we spend.
Is it really $500 billion a year? That's a lot of money. How much money annual Americans donate charity? $471 billion in 2020. Jesus. I wonder where the majority of this comes from. Like, does this include like all the work that like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation does? So foundations gave $88 billion. Oh, the largest came from individuals at $324 billion. Oh, 28% went to religion, 15% to education. Huh. Still quite a bit. Good job, America.
On social welfare,
wait a second.
in a variety of different ways.
How about the $500 billion we spend on charity? Take the part of it that's spent, for example, on healthcare, and compare that to comparable, economically comparable countries where healthcare is provided as a right to everybody outside of the market. Which one does a better job? America, where you have to, if you don't have health insurance and you don't qualify, for Medicaid or Medicare, you have to beg on GoFundMe, or countries like Canada and the UK, which it seems like by all the obvious metrics, who lives longer, who has a lower rate of infant mortality, who has a lower rate of mortality amenable to healthcare, all of those obvious metrics, it seems like those government healthcare programs do way better.
You won't hear me bragging on many aspects of the American healthcare system. Many of it is very cronyistic and corrupt. But to say we're not spending government money on it is just not.
Well, did I say that we're not spending government money on it?
No, but you're implying it. I mean, we're spending.
I don't think I said or implied.
We have trillions and trillions of dollars we spend on government-run healthcare.
Sure, I think it would actually be vastly more efficient if you look at how much is being spent for what results. I don't think there's any question that Canada and the UK are getting way more bang for their buck in terms of government spending on healthcare.
So the UK has a total. So you would have the government take over hospitals.
Yeah, ultimately, I think that would be better.
Wow.
I don't think.
Wow. So where would medical innovation come from?
Well, medical innovation would come from.
Holy shit! S-Fan called you on our stream. Did you burn the bridge with him? Is this going to be a dumb meme bait? Because if it is, somebody's getting a big ban. Among Us.
Hello.
Two-day ban for a dumb.
What is this? Ah!
Ah!
Good one.
Exactly where it comes from right now, which is mostly the public sector. If you look at pharmaceuticals, this is really good. I really like this argument because this is something people often trot out in defense of private health insurance. Well, you need that, so you have these incentives to develop pharmaceuticals. If you're looking at NMEs,
not just pharmaceuticals, treatments,
right? new molecular.
Oh God, I thought he just killed one of my people instantly.
Which are genuinely new drugs, not just you tweak it a little bit and you slap your corporate brand on it. 75% of those are developed already in government-funded labs. I think this idea that there's a lot of private innovation in there, I think is at the very least.
Oh God, that's such a dog shit argument.
Wildly overstated. I think that you can absolutely have healthcare innovation without it being the case that within hospitals or when people need to pay for treatment, you have this element of private profit, which I think has been a disaster in the healthcare system.
Do you think there's a reason why America has the highest quality healthcare, not for the most amount of people, but the highest quality healthcare in the world? Why do you think that is?
Well, I think that
that is inarguable. If you can afford it, it is the best healthcare on the planet.
Sure. I mean, if you if something is that if you can skip to the head of the line by having enough money, then absolutely, you can get world-class healthcare. But the question I'm interested in is not are well-off, people or really well-off
No, but it's
people.
a segue to my next question.
Well, okay, but the question I'm interested in is not, are they going to have better health care than the average person in Canada or the UK? What I'm interested in is the average person in the United States going to have a better experience with the healthcare system and have better healthcare outcomes than those other systems deliver? And that's just inarguable
the question,
that they have better
the
outcomes
question is
and
then,
better
how do
experiences.
you get something that a few people have to have a lot of people have? More government intervention or market forces applied that allow things to be cheaper and faster delivered and better delivered? Market forces do a better job for that all the time, whether it be in technology or transportation.
I think that there's a structural reason why market forces are not going to be as effective in healthcare as they are going to be in many other areas, and that structural reason is not some like special radical Marxist thing that I think. That structural reason is something that you'll find in your wildly pro-capitalist neoclassical Econ 101 textbook, which is that supply and demand are going to do a much better job of shaping things in the direction of consumer preferences for things that are pretty elastic. You drive past one gas station, you see, that looks a little bit too expensive. You drive a few blocks more, you get to another gas station. Those market forces are going to do a much better job of delivering for the consumer there than in cases like health insurance, which is wildly inelastic. For one thing, if you need heart surgery, you will pay any amount that is in your power to get it, for the same reason that if we didn't have, public fire services, it was just like in ancient Rome where like Crassus would like go around with slaves with buckets of water and offer to buy people's homes, for his prior service spread out. Yeah, people are going to sell for whatever price you're going to pay in those circumstances. People are going to pay whatever you're demanded to get heart surgery. And even when it comes to less dramatic uses of the health insurance system, like just, let's say all you need from the healthcare system is once every 90 days, you need your doctor to sign off on some prescription you've been on for 10 years, it's still a giant stressful pain to switch providers that, you have to find somebody.
And I'm not defending every detail of the American system.
The point isn't about the details. The point is that this is a structural reason that our demand for healthcare is way less elastic than our demand for other consumer goods.
The American healthcare system,
which means that market forces are going to be less effective there.
Market, though. We don't have price transparency. We have an oligarchy of the hospitals. We don't have health savings accounts in most states. We don't allow health insurance across state lines. Now, while I agree that there is that at times there can be externalities of where the profit motive is not a perfect fit, where it's like, oh, I want to go buy a T-shirt. Like, okay, yeah, I have leukemia. Like, that's not the same thing. I get that. Where the charts and the graphs can't explain all of that. And that generally, the best fit line, though, of market principles can help for the vast majority of things that are not in that 10% category of life-saving treatments. Because, and you know this, the vast majority of people going to the doctor are not like, I have a gunshot wound, I have leukemia, or cancer.
That's what I just said.
No,
though.
I know, but market forces in those cases, you could agree, could be very, very instructive and very helpful.
Well,
empowering the consumer and price transparency and bringing down prices.
So I think that here are the things that we know. That as a matter of fact, market forces are right now, we could argue about the diagnosis, but right now, they are creating lousy outcomes
I would argue
in the American healthcare system.
We hardly have market forces in most healthcare. Like most hospitals are nonprofit, government-run agencies.
This is what it sounds like to me.
Is that true? Are most hospitals nonprofit or government-run in the United States?
This sounds like nothing so much as some ultra-leftists saying, well, look, sure, Soviet economic planning had a lot of problems, but that's because it wasn't communist enough. They still had money.
I'm arguing that
because if we look at the systems that actually exist, then the United States has one of the most marketized healthcare systems in the entire world, and certainly relative to developed rich countries, we have some of the worst outcomes. And if you want to say, well, if we made it even more marketized, we would actually have better outcomes than all of the systems.
In certain aspects,
that are socialized. I think that's a leap of faith.
Let me give you a great example. So you want to empower regular people, consumers. Would you agree that there should be a federal law to mandate hospitals publicly publish their prices, price transparency?
Yeah, sure, I'm all for that.
Okay, that's a market fix. We want people to have the information, because what they have right now is they're driving down the street, they don't even see the gas prices. They don't even know what price anything is. And so that's just an example of how hospitals, and being kind of this oligopoly of nonprofit profit mixture, which is incredibly corrupt, that they are hiding behind this idea to not empower the consumer. What I'm saying, and I think there's some middle ground here, that we want to empower patients to know, like, wait a second, you're going to charge me $45 for a Tylenol? Like, that's dumb.
Yeah, I agree that price transparency would be better, but what would be even better?
And by the way, that's not every conservative agrees with me. Some are like, they can do whatever they want. I think that's silly.
Okay, well, that's good. Put that alongside the progress on the Bezos,
on Hunter Biden, Jeff Bezos, and price transparency, right? So I don't
so-
want to spend
so-
all of our
but-
time
but-
on healthcare, but yes,
but let me just say
there's
one
so much more I want to get
Sure,
to.
but let me say one last thing about that. What would be even better than having transparency on what you're getting, what you're paying for things that you badly need, which doesn't have to be as dramatic as a gunshot wound. Insulin is something that people badly need. Psychiatric medication is often something that people badly need, and if they get off it, without proper medical, circumstances, that's going to be a disaster for them. That what would be even better than price transparency is not treating those things as commodities. And if we look at the systems in the world today, the ones that seem to do a lot better, at the very least, go much further
I'm not
in
going
the
to get
opposite direction.
I'm not going to get into waiting lines in Canada or any of that, because some of that stuff
I'd
is
be
very
really happy to get into it.
Some of
but
that is
okay.
very much disputed, and quite honestly, I'm not prepared to go into that as much. So I just kind of want to.
Okay, I would say.
I do want to. I'll let you have one comment on that, because I'm not.
Sure. One comment.
And I'll allow people to do their own research on Canadian waiting lines. But yes.
Sure. I think that if you want to talk about Canadian waiting lines,
healthcare rationing, because it's not unlimited, therefore you have to prioritize who gets it, right?
No healthcare system is unlimited. But the question is always, if there's a limit, what is the principle that you use to decide?
That's interesting. What would you say that is?
Who gets
the
it?
youngest?
And I would say that absolutely the worst way to do it is for it to be made not by doctors, making decisions about, okay, what do we think is going to pay off?
The same doctors that believe the coronavirus is real?
How long can we keep this person alive versus, like any of those things. The worst way to do it is to ration it by money, which is what we do. So what I think about Canadian waiting lines is there is some truth to it. There are some things.
Thank you for saying that. Not everyone says that, so I agree.
That you do have longer wait times for.
I appreciate you saying
I don't think it's as dramatic as people say it is.
You might be right.
When you start looking at
I hear
numbers,
both
but
sides.
there are some things that you have longer waiting times for. But I think that part of the reason you have longer waiting times is that more people are in line. We don't exclude people from the line because they can't afford it. And I think as a matter of basic human rights, that's good not to exclude people from the line. And two, if the reason we're worried about it is because we think that people will die waiting, I think we can look at all the statistics comparatively between the United States and Canada. And I know a lot of people want to say that all of that's just lifestyle stuff. But I grew up right by the Canadian border in Michigan. All the Canadians I know.
In the Upper Peninsula?
No, in the Lower Peninsula, but I actually had to drive south to get to the nearest Canadian border, Detroit, Windsor.
Oh, wow. Okay, you were near the Canadian border.
And all the Canadians I know love beer and hockey and Tim Hortons donuts. I don't think that the reason that they have these better healthcare outcomes.
Nobody in Canada likes Tim Hortons anymore, by the way.
Is that they're that much healthier than Americans.
It's been corrupted.
And certainly I think the infant mortality differences, the lifestyle of infants is very similar everywhere. They just kind of lie there. And you could say there are certain factors, parent behaviors that create differences there. But I think even there, like way more Brits smoke than Americans. The rate of drinking is higher.
That is definitely true.
I think that and those are the things that are most immediately going to impact that. And then especially, I think the one you're going to have the hardest time explaining is mortality amenable to healthcare. Because
let me just make my position clear. Why I think some of your critiques are actually very valid and helpful. Where you totally lose me is government takeover of hospitals. And because, let me ask you.
Okay, can we at least do government takeover of insurance?
Well, let's do hospitals, because that really is the question, right?
Sure.
So let me just ask you a question.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to spend this much time on it, but now you've got me interested.
Yeah.
Do you think the VA works well?
So I think that I would say two things about that. So the first is that if you actually look at surveys of people, and sometimes defenders of private health insurance love to do that because they say, hey, look at these surveys where most people say they're happy.
Most people are happy with the VA. I think that is true.
I think that's very unclear what that means, or do you think, does that mean that you're happier with it than you would be with not having to pay for it and actually saving money like most people would with Medicare for All, even according to the Mercatus Institute? But like the people who are most likely to say that they're happy with it are seniors on Medicare and veterans and active duty military personnel who are the ones who are living under the British system. But are there cases where people have to wait way too long for certainly like psychiatric care.
Do you
for
see
PTSD.
where I'm getting? I'm saying this in good faith. The VA is a mess in a lot of circumstances.
But I think that, and I think that unfortunately there's a cycle sometimes where conservatives are successful in getting funding for things cut or certainly not increased the way it should be, and then they use the results of that to undermine it. But I think one big difference, if you accept, for the sake of argument, that despite those surveys that I just gave, that overall it's way worse, then the question is, what's the difference between the NHS in Britain and the VA? And I think that the biggest difference, why the NHS has all these great outcomes, certainly compared to the US healthcare system, I think the difference is that the NHS is for everybody. Only a small minority of Americans are veterans, so what goes on in the VA is not really something that's on most people's radar most of the time.
Let me ask you another question.
So there's a lot less political incentive to care about it.
Usually, typically, in urban areas, are the county-run hospitals the best?
I'm sure they're not. They have a, because I think that oftentimes they're severely underfunded, that they, it's certainly.
You get what I'm getting at here, though.
So I get what you're getting at, but I think the question is, why? Let's accept that, right? Like I'm certainly not going to pretend like I have a bunch of stats that are memorized.
Yeah, and even let's just use Atlanta. The Emory Hospital is way better than
on county.
And I could say for personal experience, it's just the Emory Hospital is far superior to just county.
But here's what I think is the more relevant point of comparison: not when it's a municipality, which is often cash-starved in general. And it's going to be, I think, actually much less efficient than doing it federally.
They do receive a lot of federal money,
But why is it then that you think that in Britain or in some Scandinavian countries where most hospitals are publicly owned, their healthcare outcomes are so much better?
That's a very fair question. I have my own personal opinions of it. Not every healthcare outcome is better. We have a higher cancer survivability rate for certain sort of treatments.
Certain cancers. It's very, 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 very small. There's like a couple, it's like pancreatic. There's like 1 or 2 cancers that America does better in, but this is for the most part our healthcare outcomes are not better, especially given how much money we pay on healthcare.
People that conjecture in the healthcare field, it could be because of many different underlying health conditions of how obese America is, where we are more obese than these other comparable countries, also our diet, nutrition, but it's going to be difficult to pinpoint a cause.
Academic
if
study.
your argument is
it's
because that the government is running it, I reject the argument simply and totally because I know the government runs almost nothing efficiently and correctly. But I guess that's the crux of the argument that you're saying. That you're trying to sell me that in a multivariate analysis, you put all those other things aside. That it's because some guys on government payroll.
I don't put all those things aside. We just went through a detailed argument about why this is a more plausible explanation. Now it's fine to be not convinced by that argument.
Yeah.
But I think
Roblox has been offline for over 60 hours. Is that true?
I'm just dismissing everything else rather than giving you reasons why those explanations make a lot less sense. I mean, what is the biggest difference between the U.S. and Canada? What's the biggest difference between the United States and the United Kingdom? It's not that we're much healthier, as you say.
Why is my party
a lot
shuffled?
of things that are relevant here, like drinking, are actually
we are a little bit more obese.
Or actually, yeah, a little bit more. But if you look at it, I don't think it's dramatic enough to make this the big distinction. And also, I think the healthcare outcomes where you think they, look, 36% obesity is worse than 30% obesity, but I don't think that's going to explain everything we're talking about.
That's a big deal.
Sure. I mean, I am all in favor.
And I will say this.
We could talk about what
you'll
policies
agree with
would
this.
address that.
If you want to think, if I want to go to the final thing
Sure.
that we'll agree on with this, the biggest difference
Sure.
is I think the preying pharmaceutical companies in our country.
Well, that is certainly one important difference.
Let's put the hospital thing aside and delivery of care and all that stuff.
I was just going to say.
I think pharmaceutical companies have, and so I'm just going to say this,
Sure.
because I think it actually is the best argument to say that market principles, and I would have made this argument if I were you, but you didn't. That's okay.
Well, I mean,
but you kind of did. But like, I'll just say that,
okay.
like, if you're Pfizer, the money is in the middle of keeping someone not healed, but keeping back as an annuity to keep buying your drug. Right? And this comes as someone who can't stand the major pharmaceutical companies that tries to be more homeopathic and kind of solutions in all of this, where conservatives don't talk about that enough. If there was a difference, I would say that AstraZeneca, I don't even know if AstraZeneca is an American company, but Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and BioNTech, which was originally an Israeli company.
List, but
but Those are the vaccine manufacturers.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is a perfect example of what I'm talking about with the pharmaceutical companies, because most of that research was government funded.
Which...
Oh, you're such a slimy piece of shit. But neither of them will fight on this.
Might have had questionable outcomes. We'll see. So,
Kirk
we're
is
not gonna get into
anti-vaccine,
that. That's
huh?
too much fun for right now.
Okay.
Let me ask you another.
The point I was trying to make, just for the record, is the outcomes where you say that the U.S. is better.
And not every metric, but it's fair. I'm not defending the U.S.
Sure,
healthcare system. I'm not their defense attorney, right?
I understand you're not defending.
Because we can go to Singapore, we can go to other places that have.
Damn, he just keeps.
Singapore
Kirk just keeps going and going.
Decentralized. Well, they're more economically free. But again, I'm not a defense lawyer for the American healthcare system.
Singapore's healthcare system is like Obamacare and
But trying to convince the American public, what you're trying to do is say, hey, let's nationalize the hospitals, nationalize the private industry, private insurance, which is what you eventually want to get to do, is obviously done in arrival with me, and I think the majority of Americans, for a good reason.
Sure, but what I was going to say was those metrics where you say that we do better are things that I think a big part of the reason that we're going to do better on those is those aren't about overall outcomes for everybody. They're about specific kinds of services that not everybody's going to get in the first place. And that goes back to what we were saying earlier, that sure, if you can afford it, absolutely.
So yeah,
best
and
anywhere.
The final thing I'll say, because I want to get on these other topics.
Okay, sure. Final thing,
we
yeah.
know how to get things cheaper and better, and that's usually market forces with some externalities being handled. So I'll give you one example. We might agree on Hunter Biden, Bezos, price transparency, and I don't think pharmaceutical companies should be allowed to advertise. I think it's the weirdest thing ever. They're running, ask your doctor about this. Like, if you need it, then your doctor should tell you about it. You shouldn't be propagandized by the pharmaceutical
Sure,
I have to
if
fight
you're asking
here?
your doctor if this is right for you.
Fourth thing.
And nobody wants to fight? Are you serious?
I agree.
But I think that
I totally agree. Because it hurts the family. All right, so I want to get to this next thing because we can keep on going in circles about all this. Which is, okay, this could go forever, and we'll wrap it up eventually, I promise. Do you believe in absolute truth?
Oh my God.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just interested.
I mean, do you? Let me make sure I understand what you're asking. Right?
Yes.
So, when you say absolute truth, do you just mean that whether things in general about any subject are true or false?
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at, and I hate to use like the cliche word, is would you consider yourself a postmodernist? That truth is relative.
No, absolutely not.
So that's good. Do you think that postmodernism and that kind of movement is harmful or helpful to the American left?
Oh my God.
I think it's harmful. I don't.
That's
think,
interesting.
Elaborate.
Wait, what?
I don't think we should believe in alternative facts any more than anybody else should. I think that what's true is I think that what's true, generally speaking, it depends a little bit, what we're talking about, and I'm not saying the only reason I'm saying
like
that is
Newtonian physics, like force equals mass times acceleration, right?
Well, yeah, I mean.
Why would your go-to example for absolute truth be Newtonian physics? Why, of all the things you could say, why would you choose the one thing that's not true? I don't understand. How strange.
I mean, technically, Newtonian physics is a good enough approximation for like mid-sized dry goods. The real stuff is like quantum physics, relativistic physics.
Of course, but you understand what I'm saying.
But I understand what you're saying, and I agree. Right? Absolutely. I think that truth is objective. I think if you want to get into an argument about who in practice, who has political power, is actually denied that, more than others.
I don't think there'll actually be much fruit in that discussion.
Then we could get into that. But if your question is whether truth is objective, then I think it is. If I could slip one in.
Sure. You can ask me questions too.
It is a little bit it's a little bit off the track of most of what we've been talking about, but I have been wondering about this, right? Because I have seen I've seen some of your previous debates, and something's come up at a couple of them. It's not a.
Is it force times mass equals or force equals mass times exception not true anymore? No, it's just the idea. Like Newtonian physics is like an approximation of the universe. It doesn't quite work out at different like scopes, which is why quantum mechanics is like subsumed and then superseded all of what we knew before in like Newtonian physics, except for we don't know how to explain gravity at all yet, which is a big hole. But
physics?
Okay,
there you go.
It's more about a physical question. I've seen you make this claim that you'll say things like, well, there's no social contract, our rights come from God.
Yes.
So first thing is, could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by that?
Yeah, just as the founders did, as they said in the Declaration, the laws of nature and nature's God, where whether you believe it's an actual being of a triune God like I would, or kind of more of a deistic.
Isn't it possible that you can think objective reality is real, but postmodernism is helpful? Okay, my understanding, first of all, oh my God, Destiny, please stop with the bad physics takes. Wait, ninja physics, what did I just say that was incorrect? You go, type, or you're IP banned. I'm actually not fucking right. You're going to get perma-banned. Please just don't talk about physics. What did I just say that was incorrect? Go, or you're banned. Go ahead. And if it's like, oh, it's just memeing, I don't care. You're getting banned. You can go to DGG or YouTube chat. Go ahead. I think that broadly speaking, so there's not like a one thing that is like postmodern, right? Like there are different people, I think like Foucault, that get called postmodern. They're like, no, I'm not postmodern, fuck you, right? I think the idea behind modernism, this like trend of thought was just the idea that we can like categorize things as being like objectively true or making progress in these areas. It's just like this mode of thought that like we can measure objectively, like through objective truth, like progress in society and shit. And then I think like postmodern thought like questions that. Well, are we actually making progress? Like these things that you call objective truths, are they really objective, or are they more relative to like different contexts and different like sets of facts or whatever, basically? But so it's like a very broad thing to just say like, oh, postmodernism sucks. It's like, it's really strange because like that's like a really broad thing. It's like saying like, oh, like I like all of modernism, or I hate all of postmodernism, or I like it just doesn't. It's just kind of a weird thing to say. I think it's like a really broad school of thought. It's I don't even know if you'd call it. I don't even know if you'd say postmodernism is like a school of thought. Like it's. Yeah, it's just a really dumb. Where's the physics guy? What did he say? Quantum does. So this guy in chat said quantum doesn't accurately describe macro objects. Newtonian physics approximates what? Wait, what? I've never heard that in my life. My understanding is that every single idea or thought that we have around physics, I think, save for gravity, has been subsumed by quantum mechanics. That everything can be. We don't need. You don't have to switch back and forth over and over again. It's not called quantum mechanics because it only deals with small things. Where's the ninja physics guy? Did he say anything, or? Or so the quantum mechanists would like us to think. Okay, true. Okay, ninja physics got banned. Fuck you. He didn't say anything. You don't use QM for lots of large-scale calculations. It's quite difficult to model. Yeah, sure. Maybe you might not because approximations work. But my understanding is that like everything in like quantum mechanics and everything in like general relativity, all of these things have completely subsumed Newtonian physics. Like all of that has been accounted for more or less. I believe Newton is comprised by relativity and string theory is trying to connect quantum with. All right, okay, no, we're not doing this. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's still a crossover between when things become large enough that they no longer act quantum mechanically, or there are some properties that can be arbitrarily large and others can't. It's not understood where the crossover occurs. Fuck. I need more. We had one physicist in chat, but he turned anti-fan and left. I don't know. We'll find another one someday. Okay. Oh shit! My food is here. Actually, hold on. Wait 1 second. Yep, just for you, Mel. A Coke Zero. No. What does it say on the top of it? I have a BSc in physics. We haven't fully recovered classical mechanics via quantum yet. That's insanely complicated. I thought coagulation of Zerg, I thought wait, I just 100% disagree with the idea that Newton is wrong. QM and GR didn't overturn Newton. I thought QM and GR are literally like a literal paradigm shift. I thought Newton is just wrong, but it works for approximations, but it doesn't describe the underlying like reality correctly. I'm almost positive that that's correct. Isn't quantum gravity not a thing? Like we want it desperately to be a thing, but it isn't yet. No, I don't think there is a, oh, fuck. I need the physics guy here to explain this. Because I don't know if I'm right. I don't believe that, quantum mechanics, I don't think has an account for gravity yet. But general relativity does. That's the whole space-time, blankets, boobs, and all that shit, right? You roll a marble in a, right? Because I think space-time is like the explanation for gravity, but I don't think there's a quantum account of that yet. But I thought that everything, everything classically has been subsumed at this point by QM and relativity. I thought that was the case. Is that not true? Are there things classically that we don't have an account for yet or can't explain? Newton's theory of gravity works fine at or near the Earth's surface. Yeah, and saying that your dick is 3 inches long is an okay approximation, but in reality, it's probably like 3.01 inches or 3.05 inches or something, right? The idea is that those aren't truth but models. A model cannot be true or false. Sure. Okay, we're finishing this.
God, that you have rights and something gave it to you. And that the social contract that we have recognizes a transcendent order.
So if something
Can I actually say this? I don't know if this is a controversial food take or not. I don't like burritos that you can't take bites out of. When I like, okay, no. Actually, let me quantify this a little bit more. I don't mind huge burritos like this, but what I don't like is when all the rice is stuck in one corner, all the meat is in another corner, and then like when you bite it, there's like different quadrants of like how your burrito is loaded, and it's like, really? I don't know. I don't like that. I don't think it's good.
Gave it to you. I assume that what you mean by something gave it to you.
I would believe an omniscient, omnipotent being, but I'm not proselytizing you to believe
no,
that, right?
I'm not. I don't think you are. I mean, I was the one who brought it up. I'm
sure.
just curious.
Okay, no.
You know, they had a so if you know, because when you say that something gave it to you, you could read that at least two different ways. So one of them is, which, and I assume this is not what you think, but like, you know, one of them is that like, literally in a cause and effect way, we have certain legal rights because of like the intervention of God. But of course, it's clearly not the case that God is like stopping China from putting dissidents in jail. I assume what you mean is that we morally have a right to those things because God gave it to you.
That's correct, but if you're asking, do I believe that in a God that can intervene supernaturally,
sure.
I do.
Sure, you can, but I mean, like
and
as a.
But
I'm
not happy to get into that.
Sure, fair enough, right?
I don't think there'll be much.
I don't think that's actually relevant to the question.
Yeah.
But I'm trust me, whatever else I am, I'm a huge philosophy nerd. I'm always happy to talk about that. But
and I have a question about Christopher Hitchens for you.
Sure, awesome.
Because I know you wrote a book on it.
I did, just finished a couple weeks ago. But I'd like to thank you. If you say that God is the moral, you know, is the reason why morally we should have these rights.
The unmoved movement.
That I don't understand how that's going to get around like the Euthyphro problem. Like if you say, okay, so Euthyphro, there's this dialogue written by Plato where Socrates is arguing with this ancient Greek holy man named Euthyphro.
Yes.
And they're talking about the definition of holiness. And it's going to take just a second, but I promise I'm going to get through this quickly and we'll get to the point. You know, they have so they're arguing about the definition of holiness. And Euthyphro says the holy is that which the gods love, and Socrates asks him this simple question.
Uh-oh.
Do the gods love it because it is holy, or is it holy
because the gods love it?
So translate into what we're talking about here, the question would be, is it morally just that, you know, these rights be recognized because that's what God wants, or does God want it because it would be...
Unironically, there's a God-tier dilemma. It gets to, it's an interesting question. Is morality woven into the fabric of the universe and God can interpret that fabric? Or is something moral simply because God says it is? It's an interesting, if you believe in God.
Unjust to deny them, because if you say...
Both.
Okay, well, that's a really interesting answer. Never heard that one before. I want to get into it, but just to finish up with what the problem is, if you say that God wants you to have those rights because it would be morally unjust to deny it to you,
yes, and
then that suggests that it's morally unjust for some reason other than God wanting it, and that the God part, at least on the moral question, is going to be sort of beside the point. That they have that like whatever the reason is why it would be, God thinks it would be unjust, is a reason that's going to be just as available to the atheist or the agnostic. Whereas if you say it's morally unjust because God doesn't want it, and God doesn't have some reason why it would be morally unjust, then it's just like lucky for us, I guess, that God wants us to have free speech and freedom of religion, equal rights for women, because he could just as easily want us to organize a society like the Taliban did.
Right, so a lot to unpack there. I would say both, because through divine revelation and through reason, especially through many of the writings of the early church fathers, you know, we believe in a metaphysical God that not just gave us the law and this interpretation of natural rights because he believes there's a certain way we should live, right? But also because of divine revelation,
it's not Aquinas, it's Aquinas, right? Sorry, I think I always mispronounce his name.
As what is morally just and unjust, right? So believing in the Christian God or the Judeo-Christian God, you would reject what the Taliban is doing for a variety of different reasons, right?
So I understand how you can say that through divine revelation, you can figure out.
Oh, was Aquinas right the first time?
And the tradition,
I don't remember.
Sure,
right? And going all Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, Augustine.
Well, I mean, this is, you know,
we can go to
we're talking about the Plato's objection. To
I'm happy to go through Aristotle's ethics and metaphysics with you too.
Sure,
so.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
So I think that I understand how you say through divine revelation we find out what God thinks is just or unjust, but that's a slightly different question from what makes it just or unjust.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding your question. Just can you clarify it a little bit?
So
I'm super shocked. It's so bizarre to me. Okay. Sometimes I appear to be very smart, and then something is brought up, and people will be like, "How do you not know that thing?" Well, my answer is because I look up shit and I read about it when it comes up. I don't have like a formal background in these areas. It's really bizarre to me that Charlie Kirk, who claims to have read all these philosophy books and wants to talk about like Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, how have you not heard this dilemma before? It's like, it is the classic dilemma of like, where does morality come from? Or I think it might even be employed to like disprove that you can get morality from God. This is a super classic dilemma. I don't know anything about philosophy really, truly. And I've heard this like a million times. I feel like you would have always heard this before. It's really, I'm curious if he's actually, how have you read of so many people? You haven't, right? But like, how can you claim to have read so many people and not know about this? That's just, he sounds like he's just name dropping, you know?
So the question is, you know, the question you answer with both is, does God want us to have these rights because it'd be unjust if we didn't have them?
Yes.
Or would it be unjust if we didn't? Or is the only reason it would be unjust if we didn't have them because God doesn't want us to have them?
The answer is both, and the answer is in self-evident, is that you can find it both in the Word of God and through self-evident exploration of the natural world.
But those are answers
contradictory.
to the question of how you find out what God wants.
Yes.
But that's a little bit different from saying, why does God want that thing?
Oh, okay, good. God wants us these things because he wants us to live fruitful and multiply, as he says in the scriptures. God does not want us to live oppressively. He doesn't want us to fail or to, in my own biblical theological interpretation, which you can feel free to mock and dismiss. But
trust me, I'm not going to mock it.
No, we had a whole fun little thing last night.
I have tremendous respect for Christian socialists like Cornel West or Dr.
Yes.
Martin Luther
Well,
King.
definitely not going to find me as one of those.
Or
but
to pick a third example of a progressive Christian, just at random, pick one out of the hat.
Jesus.
My wife Jennifer. They have a tremendous respect for
Fuck,
all of
no.
these
Thank you.
people, but
God wants us to live freely.
So if God wants us to live fruitfully,
You should have
to
thrown the Jesus in there.
Be fruitful and multiply.
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
To occupy till I come. Be salt and light throughout every corner of the earth.
Okay, so would it still, if the reason that
Nice.
God wants us to be fruitful, if the reason that God wants us to live, flourishing lives,
Yes.
whatever, is because it's objectively good to live flourishing lives, so it would still be, if hypothetically it turned out somehow, right, there was some magic way of checking this, right, that there wasn't a God, it would still be the case that it was objectively morally good
That's
to live flourishing
correct.
lives.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So God's law in our interpretation of natural rights is true regardless if you recognize it's granted by God or not. So I'll give you an example, the Decalogue, right? The 10 Commandments or the 10 statements that were given to Moses.
Okay.
If you follow those 10 things as an atheist or Christopher Hitchens fan, you're going to live a good life. Not lying, not stealing, not murdering, honoring your parents, you're not committing adultery. Those are things that are built into the natural law. That's an easy 10 examples to give.
Okay.
Now, but also those things are true if you recognize they're given to by God, of which I believe. So those are both independently true.
So,
damn,
because you said two things here, and I'm not sure how long we want to spend on this, but just
I mean, I'm enjoying it.
But you're sure, but you're saying two
I hope
things.
you're enjoying
No, I am enjoying this. I just also realized that this is a little self-indulgent. That I was really curious about this thing that's a little off topic.
I hope it's clarifying you, not confusing me. So.
Okay. Well, here's the part that I do still unfortunately find a little bit confusing. So you're saying two things about this that I don't see how they fit together. One of them is that it would be objectively morally good for us to live flourishing lives whether God existed or not. And then the other is that God grants us these rights in the sense that, the reason why that God somehow is the reason why morally these are good, these are things that we should have a right to.
Yes, both of those things. So if there's someone right now in some country, island country,
Sigma male,
and they independently come to the conclusion in the natural law that they should marry and have children, not murder and not kill, regardless of them becoming in contact with the Word of God or where that came from, they're going to live flourishing lives. So that's what we mean by the natural law.
Sure, no,
that someone in Papua New Guinea or in Paris will equally succeed if they do these.
Sure, I understand, but
he's ripping the mic out. Oh my God!
Sure, no, but like what you're talking about seems like, forgive me if this is a slightly pretentious way to put it, but like it seems like what you're talking about isn't really metaphysics. In other words, what makes something true. Right, what you're talking about is really epistemology, how we find out that it's true. So
I'm happy to go into the metaphysics of it too.
Sure, but the question is just like
Ben breaking out the formal philosophy now. Oh boy,
God granting us these rights is what makes it morally good for us to have these rights. That it can still be morally good for people to have these rights, even if they don't know about that. Right, I understand that part.
Okay,
but they have
good.
but that's a little bit of a different question from if it objectively weren't true. That
We're not true.
If it were objectively not true
that God exists,
would it still be the case that these would be morally good?
Got it. I understand the question. I reject the premise.
Well, I mean, I understand
because like it's like
I
asking.
Understand you think that's not the case.
It's asking in like a hypothetical world if like there is no unmoved mover and like some creator.
Sure.
So I guess what you're saying is what I value as the natural law. If there was no natural lawgiver, would the natural law still be true? To be consistent, I guess.
Okay.
Yes.
Well.
But I reject the premise because you're.
But
asking,
that's weird then, because now you're saying morality doesn't come from God then, because it exists independent of God, right? This is why this is it Euthyphro? I don't know how to pronounce the guy's name because I didn't take any fucking class on this. We could go over the dilemma. I mean, I think it's pretty interesting if you're a God person because Euthyphro? Has this guy asked, what if two people who claim to find... Oh, no, that's you're in a different type of argument there. Basically, the question is whether the good and just is good and just because God wills it, or whether God wills it because it is good and just. Ever since Plato's original discussion, the question has presented a problem for some theists, though others have
thought it a false dilemma. It continues to be an object of theological and philosophical discussion today. It's an interesting dilemma, but
me to believe something.
Well, I'm not asking you to believe.
Or to entertain something.
Sure.
So to answer your question, I guess, would the natural law be true if God did not write the natural law? Yeah.
Okay. So.
But I think that the natural law is true because it's epistemologically correct, teleologically correct in our purpose and our driven, theologically correct and spiritually correct.
Okay, but that still seems like we've traveled some distance from saying that God gave us these rights in the sense that the reason it's morally good that we have these rights is that God.
But and I believe that is true.
Okay.
Because our existence is breathed into by a creator.
Sure, but I think you can think three things are all true. One is that the reason we exist is because of God. Right?
Yes.
And you could even think that the reason maybe there are certain natural facts about the way that people are such that certain things are good for us and help us live flourishing lives, and that the reason for those natural facts is that God created it that way.
Yes.
You could believe those two things while also believing that
We'll
what
go to the
makes
next. Let's
it
go,
morally
baby.
good that we do these things and live flourishing lives
is both. Yeah, and I said that.
Well, okay, but I don't understand
It's
how
because
it could be both.
it's both because God commanded it, and because God created it and God ordained it, and also that it's good for human existence through the moral construct that we all accept.
So if God,
they're both simultaneously true.
So I mean,
Wow.
maybe this is another thing where I'm asking you to entertain something you don't want to entertain,
Sure.
but like,
If God was dead,
no, if God had commanded something different, would that thing therefore be good?
Yes, that's the
so
question.
it's a premise and a presupposition that.
Well,
I mean,
I understand you don't think
it's like saying
it is
so this,
true.
actually the Bible deals with this, right?
Sure,
So the
okay.
Bible deals with this in the story of Abraham and Isaac, or is it Isaac and Jacob when he brings up his son to sacrifice?
Abraham and Isaac.
Yeah. Abraham and Isaac, where God commanded Abraham to sacrifice his child.
Come on, Charlie, I'm the atheist. I
Yeah,
should be the one who
exactly.
knows
I
this
wanted to
and
make
you
sure I
don't.
was precise. When God actually never
Yeah.
commanded him to do that. It was a test of his faith, right? At the very moment he delivered a replacement sacrifice at the very last moment.
So this is a perfect example.
That's a question of obedience to God. Do you do something that is against the moral law if God commands you to do it?
So you think that if, hypothetically, God had wanted him to go through with it, that the right thing to do would be to go through with it?
Yeah, if you believe in an omniscient, omnipotent, unmoved mover, but this text doesn't show that. Yes, I mean, the answer, even for an atheist, would be a yes. If you believe there was a God.
I don't think that follows. I think that you could be, if there was a omniscient and omnipotent but morally bad reason, being that created the universe, then I would have a self.
I think that's a fair thing to say.
I would have a self-interested reason to go along with it, the same way that if I was living under Stalin, I would have a self-interested reason to go along with what Stalin wanted. But that wouldn't mean I would have a moral reason.
But I think one of the shoot-offs of this, and I haven't like dove in deep into this dilemma because I'm not theistic, so fuck this. But I think one of the shoot-offs of this as well is that, like, let's say that the natural law exists independent of God, and God only like reveals it to you rather than commands it. He's revealing to the natural law. Theoretically, couldn't there be other gods as well that could reveal that same law to you? Why do you need one monotheistic God to do it? Could another one not do the same? Right.
Under the Christian text and the Bible, there is not a commandment that is against what we would consider as moral in the Western tradition.
Well,
and you would probably totally disagree. Let me ask you a question about Christopher Hitchens.
Sure, let's do
okay,
it.
because we got 5 minutes left.
Sure.
I want to be respectful of everyone's time.
I am delighted to do 5 minutes of Hitchens.
Help me.
Sure.
Give the best argument. Because
Yeah.
what are your metaphysics? Are you an atheist?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you hope you're wrong?
Do I hope I'm wrong? I hope it depends on what that would mean. I mean, if
Do you hope there's a God?
I certainly don't hope there's a God
damage.
who's going to send me to hell for being an atheist. That wouldn't be a good outcome.
Do you want eternal life?
Do I? Depends what kind of eternal life. If
Like eternal bliss.
eternal bliss, if that were
Seeing
on,
your loved ones.
Sure,
And
sure. If that were on offer, I would take it.
I respect that answer because not every atheist answers that way. Some
Yeah.
atheists say no.
I would. There are a lot.
They want to be right more than what is good.
Sure, they would. There are a lot of things about that, like standard theologically orthodox Christians believe is God. About God, I would not be happy to be true, but that one I would definitely be happy
Okay,
to have
an
to be
acceptance of a savior that could give you eternal life. So the fine tuning
true.
argument.
I don't think that's exactly what I said, but it's probably not worth doing. Look, fine tuning argument.
Fine
Let's do
tuning,
it.
which
Yeah.
is Christopher Hitchens said is the best argument
Sure.
for those people that believe
Yeah,
in
yeah.
it.
Fine-tuning argument is garbage. Imagine if, imagine, Charlie, If God were to command you that the most moral thing would be to take a dick in the ass, would you acknowledge then that taking dicks in the ass is good? That's the real hypothetical you got to get him with. You got to hit him with the hard ones.
Creator. The fine-tuning argument is that we live in a planet that's perfectly positioned.
Oh, he's about to explain it. Sorry.
You could do better than I could. How do you personally wrestle with and unpack the fine-tuning?
The fine-tuning argument is just, it's the premise is just so stupid because you're assuming the fine-tuning argument is like looking at a computer program and like saying like, oh my God, how was it the case that like you were able to get all of this to compile in this compiler, like in this language perfectly, like with just like a whole bunch of shit, like, like you have to write like code in a specific way to do it, blah, 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 blah. So there must have been a creator. But the problem with the using code isn't a really great example, I guess. Okay, let me back up. Let's try something different. Or I'll just be more general. I don't need to give an example. You should be able to understand this, right? People look at the Earth and they say, oh my God, like life has been fine-tuned to live on Earth. And they say that that's like a guided process. But the problem is, Earth could have been a certain way, and then life developed to like grow into Earth, if that makes sense, right? Like, if you take a glass and you fill it with water, it's not like we've picked the perfect amount of water to fill the glass. It's that you pour water into the glass and it'll take the shape of the glass because that's all it can do, right? It could be that the Earth is 1,000,000 kilometers closer or farther away, or however long would be a distance. I don't know what the AU is. I don't know what the number for that is. But like, it could be that the Earth is closer and farther. Life could have developed a certain way. Like, to assume that life could have only gone a certain way is just not, that's like an invalid assumption. There could be other things, right? Yeah, sorry, Jesus.
Tuning argument.
Sure.
Do you ever have doubts that there is a God?
Honestly, I kind of wish that I could say yes, because it makes me sound more,
reasonable.
More reasonable. It sounds dogmatic if I say no, but honestly, I think no is the honest answer. I think that so why the fine-tuning argument doesn't move me very much.
Because it didn't move Hitchens, but it
piqued
his curiosity.
I mean, I might even go along with the comparative claim that it might be better than the other arguments, but they have but the reason that I find the fine-tuning argument unconvincing is that I don't think we can move backwards from it would be really improbable, like given a certain setup, this outcome would be really improbable. This outcome happened, therefore that setup is wrong. So just a small example that I think makes vivid why I don't find that plausible. If you shuffle a deck of 52 cards and you deal out the ace of spades, it's clearly a bad argument to say, well, if the person was cheating.
Yeah, the deck has more than 52 cards, though.
They were doing, sure.
Because the probability of the fine-tuning
But I think the point of principle is that the same reason why it would be unreasonable to say, well, there's only a 1 in 52 chance that a fair shuffle would have gotten me this, and this happened, therefore it wasn't a fair shuffle, is that you could run that argument for any card. That it would be much more likely that if you had the dealer was cheating to give you the 3 of hearts, you get the 3 of hearts, that if it was random. And I think that no matter how big you make the deck, the same point is going to apply, that if it's 1 out of, 500 trillion or whatever, that the chance of this, well, sure, it's the fact that this outcome is the one that happens, you could say would be more likely if there was a being who wanted it to happen. But you could also say the same thing about all but one of the other 500 trillion.
There's got to be a better way to explain it. I'm trying to, because my explanation sucked too. His explanation was good, but I'm just trying to think if it makes sense. Like, things could be another way. If I shuffle a deck of cards and then I show you the whole deck, that's probably the first time in history that that particular arrangement of cards has been seen. That's the most likely thing. No one has ever shuffled a deck of cards and has seen the same arrangement of cards. And to say that, like, well, since that happened, it must have been naturally selected for. It's like, well, hold on. I could have shuffled it and anything else could have happened, right? It could have gone another way. You just don't know that. You just assume that it could only be one way because that's the universe you live in,
Let me ask you a question, like the minute, 10 seconds we have remaining, which is not that. Teleological argument. What's the purpose of life?
So I think that I definitely cannot do in 10 seconds, but if I could have like an extra 45 or so, I could take a run at it.
What is the purpose? What is the telos? What is the place you're aiming for?
So I think the teleological argument for the existence of God is a slightly different thing.
No, I'm just saying, what is your teleology? What's the purpose of being?
Okay, all right. Because you said teleological argument, we could get into why I don't think that works. But I think that the purpose of being, if you mean the moral purpose, what makes it like morally good, to live life in a certain way. We could certainly talk about what counts as personal virtue. We could certainly talk about what counts as moral justice. I think a good, thriving life is one where you can pursue what you regard as a good and fulfilling life, which I gotta say, I think you're enabled to do if you have the kind of economic supports that make you not stay in jobs you hate, etc. I cannot resist throwing that in.
That's okay. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah, me
Maybe
too.
we could do it again.
I'd love to.
It was fun to explore ideas everywhere from metaphysics to ethics to post office adoration. Is that fair to say? Defense.
Yes, strong.
And we agreed on Hunter Biden, Jeff Bezos, price transparency, and pharmaceutical commercials. Besides that, it's a bunch of really good disagreements, but we have clarity and not agreement, which I hope we have more.
I wish they could have gone deeper. Ben was super duper ultra prepared for this conversation. He either knew all the topics in advance, or he just did a really good job at making sure he was ready for every thing that was going to come up. So good job on Ben. As much as I hate him, he did a really good job on this conversation. The best politics, the 25 best politics channels on YouTube ranked. We've got Secular Talk with Kyle. Oh, God, Breaking Point. Tim Pool. Oh, my goodness. Sargon of Akkad. Where is Destiny at? I'm not even on the list? You don't even get to vote for me? Seriously? Oh, is this one of those dynamic pages that load as you go further down? Oh, George Douglas added Destiny. Ranker.com. Okay, 100% of people agree. Cool.
So I mean, like, yeah.
Here.
I want to shit
Add these.
on John Zucker.
There you go.
So I mean, like, yeah. I want to shit on John Zucker. So I mean, like.
God, I hate how much I like Australian accents. Fuck! Not good. Okay. Boom, boom. We got through a lot today. Destiny, look at this. We listened to this whole thing. What? She didn't carry the firearm safely. She had pistols stuck into her armpits and was... Wait, we already listened to this. I think we've already read, these exact quotes. Hassan defending Nick Merck's anti-vax take. Uh-oh.
What the fuck is this? Let's see. What?
He shot and he woke up with a broken nose and a concussion. What fucking vaccine? Hey.
It's okay, my dude. You are #1 in our hearts.
Thank you.
Nah, I did hear about some crazy shit though.
Kind of Sagittarius.
One of them vaccines. Yeah, be careful, man. Guys, do your research, man.
Wait, isn't this a really old clip? This is April 15th. Why are you even giving me this to react to?
Fucking shots. Someone who's hey man, listen. People, they say, hey, listen, you might get a blood clot, but you also might not. Good luck. Oh no, it's not 100% effective, but it almost works. Get it done. Roll Tide. Make sure you post on it on social media after you get that shot too. Let me tell you. Chad, just be careful, man. Shit. Chad, be careful, all right? That's all I'm saying. Oh my God, be careful. Hey, Bob, thank you for the 5 gifts. Do your research.
Dude, I love Nick Merck so much, dude. I love Nick Merck so much.
I do too. He's really funny.
So
patient named Anthony Pecorino today,
puts in a Q line at the
He's
end
a funny
there.
guy.
Okay, guys. Okay, I gotta pull you out. Every now and then, there are members in my community that I have to pull back into reality. Right? Like, we like to have a safe space here. We like to foster an environment that.
Oh no, he's not going to defend his take. Did he do that?
Also feel comfortable to ask questions. And also feel not targeted for being marginalized. He's not a fucking QAnon supporter. That's literally the heart of the problem with why I was saying it's terrible when you know 6 people get fucking blood clots, and then literally the FDA.
Okay, I don't care that much anymore. Fuck, this burrito is really good. What did I order from? Chronic Tacos. Okay. One thing you dislike the most about Ben Burgis? Just socialist, like lame shit. Our conversations in the past sucked. Potholer vid.
This is coal. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared.
The treasurer.
Okay.
This is coal. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared.
The treasurer knows the rule on crops.
It's coal.
When Scott Morrison brandished a lump of coal in the Australian Parliament, it was a signal to the world that this is coal country. Coal is one of Australia's biggest export commodities, generating billions of dollars in trade, and it provides electricity to power Australian manufacturing and light up homes. This coal-fired power station, for example, is crucial.
Coal sucks, right? Like, coal is like the worst of all the power shit, like worse than fucking oil and everything else. Am I right on that, or?
He's gonna kill me again.
Any philosophy or politics books you can recommend. Various authors or theories I can look into to learn more.
Yeah, the Bible, my friend. That's all you need.
For powering the state of South Australia. That's why Scott Morrison, the Prime Minister, made such an impassioned speech that our economic survival depends on keeping these people.
Jesus!
What the fuck? Well, that's a stroke of bad luck. But no, this wasn't an accident or a terrorist act plunging South Australia into darkness. It's the last coal-fired power station being decommissioned by its owners in 2016. So, how's the state doing without any power? Actually, it's doing quite well. This statistic astonished me when I heard it, and maybe you'll be bowled over too. If it was an independent country, South Australia would now rank second in the world, after Denmark, in the use of variable renewable power.
Cool.
It's doing what so many people in the federal government claimed was impossible and is thriving on renewable energy. Now, before cynics start flooding the comments section with questions about what happens when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow, let's backtrack a little. In 2006, South Australia had almost no renewable energy at all. It was dependent on coal and gas. Then, under a left-of-centre Labour state government, South Australia began replacing them with wind and solar power. It had an ambitious plan to produce 50% of its power from renewable resources. By contrast, the national targets were 50% renewable by 2050. Within just 10 years, South Australia had replaced all its coal-fired power with renewable power, and that's when it decommissioned the last of its coal-fired power stations. What could possibly go wrong? The move towards renewable energy was heavily criticised by the federal government, which was run by the right-of-centre Liberal National Coalition. I know the word liberal is confusing here. Unlike Canada, the Liberal Party in Australia is the Conservative Party on the right of politics. In other words, it's this, not this. So why don't I just call them Conservatives to avoid confusion? After a huge storm caused blackouts across the state in 2016...
Yeah, everybody uses these words so differently. Like in Sweden, for instance, their far-right party are called the Sweden Democrats. I don't know why. Fuck everything, but...
Federal government leaders called South Australia's move towards renewable energy a failed experiment.
Businesses are investing millions of dollars in backup generators. That's the great achievement of the Labor Party's energy policy in South Australia.
They invited in this high uptake of renewables, the highest on a per capita basis anywhere in the world. Now, this big experiment failed.
Actually, the story's a bit more complicated than that.
Is it?
The main cause of the statewide blackout was infrastructure damage caused by a storm, but some of the criticism was justified. Power was intermittent when renewable sources weren't working, and South Australia had the second most expensive electricity in the country. And this was something of an experiment. So even beyond the storm and the blackout, there was a problem with South Australia's renewable energy program. At times, the system was producing way too much energy that couldn't be stored, and at other times it wasn't producing enough and had no backup, except to import electricity from neighbouring states. So the South Australian government decided to get around the problem with another experiment, the world's largest battery, to be built by Tesla at a place called Hornsdale.
This is going to be the largest battery installation in the world by a significant margin. This is a 100 megawatt battery installation. The next biggest battery system in the world is 30 megawatts. So we're talking about something that is more than 3 times as powerful as the next biggest battery installation in the world.
And because so far this story is playing out along stereotypical political lines, a battery must be left-wing, so the politically correct position for a Conservative government has to be this.
By all means, have the world's biggest battery, have the world's biggest banana, have the world's biggest prawn, like we have on the roadside along the highways around the country. But that's not solving the problem.
Well, there's only one way to find out. But hold on, because I still haven't finished the story. In 2018, there was an election in South Australia, and the idealistic, Chardonnay-sipping, politically correct, green-loving, snowflake lefty government, led by Jay Weatherill, got booted out. And in his place came the new Premier, Stephen Marshall. Hang on, that's not right. Oh, there he is. It's a joke. I know him, he won't mind. Anyway, he came to power heading the tough-talking, right-wing, shoot-first, ask-questions-later macho government of the Liberal Party,
my money to a
the same
trillionaire.
party of Australia's current Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, the party of coal. So now that they're back in power in South Australia, they're going to fulfil their promises to pull back the reckless targets for renewable energy, cancel the battery deal with Tesla, and go back to using electricity based on the tough, manly pursuit of digging up and burning coal, right? But no, they didn't. They realized that the experiment was succeeding, for reasons we'll see, and that consumers, energy companies, and industry wanted to keep it. So instead of scrapping the green-loving snowflake lefty program, the new Conservative government massively expanded it. New and bigger wind and solar farms were planned and built, and the target for renewable energy was raised even higher. Even the Hornsdale battery was enlarged, and this time, for some reason, there were no comparisons to a big banana. I wonder why. So under a right-wing government, South Australia is now at 70% renewable energy and aiming for 90% by 2025. Senior politicians in the federal government had warned that the push for renewables in South Australia would lead to an unreliable power supply and higher electricity prices. The reality is that since the Hornsdale battery has been built, the electricity supply in South Australia has been pretty stable and even has advantages over coal and gas. One of the headaches of grid engineers is trying to regulate the output of electricity from power stations to meet demand, which varies throughout the day. Here's the response time of coal and gas-fired power stations, and here's the response time of the Hornsdale battery, which is measured in milliseconds. For energy companies, this is less wasteful, much more economical, and much more efficient. The Hornsdale battery has been so successful that it's produced windfall profits for its owner, the French company Neoen, and paid for itself within just a few years.
Damn.
And so successful that it's been expanded from 100 megawatts to 150 megawatts. As for the cost of renewable energy, it's now so cheap that South Australia has turned from having the second most expensive electricity in Australia during the coal-burning era to the cheapest. And the renewable energy program has sparked new industries and innovations like Sundrop Farm, which is using solar energy to turn seawater into fresh water. Prior to this innovation, the semi-arid land on which the farm sits was only able to support 3 cows. Now it has an abundance of water taken from the sea and produces 14% of Australia's tomatoes. And for people who have no idea what those are, they're tomatoes. Government officials in South Australia also have their eye on attracting international firms that need cheap renewable energy as a power source. Because increasingly, countries that are signed up to treaties limiting carbon emissions will penalise companies that have a high carbon footprint. Whether you agree with that or not, that's the reality. And this is how we now get to the current position of South Australia having the second highest uptake of variable renewable energy in the world, if it was an independent country. The state government not only met its renewable energy targets, it exceeded them. But for some pundits, speaking in the year 2020, it's still 1995.
Renewables are nice if they work, but they're expensive, unreliable, impractical, and frankly, a bit of a con.
I guess that after pushing the same message for 20 years, based on technology that's 30 years old, it's hard to change direction. The success of renewable energy in South Australia is reflected in plans to build a huge renewable energy hub that will produce 1.2 gigawatts of wind and 600 megawatts of solar, backed up by a battery with 1.8 gigawatts of storage, 10 times bigger than the original Hornsdale battery. So South Australia could soon be producing far more electricity than it needs, nearly all from wind and solar, and much cheaper than neighbouring states. What will it do with all that cheap, clean energy? One answer, which is now being trialled with a pilot plant, is to split water molecules and produce hydrogen, and then export it to countries like Japan and South Korea that are also switching away from coal and oil and looking ahead to a hydrogen-fueled economy. Liquid sunshine, as one Australian engineer described it. I spoke about this in my video, A Conservative Solution to Climate Change. This video is really a practical example of what I was saying in that video, which of course was all my opinion. A vision of the future that's not calling for world government and state control, but a free enterprise solution that should be easily adopted by both sides of the political equation. Now we can see what happens when we put that into practice.
Okay.
A measure of the success in South Australia is that other states like Victoria and New South Wales are now trying to emulate it, building similar renewable energy farms backed by battery storage. And again, this goes across party lines. New South Wales has a Conservative government, Victoria is left-wing. In another video, my previous one, I asked the question, do you get it now? And clearly, most of the states do, but there's also some encouraging news in the media. News International, which dominates Australia's media and is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who also owns Fox News, The Wall Street Journal and The New York Post, has spent decades downplaying or even denying the link between carbon dioxide and global temperature, and of course rubbishing renewable energy. But almost overnight, it's announced a major editorial shift.
Uh-oh.
Apparently they do now accept the science, at least here in Australia.
Cool.
They've finally figured out that carbon dioxide does cause global warming and that something needs to be done about it, and that renewable energy is now a good thing. After scientists have been warning about this for decades, Murdoch and his editors suddenly decided they were right. But during those decades, News International has been spoon-feeding millions of readers and viewers a steady diet of slanted scientific nonsense that I've been debunking on my channel, splashing opinions from scientists with no qualifications in climate science, and pundits who never passed high school science, and even an op-ed piece written by a special correspondent who turned out to be an anonymous flack working for a resources industry lobby group. Well, I suppose it took the Roman Catholic Church over 350 years to finally admit that Galileo was right, the Earth does orbit the Sun, and it took creationists half a century to admit that animals do change over time to the point where they can no longer interbreed. So it does take a while for entrenched ideological and religious beliefs to finally succumb to science. But isn't it nice to see what can be done when everyone does listen to the science and the ideological bickering stops?
Wow. Now that's what I call a story that's cool, bro. "100% chance to crit." Nice. Socrates video on Chomsky. Nope. Can you get a real climate scientist to chat so she can unblackpill me on it being too late to reverse climate change? I think we're on an okay path, my dude. Watch the Fanatic JLP thingy. That's the last one we got. Uniting the races with truth. Ah! Jesus. No league today? Are we gonna yellow queue?
I would call you a pretty self-hating black man, to be honest. Because, for example, you make statements
You
like...
call me that?
Yes, for sure.
Oh, good. You call me that?
Yes.
What do you call me?
A pretty self-hating black man.
What the?
Yeah, listen.
And why?
It's not to be offensive. I
No,
think
no,
it's
no,
just
be offensive.
Okay, all right, but it's just that you
Why?
say things like, I'm black and I'm slow.
Okay, the audio balancing, please.
Don't forget that the Father State is on Patreon. So click the Patreon link in the description to support our work. I do appreciate it. And thank you for the feedback, the support of the store. Because of
Oh my
you,
God, I needed to
your
hit this
support
guy.
of what we're doing here, we get a lot done. So thank you very much. I have with me today Fanatic. And Fanatic is a Twitch streamer and musical artist. Thank you for coming, Fanatic.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm
So
excited.
does Fanatic mean that you're crazy?
No. The name started, it was a nod to this guy named Combo Fiend. But long story short, I was really into combos. I used to be a professional fighting game player. And I was really into combos. And so my name was really Combo Fanatic.
Oh.
I just kind of shortened it down to Fanatic.
Oh, okay. Amazing. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
You're a Christian. And why do you think you are a Christian?
Well, I guess I was raised very Christian, but then I think beyond that, I developed a personal relationship with God, I would say. I guess all throughout my life, I always knew who he was and saw examples of who he was, but I feel like obtained a really personal relationship with him, with God. When I started really reading the Bible, I'd say around 19-ish, is when I really kind of rededicated, because I think anyone raised Christian, you kind of step away for a bit. Rededicated to God, I would say, and started reading the Bible and developing a personal relationship with him. And
what is a personal relationship with God?
Well, I think when it comes to decision making or your character and how you interact with other people and things like that, I feel like there's enough things within the scriptures and the Bible itself that kind of dictate how you should be, how you should live. And I think the more you start praying and things like that, I believe God can personally talk to you. I think he has his hand and you start to see his providence over your life and over how you, just the direction you're going. You see him open up opportunities. You see his giftings and things like that. So it's just...
Do you sin?
I don't...
Yeah, of course.
I'm not going to ever just say that I never sin. I would say that I don't make sin a practice. Like, it's not something that I am actively engaged in on a regular basis. But I think maybe there might be weaknesses, and every now and then I might fall or something. But I don't think it's something I do every day. And I think I should repent anytime I do.
So do you sin?
I thought I answered the question. But sure, I would say seldomly, but with repentance every time that I do.
And so you do sin?
Seldomly. Very rarely.
But you do sin?
Yeah, I thought that was an answer to the question. Sure.
And so how does God feel about you having this personal relationship with him and with the devil?
Well, it's this. I think anytime you sin, I think it creates a barrier between you and God. And so I would say with unrepentant sin, then there's going to be this like almost irrevocable barrier. And while I do believe we're under grace, which means that God can forgive us if we repent from sin, you know, so I would say sin is almost like a separation from
Jesus,
God.
15.
So whenever I do something like that, it does. I see an immediate like disconnect in a way. My conscience is bothered and my faith is disturbed, and so that's why it's, I would say, pretty rare.
So did you make up those reasons, or did God say that? All those things you just said.
All those things
about
are,
your sinning.
All of those things are based on Scripture.
And so, can you serve two gods?
No, a man can't serve two
but
masters.
How is that you can be a son of God and a son of Satan?
I don't think you can.
Keep crossing the border and crossing back and crossing the border, coming back and coming back?
I don't think you can, but I just believe there's a scripture that says if we say we have no sin.
There's no scripture that says that.
Oh, okay. Are you sure? All right, I'll find it. I don't have it on me right now.
It says that if we say we have not sinned.
Sure, you're right. I believe you're right.
Yeah, it doesn't say we have no sin. We
Sure.
all are born into sin, right?
Absolutely.
But you overcome it once you're born of the Father.
Uh-huh. Absolutely.
And so it's impossible to sin once you're born of the Father. If a man says he's born of the Father, he's sinned, he's a liar, the truth not in him.
Sure.
According to the scripture.
Wait, what? I have no idea what Jesse's talking about right now. Of course we all said
it
no.
It says that he cannot sin if you're born of the Father.
I don't know what he's quoting right now.
I'm not familiar with that specific scripture, but I would totally agree with you that as a Christian we should live free from sin, which
So
is
why
what I
don't you
tend to
do
do.
that?
I think I tend to live free from sin.
No, you just said you sin.
I think that's a really reductive way of taking what I was originally saying, which was that, sure, there have been occasions where I've sinned, like I might have fornicated or things like that, and I would say that to do that would be almost, like I said, a separation from God. I think that's, I would not be a person that's like actively fornicating and things like that.
So is fornication a sin?
Sure.
Where's that?
What?
Where's that?
Oh my goodness, it's in Corinthians.
It says that fornication is a sin.
Well, what it does is it lists a bunch of sins, and it says, from all of these things come fornication, backbiting, adultery, so on and so forth. And it lists all of these other things.
But it doesn't say fornication is a sin. It says from sin come those things.
Sure. Okay.
So sin is not the fornication. Sin is the reason you're doing the fornication.
How do you define sin then?
A man, a woman who play God. Anyone that has anger is playing God.
Wait, what about the scripture that says, be angry and sin not?
Right. To see it, but don't hate it.
So, wait, the scripture tells you to be angry and sin not,
Right,
because it
but
recognizes that anger is a
that-
natural emotion that we probably wouldn't
Do
be
you
able
have
to avoid.
anger?
I think specific things can make me
He's going to
angry,
ask the same question
So
again.
do you have anger?
I think on occasion, yeah.
You do have anger?
On occasion.
On occasion means you do have it. It just comes out on occasion.
Sure, I think it's an emotion, yeah.
And did you
Pretty
know
watched.
that anger, any male that has anger is a female?
You can't be serious. What does that mean?
It's not normal for male to have anger.
Okay, what do you mean by anger then? You have to mean
Any
something
male that
different.
has anger has his mother's nature.
Why do you prefer Hellion over Man at Arms? Because I want to kill
Logical,
shit,
women
okay?
are
Not
illogical.
have a cuck
And
class.
so any male that has anger has the mindset and emotion of a woman.
Okay, what do you mean by anger then? There has
The
to be a
kind you
different
have.
meaning. Well, you have, you don't, what does that mean exactly?
Anger, any anger period.
Okay, what does anger mean?
Meaning that you, anyone that has anger is judgmental.
Okay, but I'm asking you what it means, and you're saying...
It means that they're walking in darkness.
So anger just means walking in darkness?
And if a male has it, he has his mother's nature.
Mm-hmm.
And if a woman has it, it's unnatural for her to have it. But men are not naturally that way.
Okay, you're struggling to define it, but that's fine.
No,
What
I'm not
about...
struggling to define it. I said that anger is a person who's walking in darkness.
A person who is walking in darkness has anger?
Yes.
But what is anger?
It's the nature of Satan.
It's the nature... Okay, there we go. I appreciate that. So anger is the nature of Satan.
Yeah, and it's passed down to you from your mother.
So what would be the difference between anger
Fucking
and
women,
wrath?
true.
Wrath comes from anger.
Okay. And is that the only way that wrath comes?
Yes.
God has
There's a
displayed
proper
wrath on
way
plenty of
You
times.
can correct people without being angry at them, but totally disagree with them because you see that as wrong, but you also see they can't help it. And so you don't judge them, and you still correct them.
Okay.
With perfect love.
So God has displayed wrath. God has actually admitted that he has wrath.
Right.
And you're saying wrath comes from anger, and anger is walking
But
in
God
darkness.
does not have the anger that you guys have that have anger.
So he has a different kind of anger?
He has no
righteous,
anger.
right?
His anger is not emotional.
But you said wrath only comes from anger.
But there's a right one that comes with perfect love, and there's a wrong one that comes with anger.
So there's a righteous wrath that doesn't come from anger.
Right.
Okay. So
Absolutely.
then wrath doesn't exclusively come from anger.
The evil kind does.
Okay. So the evil
The
kind of
judgment
wrath.
kind does.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this because of
Let's
time.
go. We can move past it. Go ahead.
You are a liberal?
No.
Are you a liberal?
No.
God, yeah, listening to Haas
I don't
talk to
consider
this
myself
guy?
a conservative either.
And so what are you?
Well, oh man, I guess it gets a little bit more complicated than just that dichotomy. I would say I'm a conservative progressive.
What does that mean?
It means that I was raised with really socially conservative values, and I think those things probably have a really strong impact on like my outlook on life and my decision making. However, I recognize that economically there's plenty of reason for progressive values in order to offset some of the damages caused by the best system in the world, which is capitalism.
Really? What are socially conservative values?
Well, I believe very much in traditional marriage. I believe in not having children out of wedlock. I definitely believe in like just strong family units and how absolutely important that is and integral that is into rearing life, into community in general. I guess those things are, I would say, pretty conservative values.
Do you support LGBTQ stuff?
In various ways, sure.
Is that wrong or right?
Well, how do you mean?
To be a LGBTQ person, is
So-
that wrong or right, that lifestyle?
So I would say spiritually, I would say that sort of lifestyle is probably not consistent with like biblical teaching. So I would say it's wrong in that regard. However, I would also recognize that I don't have the authority to judge and condemn other people for the way that they choose to live. And I recognize
How am I
that
getting
other people
50% chance
are
to
not going
hit?
Be Christian, so I allow them to
Dude,
live.
is this
by
guy having
not really
abilities?
my
He must.
allowance. I tolerate, or whatever word you would like to use, their lifestyles and allow them to live the way that they want to, and respect their decisions while recognizing that they're not Christians, or at least I would imagine, I think being like that sort of lifestyle and those sort of actions would be inconsistent with like biblical
But you
teaching.
see it as being wrong.
For myself, I absolutely would see it as wrong.
Even though they're doing it, do you see it as being wrong for them too?
For sure, I would say it's wrong, but
okay.
but I also recognize that if they don't believe in God and don't submit to Christianity and the Bible.
One thing I will say, I'm torn on it. I don't know how I feel. One thing about this game, a big part of this game is a lot of the like abilities and everything are put on like a 50-50 thing. So there's a lot of literal coin flips, not figuratively, like literal, like 50-50. Like everything is like the blinds, 50% chance to hit, dodges, 50% chance of that. Like, I don't know how I feel about that, but.
As their authority, then they're probably going to live in an entirely different way, that's up to them. I believe there's a truth, and I think the Bible is an objective truth, but I recognize I don't have the ability to push that onto other people.
You said that you're a conservative.
Progressive.
Progressive. And what is progressive about you?
Well, I very much believe in things like reparations. I think that's like a great idea for various problems. I believe that we probably need expansion of various social safety nets and things like that in order to shore up some of the problems that happen from late-stage capitalism.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
People in general, like society.
So all people should get reparations?
I would say people for which it's appropriate.
All people?
I don't think all people are required.
Who are you referring to that need, that should get reparations?
Well, okay, so I think Native Americans need specific reparations of some kinds. They've
Why?
already gotten it.
Why do they need it?
Because of some of the previous damages that have been done to them.
What was done to them that would require that they need reparations?
Oh man, unfortunately,
Here we go.
Being honest, I'm not strong enough on Native American history to be able to answer that like coherently.
You know why? Because they don't need it.
Okay,
all they're going to do is buy some more pot with it.
Jeez. Okay. I don't have. Listen, I don't have that answer. That's not my area of study.
Peyote, right?
I believe it.
That's
I believe
pot.
there's probably a
That's
portion of their
Peyote?
culture.
Peyote?
That's the pot we're smoking today. Well, I'm not smoking, but people smoke.
Yeah, white Americans smoke it too nowadays.
Yeah, they smoke the
Equal
peyote.
rates.
And so, who
But
do
for
you-
example, okay,
who do you-
reparations.
What is
for,
positive
I would say
affinity
people
changes?
who were denied
Oh,
the
like building
civil,
relationships.
People who were denied the GI Bill. I would say there should probably be reparations for that. I believe that the Japanese in the internment camps deserved reparations. Fortunately, they got them.
But who deserve? You say you believe in reparations today, and you believe it for the GI people?
Sure, anyone surviving
Well,
yeah,
they fought for the country.
Absolutely. Would you? So you would agree that they should get reparations if they were denied it
They-
systemically?
We somewhat take care of them now. I think we should do a better job at it, of course.
For sure,
they
but the GI
deserve
Bill
it.
specifically, we created that with the intention
For them.
of helping people specifically who have been in
Military
war
people, yeah.
and that would come back and then not be able to
Should
assimilate
blacks
properly.
get reparations?
But hold on, just really quickly with the civil rights thing. I'm sorry. When it came to the GI Bill, we systemically denied the GI Bill to black
that
people.
should be corrected.
That should be correct.
Should
Man, Jesse,
blacks
I
get-
knew we agreed about a lot of stuff, man.
That's
But go
not but
ahead.
one thing.
Okay, sure. Nah, but I think we're both Christians. I think you absolutely believe in, like, the Bible as like the authority. I think you believe in living free from sin as I do. So I think we probably agree about a lot. I think you're probably conservative, maybe more so than I am. But
The
now you're
Bible
agreeing about
is the
reparations for the
authority
GI
of
Bill.
what?
The authority of I think it's the ultimate authority, and I think it
Authority of
encompasses
what?
it encompasses all things, right? I think it's the authority on how we should live our lives. It's the authority on how we should conduct ourselves, which I guess is a portion of living our lives. I think it provides like excellent structure as far as the way families should be
Where did
designed.
you get that from? That the Bible is the authority?
I guess it gets kind of convoluted. I believe God is like literally the creator of the universe, and I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God.
Where did you get that from? That the Bible is the authority?
Well, sure, I was going through it. That's why I was saying it's kind of convoluted. I don't want to take up too much of your time here, but I would say that the Scripture like plainly says that no man can come to the Father but by me, and then Jesus Christ himself said, "If you love me, you'll keep my commandments," and things like that. So then I would say that. Like, if you have to keep his commandments in order to reap the eternal reward, then clearly it's the authority on what would be right and what would be wrong.
Where
what
do you
those
get it
commandments
from?
would
That
be.
the Bible is the authority?
I feel like I just explained that.
No, you
Do you,
didn't.
some things aren't dictated like verbatim, right? So like the Bible doesn't say, I am the authority, but the Bible does say, I am the way, the truth, and the light, right? So I would say that Jesus Christ is the authority
I know,
when it comes to
I hear a
approaching
lot
God.
of Christians say the Bible is the authority, but I don't know where they're getting it from, and they can never tell me why they call the Bible the authority. There's nowhere in the Scripture that the Bible is the authority.
What do you think the authority means?
The Bible doesn't call. What does it mean? Maybe I'm missing the understanding.
Sure, I would say that it is, I guess I don't have the definition offhand, but I would say the authority is probably like maybe.
What's the next good ability? You said highwayman is?
The guiding power, the ruling power, I would imagine.
What do you mean by that?
So I would say that God is the ruling power. I think all of the universe,
but you
all
said
of the
the
laws.
Bible
Sure,
was.
sure. Well, do you believe that the Bible is the word of God?
No.
Oh, okay. Maybe we don't agree about it. Okay.
The Bible is the word from God. The word of God is in our heart.
Okay.
Word made flesh.
Okay.
Do you believe that?
Oh, I think we're kind of saying similar things, but I guess it's maybe a word of semantics there.
Oh, so I want to go back to this progressive side of you.
Absolutely.
So you say you are the other half of you is progressive.
Sure.
And what do you mean by that?
So again, I believe in reparations for like the GI Bill. I also believe in reparations for like maybe some of the historic redlining and things like that, and then the subsequent reverse redlining. I think those things are important. I think we have to examine our education system and recognize how unfairly it's treating African Americans because of the way that it's designed.
Is open vein a really
And I
good
would say
ability? Or
those
I guess
things
it's a
are pretty
bleed.
progressive, whereas a lot of people might maybe more appeal to this is the way things are, this is tradition, let's keep it that way.
Were you liberal at one time?
No, I've never been a liberal.
You've never been a liberal?
I used to be very, very conservative.
But never liberal.
Never liberal.
Okay. Should the blacks are begging for reparation? Should the blacks get reparation?
Well, I would say like the black people who were like denied the GI Bill, yes, they should. The black people who were affected by redlining,
So
yes,
all
they should.
people in the GI that should not get the GI Bill, just the blacks?
What was that?
Are you saying just the blacks should get the GI Bill, but or all who?
I would say all the people who were denied the GI Bill, because there were extremely...
Or actually, I guess you guys can listen to it. One sec.
few given out. I think in some states there were less than 2% of the GI Bills administered.
But all
to
people
black
who were in the military should get it, never mind the color.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The problem is that the vast majority of, so there were no systemic barriers preventing white people in the military
But the blacks are
from getting it.
begging for reparations.
For specific things, I
And
would imagine.
No, they just want to, they think their ancestor left something.
Oh, so
should
I don't...
the blacks get reparations?
If they can tie their situations to direct harms caused by federal guidelines or the government, then yes, I would say they should
Otherwise,
get
they should not get it.
If you don't have any direct harm, no, you shouldn't get reparations.
Do you, let me ask you about your music. You make music, right?
Yes, I do.
What type of music?
I make all kinds of music. I started out as a classical pianist. I was given a gift from God regarding just my musical ear. I started playing the piano before I can literally remember. I was about 3 years old, and I now have, I have a really phenomenal ear in the sense that I can hear a song for the very first time and play it back, like completely, and sound like I've been playing it for years. And then in church, very often I can play the piano and they will have like a guest singer, and the singer will bring some song that I've literally never heard, and I can accompany the singer and make it seem like I've been playing the song my whole life,
Nice.
having never heard it.
So you make music, like you make a
compose.
living doing music?
Yes.
That's your thing to sing?
No, I don't sing.
Oh, you
I
just
play the
make the
piano
music. Oh, I see.
and a few other instruments, yeah.
Nice. And so that's a natural gift for you from God?
For sure, I think it's a
okay.
God-given gift.
Do you believe in internal racism?
Oh, absolutely.
Internalized racism?
Absolutely.
Because I read that in 2020 you put out a video on internalized racism.
Sure, it was a
and
very painful
self-hatred.
experience. Yes.
What is internalized racism?
Well, in my case, and I think it can vary from person to person, in my case, internalized racism kind of demonstrated itself in the sense that I had all of these negative stereotypes, specifically about black people, that I realized it gave me this sort of mentality that I needed to impress white people. So then in certain circles, I would change my way of speaking. I would carry myself in specific ways so as to distance myself from what I considered to be blackness. And I felt that, I realized that my doing that was based on a lot of these misconceptions and negative stereotypes of black people. And I think that realizing that was really painful for me, because it made me realize there was a part of myself that I was disliking.
And so when you be around white people, you will act white?
Sure. I would maybe
Is that
just
what
change
you mean by?
Yeah, sure. I would change my diction, change my interests, and, kind of chameleon-like fit in with white people while doing everything to distance myself from blackness.
And then when you're around black people, you act black?
Sure. I think it's
and
called code switching.
What way will you become black?
I think I changed my diction quite a bit. I think my musical choices would be different. I like all genres of music, except for like pretty much heavy metal. But like, for example, I like country music. I wouldn't listen to country music around black people. I wouldn't like volunteer that I like country music back in the day. Just those kinds of things where it was just anything culturally black, I would intentionally just kind of distance myself from it.
Really? And what made you do that?
I don't know. I was raised in a pretty white society, where I grew up, and I felt like I had experienced a decent amount of racism. And I think part of my response to avoid conflict was to just try to distance myself from blackness.
Oh, I see. And today, are you acting white or black right now?
I'm acting like myself.
But you sound white.
I don't think I sound white
No,
at
you
all.
speak pretty white.
I think I
You
speak
speak
intelligently.
all correctly and intelligent.
Do you not think black people can speak intelligently?
No.
Well, what am I?
But I'm
Do you think
trying
I'm
to
a black
figure out
person?
now, are you being white with me or are you being black with me?
Oh, I speak like myself. So here's what
But
it
you
is.
sound white.
Okay, I disagree with that. I think black people can speak rather intelligently.
Where are they?
Right here in front of you.
No, other than you.
My family, all of them.
Oh, they act white?
I don't think they act white. I think they speak intelligently. I'd say this. So my mother, very college-educated woman, she really instilled very much. And her father, who wasn't college-educated, were really, really big on just speaking properly. And I think we grew up with this as like a, part of just something that was necessary. We got chastised by other children for speaking white.
Other black children.
Other black children, for sure. And I think those sorts of things, it created some sort of distance. So in the sense that you start feeling like a loss of a sense of belonging because certain people are chastising you for speaking differently than they do.
Especially being kids and growing up like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you start internalizing a bunch of those things and you start feeling like, man, maybe I'm not black enough, or maybe I'm, and all of those kinds of things. And so I think I've overcome a lot of that. That's
so do you
immature
identify
thinking.
more with white or black?
I'm a black man and I identify with blackness.
You do?
I just realized that all of this is a black part of the black
Do you date
experience.
white girls?
No, I do not.
You don't date white girls?
No, I date black girls exclusively.
When you were white, did you date white girls?
I don't think I was ever white, but I would say when I was around white people, I found everyone attractive. I think probably the last 3 years when I kind of moved more black exclusive.
And so at one time you dated white girls? Were
Sure.
you more white?
Sure, I've been with white women.
You've dated white women?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Is it? I think, they're women.
What?
They're women. They're just like anyone else.
Do you date Mexican women?
Oh my gosh, those were my favorite in high school. My Spanish used to be on point.
See?
Yeah.
So what is self-hatred?
I would think self-hatred is, again, oh my gosh, I think one of the easiest way of exemplifying it, there was this doll test that happened with these young children where they were doing, I think from 4 to 6 to 7 years old, and they had them answering questions about attributes of dolls, white and black. And the kids are able to immediately, when they ask them about negative attributes, they assign those to the black dolls. But the thing that was the most harmful about one of those things I saw was there was a black kid, she was doing the doll test, and she said, so she was assigning all the negative attributes to the blackness, and then when they asked her which doll more looks like you, she pointed to the black doll. So she was calling herself in that sense, maybe indirectly, mean and bad and misbehave and all of these negative attributes. And I think that a lot of times black people can do that. I would call you a pretty self-hating black man, to be honest. Because, for example, you make statements
You call me that?
Yes, for sure.
Oh, good. You call me that?
Yes.
What do you call me?
A pretty self-hating black man.
What the?
Yeah, listen.
And why?
It's not to be offensive.
No,
I think it's just
be offensive.
Okay, all right. But it's just that
And
you
why?
say things like, I'm black and I'm slow, or I'm black and I'm dumb. And it's like you assign these negative attributes towards black people, which are just not universally applied. We could look at white people in Appalachia and see something that we could see some pretty dumb white people there too.
So when
I
I
think
say
dumbness
I'm-
is just a general thing that can apply to all humanity.
When I say I'm black and slow, the black people think I'm talking about all blacks?
I think when you say you're black and you're slow, you're black and you're slow, we recognize that there are these stereotypes that already exist, and so then when you reaffirm that thing, your white audience views that thing and says to themselves, see, so black people are pretty slow. They tend to apply those things
So you
generally,
think when
would
I say I'm black and slow,
people will assume
white people and
assign
black
that to
people
all.
think I'm talking about all black people?
I recognize that you obviously have to know the difference between that, but I don't think everyone's thinking so deeply about it, and I would say that some of your constituency will assign those attributes across the board.
And why do you think that?
Because we already see that it happens on a regular basis.
What do you mean by that?
Well, for example, some of the times where you will mention things like criminality within black men, right, or criminality within whatever, and so you'll have these people that just automatically assume that black people in general are this way. And so then it's hard for people to distinguish between individuals when they're thinking generally, and I would say
But
that's
how do
why.
you know that that's what white people think, though?
Well, so there's a number of studies that have already suggested things like, obviously when it comes to hiring, there were studies that demonstrated that even black and white people with the exact same resumes, where when applying for a job, the black people were getting 50% less callbacks because some of these people in these positions have negative stereotypes about black people, which makes them feel like they shouldn't extend to them the opportunity of their direct employment.
So do you think that if black people were to stop being that way, being all mean and loudmouth and dirty
Jesus
and hating the
Christ.
whites and being
There's that
late,
black hatred. I mean, there's that self-hatred I was talking
being
about.
late.
Was I on time today?
And complaining. Do you think if white people acted differently, the normal people would see them differently?
I think black people already act differently. So we already recognize that black women are literally some of the most educated demographic in the country right now by a percentage. We recognize already that, again, criminality is not very common within black culture. It's disproportionately found in black culture.
It's
but
very common.
It's disproportionately found in black culture.
Disproportionately common.
Disproportionately found in black culture. But do you think that the average black person is a criminal?
Yeah.
So you would say more than 50% of black people are criminals?
Maybe a little bit more than that.
Oh, my Lord. So, okay.
But let me ask you this,
I can see that lack of information is where that self-hatred comes
But let me come back to something. If black people were to act civilized,
I think we
do
do.
you think the rest of the world would see them in that way?
I think black people act civilized.
No, you're not asking a question. If they stop robbing and stealing and
the majority of black
killing
people don't rob
and hating
or
cops
steal.
and
kill.
And begging for affirmative action and reparation and free stuff, would the rest of the world see them as normal people if they acted normal?
Do you think, first off, I'm just going to say, the average black person doesn't steal. Criminality is still going to be the minority of African Americans.
Nice.
So if we take 100 African Americans, not 50% of them are going to be criminals, right?
So if black
so
people
then that means
were
the
to
majority of
act-
them aren't criminals.
If they were to act normal, would we see them differently?
What do you mean by act normal?
Stop being blaming and begging and robbing and killing. And,
So
and they
the
want-
majority of black
even
people
when
don't rob, kill,
When they go into
or
the
beg.
schools, when they want to get into the white schools, we have to lower the standards to let them in because they say the SAT score is white.
Jesse.
Everything's white.
Who's the largest recipient of affirmative action?
That's not what I asked you.
Really quickly. No, I got you, but this is really related to what you're saying. Hold on.
I need an answer for that.
I got you. Just listen to this really quickly.
No.
Okay,
if
go
they
ahead.
acted differently, would we treat them differently?
I don't believe
Or see them.
I don't believe that black people act the way you're saying, so I don't understand. So that your question doesn't really seem well founded.
You don't know we have to lower the standard to let them into the white schools?
It's crazy that you say that when the largest recipient of affirmative action is white women. Did you know that?
Do you know that we have to lower the standard to let the blacks in?
Are we lowering the standard to let white women into
You're
school?
not answering the question.
That's not the case.
No, we don't lower it for the white women, just the black ones.
Listen, Jesse, I scored in the top 5% of my entire state. So they didn't have
But
to
that
lower
was
any sort of
affirmative
thing.
action.
No.
Yeah, I guarantee you didn't earn it.
I outscored all of my state on state testing. I was in the top 5 percentile.
Right.
So while you might say that's affirmative
but that's
action,
not real though.
What's not real?
Because behind the curtain, they lowered the standard. They saw there was a black student, so they lowered it.
I don't think you have an accurate understanding
I'm
of how
telling you the
affirmative
truth.
action works.
At UCLA, they lowered the standard so low now you can't find your way out. So that the
Jesse,
blacks can
poor
get
thing.
in.
Okay, listen, I'm sorry. You don't understand how affirmative action works. I don't know how to.
When you do leave items behind, do you still get credit for dropping an item? Does anybody know?
I do not understand how it works.
You think that
Lower
they lower
the standard.
Do you think
So
they
the-
lower the test scores or they lower the standard for when
Everything
someone
at this
into?
point. At
So
first
they
it was-
just raise the test scores of black kids?
No, they lower it for the blacks and bring them. I
Okay.
mean, they lower it for the whites and bring it up for the blacks.
Like the test scores?
So they can pretend that the blacks are earning it.
The test scores?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
If it wasn't for affirmative action, blacks would not be in white schools.
Oh, okay. I
Because
mean,
you-
I don't know how else to engage with it. I think I outscored like the vast majority of white kids. I outscored
But
the
that's
vast
hard
majority
to
of the
believe
state.
because you're black, and I know that.
That's that self-hatred.
I know that blacks are not earning their way.
Oh, man, see, that's that internalized racism. You
Why is that
automatically
internalized to
Well,
face
because-
reality?
No, it's not
Or
reality.
face reality.
Jesse.
Who begged for affirmative action?
So,
who begged for affirmative action?
White women. They get
No.
it the most.
They got it because everybody use blacks to get what they want when they want dirty stuff. But what race is fighting for affirmative action?
White women, because they get it the most.
You're not being honest.
I'm being completely honest.
No, it's black people.
Do you think that the...
Where do you live in America?
Of course.
You don't act like it.
Huh?
You don't act like it.
How do I act?
Like you don't know what's going on.
Oh, no.
But I got to move on because
Okay.
of time.
Let's do that.
George Floyd,
Mm-hmm.
you know that unemployed drug addict?
Oh my God.
With the criminal record?
Sure.
Were you surprised when the blacks blamed the cop rather than blaming the unemployed drug addict for his death? Were you surprised when the blacks did that?
Do you believe... No, I don't see a problem with it. I'm answering your question first. Okay.
Yeah, were you
No-
surprised when
Wait, hold
the
on really
blacks
quickly.
pretended that it was the cops' problem instead of, the cops' fault that George Floyd is dead, when George Floyd was an unemployed drug addict with a criminal record.
So do you
Were
think...
you surprised at the blacks' reaction to that?
Well, do you think that an unemployed drug addict, do you think that because he was unemployed and addicted to drugs, which I'm not even sure he was addicted to drugs, but whatever, but do you think because he was unemployed, and let's assume addicted to drugs, that somehow in and of itself resulted in the compression on his neck that denied his brain oxygen?
You didn't answer my question.
I am answering it.
No, I asked you a question. I asked you, were you surprised at the reaction of the blacks when the unemployed drug addict with the criminal record...
Jeez. Man, you really hate yourself in some ways, but it's sure. So no, I'm not surprised.
Were you surprised that the blacks blamed the cop and not the addict?
I am not surprised that the cops blame, that the black people, or not just black people, obviously a jury of his peers found out who were not black. Obviously coroners were not black in this scenario. I'm not surprised that the vast majority of sane people were able to recognize that the suppression on his neck resulted in a lack of oxygen, which ultimately caused his death. Both an independent coroner and the other coroner both found this to be true. So no, I would not be surprised that people who had access to the actual information released by the coroner were able to identify that this cop's action by putting his knee on his neck for that amount of time resulted in his death. So no, that's not surprising at all.
You're saying, no, Jesse, I'm not surprised.
Can you imagine if Fanatic went full Fanatic? Like he normally does in these, or like he does at least when he debates on the Twitch panels and just started like screaming and shit? Oh, man. Is this Fanatic? Yeah, what do you mean? Of course.
The blacks blaming the cops rather than the unemployed drug addict with the record, criminal record.
If that's what you took from that. But let me ask you this. Do you blame the coroner?
I want to be clear. You're not
I know. I answered the question very directly.
Are you saying yes, no, Jesse, I'm not surprised at the reaction of the blacks?
I think I answered it with some additional information.
But I didn't hear yes or no.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll say one more time.
I didn't hear yes or no.
No, I'm not surprised.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. No, I'm not surprised. No, I got you. No, I'm not surprised, especially considering the information from the coroner clearly demonstrated that the suppression on his neck was caused by the officer, which resulted in his death. Do you think that a person being unemployed and and addicted to drugs would somehow result in compression in their neck, denying their brain oxygen?
I think that he gets what he deserved. He doesn't care about his own life.
Jesse.
If he had cared about his own life, he would not have been a drug addict and a criminal record.
So do you believe because...
Am I right about that?
I totally agree. Yes, I do agree. I think that a person who values their life would probably not be addicted to drugs or have criminal records.
Exactly.
But would you
his
say...
knee wasn't on the neck.
Would you... Okay. Did the knee, where the knee was placed...
Near the neck, but not on the neck.
Sure. Where it was placed, did it result in the cessation of oxygen, of required oxygen to his brain that resulted... So you disagree with the coroner?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So did you go to medical school? Where'd you get this information?
I went to common sense school.
Oh, so common sense says that a coroner would just lie and make up that compression on the neck.
No, the people around him lied and made it up.
But the coroner
himself
said it.
Let me do this because of time.
Okay, got you. We're moving
I don't
past
want to argue about that.
You're right. You're right.
Because time is going by really fast here.
You're right.
You said, it's been written here that you said you didn't want to pick up food because you would have to drive through wealthy neighborhoods, and you thought the cops were going to pull you over. You said if I could put on a white skin for 30 minutes while I go make food run, I would do it and I wouldn't feel nervous anymore. Did you say that?
For sure.
Why would you say something like that?
Well, I happen to live in a pretty nice neighborhood. It's like super duper predominantly white.
You say you live in a neighborhood like that?
Sure, it's on the rich side of town. And I think in the middle of all of the unrest, I would say the trauma caused by the George Floyd situation.
You were traumatized by that?
Absolutely.
How old are you?
I'm 37 now.
And you were traumatized by George Floyd thing?
For sure.
What now?
Do you not... Well, I know you're not a psychologist, so yeah, I get it. I know you probably struggle with psychology, but sure. So I would say that and it wasn't just that one in and of itself.
Are you grown or are you a baby?
I think I'm a pretty grown man.
How are you gonna be traumatized by something like that?
Do you think grown men can't be traumatized?
No. They can if they're in a fallen state, but...
Oh, you have to be in a fallen state.
But go ahead, explain
Yeah,
why.
basically, so what it was is I live in a pretty rich neighborhood, and ultimately I recognized that, like, I saw the circumstances around not just George Floyd, but then the surrounding events as well, and all of the other people, Ahmaud Arbery and so on and so forth, and the lack of accountability for cops gave me pause to consider the fact that if I am driving, at the time I was driving a much worse car than I am now, and I felt somewhat uncomfortable with the idea that, man, me in this car, in this neighborhood, will stick out like a sore thumb, and I can imagine police officers wanting to give me specific attention being a black man in this neighborhood in this car. And so that gave me a little bit of pause and made me feel somewhat a tinge of trepidation. Ultimately, I would go get the food, but I think that sort of thing, I'm a very risk-averse person.
Amazing.
And I would say
so
that
why
made
don't you
me
move out
nervous.
of your little rich white neighborhood?
Why should I?
But you're afraid of the whites.
No, I'm not afraid of the whites. What is it? I'm sorry. I don't know how you got that
You've
from
been
what I said.
traumatized.
Do you think that the trauma
So
would
how
disappear if I was in a
do you
black
travel around
neighborhood?
in your white neighborhood
I drive in...
knowing that the cops may drive up behind you? What you doing over here, boss?
I've adjusted and I drive around with faith in God that I will be protected, and that's how I live my life.
Oh, amazing. And you said you have gone exclusively black dating now.
Absolutely.
No more white dating?
No.
Why only black?
Well, so I would say that I felt the need. I think it's important for me to make sure that I raise my children without this this need for, without experiencing internalized racism. That's my goal. I think it's an important thing because that was a really painful thing that I went through, having experienced it. And so I feel like the easiest way to do that is to instill self-love from the very beginning. And I think a black woman would probably be more equipped in helping my child to inherit that black love and that self-love and to distance himself from internalized racism.
So you want your child to have black love?
For sure.
But black love is dark and evil.
Jesus
I don't know how to engage with that one, Jesse.
Do you think God's love is black?
I don't think God's love has a color.
But what is black love then?
Oh, black love is like the love of one, because we are black, like you and I. Although you might forget it sometimes, I would say that the love of ourselves. I would say black love,
But
like
black
as a
people
black
don't
man,
have
love
love.
yourself. I think that a lot of times, what do you mean by that?
Black people don't have love.
There's no, Jesse, do you have love?
No, but most.
Okay. I don't know how to engage with that. I would say that black people have love, but I do think you're right that we are lacking some forms of self-love because of like the historic Jim Crow laws and some of the colorism and things like that have been instilled within black culture.
That's not why y'all lack love, man. The reason blacks don't have love is that they hate God.
Oh, but I love God.
Jesus Christ.
How do I not love God?
Because you can't love God and Satan too, man.
I don't love Satan.
Let me ask you this. Do you love white people?
I love every people.
Do you love white people?
Sure, I love them too.
Do you love white people?
I love white people too, yes.
Do you love white people?
I just answered the question.
Do you love white people?
As much as I do everyone else, yes. So I love white people.
Do you love white people?
I love black people, so yes, I love white people.
He didn't
Do
prepare.
You love white people?
Yes.
Oh no.
It's such a simple, reductive question, but sure, I take from it what you want.
But why do you just answer yes?
Because it's really reductive.
What do you mean?
Because, well, for example, I love all people.
But I didn't ask you about all people.
I know you didn't, but if I don't answer it in that way, someone can take away from it if I don't follow it up or provide more context. They can take that, oh, you only love white people.
No, they're
right?
taking away that you don't love white because you got to add everybody else into it.
Ooh, I don't know if that's not how language works.
No, I asked you, do you love white people?
Sure.
Sure, I love everybody. Do you love white people? Sure, I love it.
So if the answer is sure, sure means yes.
People? Sure, I love white people, but I love my dog too.
Why you do my voice so high like that, Jesse? Knock that off.
No. So, do you support Black Lives Matter?
No, the organization or the movement?
The movement.
Oh, I support the movement, but I think the movement is distinct from the organization.
And what's the difference between the movement and the organization?
Well, the organization is a specific select body that have their own ideology, which seems like it's rooted in some forms of Marxism and other things like that, which I completely distance myself from. I think capitalism is the absolute best economic system on the planet. However, I think the movement, I think most people in the movement who would use the slogan and things like that, considering how decentralized the movement is, are completely disconnected from the organization as a whole. And I support what the movement movement is focused on, which is to make sure that black lives are being valued in such that there would be justice for people who do wrong to black lives. But the organization is on some other nonsense that I have nothing to do with.
But the so-called movement was started by a bunch of fat, black, radical, socialist, communist, lesbians, right?
Okay.
The boss's meat lowers max health and you're forced to eat it.
What? God, they don't believe in God. How could the movement be right knowing that the founders were wrong?
Well, that could be the genetics fallacy. For example, in this case, maybe these individuals did that, right? But then again, if we start moving and doing something independent of that, then at that point, then I don't think it necessarily...
That's amazing. What did you think about the blacks attacking the Asians people, knocking them out, robbing them on the streets, and the media blaming it on white people?
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I thought that the FBI actually released information that detailed that the vast majority of hate crimes against Asian Americans were coming from white people.
But you didn't see white people doing it.
Wait, your actual, like, max HP gets lowered?
They would show black people.
There's no way to avoid that? I would have never done this, boss. Never again. Never in the future.
They would say white people doing it. What did you think about that when you saw that?
That didn't happen. The guy who shot up that spa in Texas was white.
One guy, right?
Oh, no, wait, this is just it's temporary, right?
Hundreds of black people were knocking Asians out in the streets and robbing them, and they were blaming it on the whites. So when you looked at the video, you saw white people too?
So Jesse, you just ignore data?
Okay. No, I'm asking you, when you saw it was black people doing it, but you heard white people doing it, did you see white instead of black?
I heard people actually saying black people were doing it, and then the data finally actually revealed that white people were doing it. And so we were incorrectly assigned guilt on that thing.
When you saw white, that it was black doing it,
I didn't.
In your mind, you thought you saw white?
I don't think I really saw a lot of imagery. I didn't really follow the imagery, but I think I just read a lot of articles, and I looked at the data.
Do you believe there's such a thing as white supremacy?
Oh, for sure. Do you not?
And why do you believe that white people are superior to you?
I don't believe white people are superior.
But then why do you call them white supremacy if you don't believe they're superior to you?
White supremacy is an ideology. It is a belief system. And so white people can hold the belief that they are superior to me. They can.
But white people don't believe that. But
do you believe there are no white people that believe that they're superior to black people?
Maybe you can find one or two, but it's the black people who see the white people superior to them. Why do the blacks see white people superior to them?
I don't believe that that's what white supremacy
means. You hear from their mouth all the time.
What, the phrase white supremacy?
Yeah, from the blacks.
No, that's
Why
a reference.
Do the blacks see white people superior to them?
That's a reference to an ideology, not to a state of being.
What does that mean? In the blacks' mind,
you don't know what ideology means?
Yeah, but are you saying that in the blacks' mind they believe whites are superior?
No.
But it's not real?
No, the blacks believe that the whites believe.
The blacks.
This is two layers, so it might be hard for
you to follow. But the whites don't ever say that about themselves.
So there's no white nationalist organizations?
You never hear that.
You've never heard for anyone calling for an ethno-state, white people?
Well, I mean, aren't you a nationalist?
No, I don't consider myself a nationalist.
You're not a nationalist?
No.
Were you born here in America?
Sure.
And you don't put your country first?
I put God first.
Not America?
Not America first.
So no. you don't believe in your country being first?
Not before God, absolutely not.
Amazing.
Wait, you put your country before God?
You know what added God, but
I'm asking you, do you put your country
other country?
Okay. Before other countries? Sure.
America first, so you're a nationalist.
I don't think that's what nationalist means. But you know what? I don't have the definition in front of me, so you might be right.
It means putting your country before other.
I don't know. Killing the meat is good for me, Zeus, but my team is strong.
So you're a nationalist.
I have to read the word to be able to see that.
But you believe in putting your country first before other countries?
I do believe in doing that.
So you're a nationalist?
Okay, if that's what you believe that a nationalist is, then sure, I'll accept that.
So you're a black nationalist?
I'm a nationalist who is black. Is that what you're trying to say?
You're a black nationalist.
Do you understand the difference between a nationalist and a black nationalist and a nationalist who is black? Or do you not think that those three things are distinct?
A nationalist is a black man who put his country first. A nationalist is a black man who put the country first, or a country who put the black man, whatever, right? It's still.
Oh yeah, so you don't know the
difference. You're still a black nationalist.
Okay, if that's what you believe.
You don't believe you are?
No, I don't.
But you say you put your country first, right?
But I hear you, but black nationalist has all sorts of different connotations.
What is a man?
Oof. Oh, man, it's such a complicated thing. I mean, ultimately, I would say that a man is a person. I guess society has sorts of ideas about what a man is, and I would say a man is just a person who fulfills what society expects a man to be.
A man is what society expects him to be?
Man, it's so complicated, Jesse, because there's so many things. I'll tell you what a male is. A male is
No, I want to know what a man.
Well, you know what? A man is a person who follows the attributes that were typically carried out by males. That's what a man is. That's what a man is.
Amazing. I got to put you on the hot seat.
Okay.
So I got to heat this thing up, folks. I'm going to put you on the hot seat, and I need you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
Go with it.
Okay.
The hot seat.
Will you celebrate White History Month with me?
Absolutely not.
Are you a feminist?
No.
Is Joe
I'm an egalitarian.
What?
I'm an egalitarian.
Is Joe Biden mentally fit to be president?
I don't have any access to his assessments.
Is sex love?
Absolutely not.
Is Destiny too old to play video games?
Absolutely not.
Is there one truth, or does each person have their own truth?
Please don't go first.
There is an objective truth, but those two statements are not distinct.
Were women created to lead or to follow?
Uh-oh.
Follow.
Oof. Is CNN fake?
I think pretty much all news is fake.
Is CNN fake?
Sure.
No, Chris.
True or false? Jesus is black.
I would say Jesus is a person of color. I don't know that he's black. I don't know.
Do you trust the World Health Organization?
On a lot of things, no, especially not regarding some of their failures with the coronavirus.
Would you ever marry an educated woman?
Absolutely.
Do women have love?
Sure.
Sure.
What? Do women have love?
Do women have love?
Yeah.
Where do they get it from?
I would say they probably get it from God the Father. God is love.
Amazing. Thank you, man, for taking the hot seat on.
Absolutely.
Oh, one last one. Do you love the Great White Hope?
Who's the Great White Hope?
Donald Trump.
Absolutely. I love all people, but I don't love him
Do
particularly.
you love the Great White Hope?
Not particularly.
You don't love Donald Trump?
Not particularly.
And the last question, did you have fun?
Absolutely. This is great.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you coming. Tell the folks how to get your music, your website, or whatever you're doing.
Sure. So you can find me on
Jesus.
Twitter and Twitch at Mr. Fanatic, MrFanatiq. You can find my music under the name Fanatic. That's where I have literally on every platform different genres. I'll be releasing the piano, like more piano tracks really soon, kind of making a foray into pop. And you can find my YouTube channel, Ask Fanatic, where I debate a bunch of people. Trans issues, political issues, social issues, all of that.
And thank you all for tuning in. I absolutely appreciate it. Don't forget to click on the link from Patreon there to support our work. I do appreciate that. And let me hear from you. Thank you very much, folks. And thank you again, man.
For sure.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Can this interview be considered black on black crime? Jesus. What an adventure, huh? Did the max health reduction stay? No, I don't think it would because it was listed as a debuff, right? Does Fnatic think this is you? Oh, yeah, I think so. He must. Rip. Can you still rename the characters in Dark Extension 2? Yeah, I could actually. Why? Do I have... What are your thoughts overall? I don't know. It's hard to have thoughts. It's just like JLP is like a living meme. Glimmer of Hope plus 15 flame. Does this really just add to the flame? You should just like spam the fuck out of this if your flame is getting low, huh? Okay, we picked up some unreal trinkets, I think. Jesus. So every 4 turns, you heal 20% of your HP. This seems just really, really, really good. Holy shit. %33% chance to get an extra action on a kill. This actually doesn't seem that good. Over this thing. That trinket is specific to that boss.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Now that you're debating Vosh again, when will we see a Hassan debate?
Good one. Just wondering since usually... Okay, where are my tier 4 subs at? I named this guy after Huff Daddy because Huff Daddy's just always the guy. The Mortal Ward is kind of cute. +4 speed is so nice. I think I'll go with the +4 speed over the Mortal Ward. Fuck it. 25% move resist. And then fuck this Dark Impulse shit. Kane is here. You're the Hellion. As Ron, you're in here. Marcy. Okay, there you go. Happy? Whoa. Vosh on new panel. Dude, putting Vosh in my video titles is like fucking...
Person is having a mental health...
Printing money. When did this get uploaded? It's at 80,000 views already? God damn. That slam of Vosh's weird staccato delivery of that question around the 12-minute mark. Oh, yeah, when he does the thing. He does the thing! I hope he got mad. Where is it?
Get rid of the idea that everything is dangerous, so everything has to be done by a cop. And like, oh, cops aren't great at everything, and they're actually quite bad in America at de-escalation. Well, that's just a risk we have to take. We need to be more exploratory than that. City by city.
Do you think though, in most situations where somebody...
But we can come up with different important. That's the
what these like mental health crises are. Like, I'm just curious. I'm genuinely asking. Is there like an example or?
Are you asking because you don't know? Have you ever?
Okay, I don't know if this is supposed to make the argument stronger. What I'm asking is if you escalated. Yeah, fuck 'em. Bosch did an hour on you today. He was so pissed. I got a whole hour. Destiny crashes panel to debate me on police. I wonder what the comments on his video are. I love how Destiny's best counter to people see police and more threatening than social workers, but there are some that don't, though. He's trying so hard to be contrarian. Does Destiny think social workers are incompetent idiots, or that they can't be trained to respond to things in general? I feel like I addressed this. We could train social workers to be cops, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't believe Destiny arguing to social workers responded to welfare checks with a straight face. I'm not even necessarily arguing against that. There's some evidence to be good. I'm just saying that it's a little bit more like three-dimensional than just being like, oh, let's just send social workers to everything. LOL cops. Like, it's a complicated conversation. We couldn't get into anything because Vosh is literally cutting me off on every single fucking sentence. Jesus. To Destiny's very first question, I once had a family member get violently drunk. What I needed was a strong set of hands to help restrain and calm him down. I did not need 2 pistols. They barely even helped anyway. This family member is not white, which made me all the more concerned. Wait, 2 strong hands to calm him down? Who are you calling? Hello, is this 912? I'm looking for the strong hands department. Wait, what does this even mean? A lot of welfare checks are done to people who are just out on the street, have no home, and are in certain locations nowhere to go. I've never heard of that before. I guess it could be. My understanding is a welfare check is when you call to have somebody go to a house to check on somebody. I don't know what this version of a welfare check is. Or maybe welfare checks include when... I don't know what that means. It could be. I've never heard of this before. Welfare checks come in the mail. True. Destiny's point is incoherent. He seems to be saying just call the cops, then also says any agent of the state is scared because that's his personal experience. Surprise, surprise, a streamer for whom it all comes back to their personal experience. Just brings nothing to the table. Jesus Christ. Okay. Somebody's upset. Okay. I think we're on a run here. Voice doesn't like talking to you because you benefit from it more and he gets no views. Wait, but that's implying that Actually, Voss's channel might still get more than mine, but it's pretty low, and I feel like he's been on a downturn, but I don't know how much this like affects him or not. Or how much he thinks about this. Our channels are pretty close. .3 and 5.6 is 8.8. So he's still got like 2 million more views in it this month. He's doing okay. He posts a ton on the second channel now. Although it's starting to fall down a little bit. I did pass him in subs though. I know that one's hurting. I'm rocking 382 and he's stuck at 379. Destiny, wrong channel? Wait, you don't think Vosh Pit is owned by Vosh? I'm pretty sure both of these are his. You think Vosh is slowly becoming an echo chamber for like Mike from Redacted? Yeah, I think he's like heading. I think he's already been in that direction. He's had like 3 or 4 really bad debates in a row. I think the one against Irrelevant was pretty embarrassing. Like, don't worry, Destiny. I rebooted Destiny, and the 3rd channel is getting started. Wow, good job, August. 15 Destiny channels on the way. August, the real meme is when do we start shutting down all the other Destiny channels, like Destiny and Friends and all that shit? Yeah, that's the real question. He didn't upload the Icon Boy debate? Oh, damn.
Remember Nicholas Fiorio from that 1v5 who did DS Tommy C in Bullbacks?
A long time ago, maybe, but... Oh, yeah, Destiny and Friends, too. Okay, last one, then we get to the end. Who keeps track of shit like this? Wait, what? Easiest Vosh win. 94 upvotes. Maybe it's ironic though. Destiny was stupid to even try to argue against this point. Oh my god, I'm going to enjoy the co over DGG for the next few days. Vosh is now 8 out of 9 wins against Destiny at least. What a fucking record. That would be a good dono sound. Jesus. Okay, Glimmer of Hope. My flame is automatically restored at the beginning of a run, right? I would imagine.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Please don't kill Destiny and Friends. That channel is based as fuck. Just buy it or something.
Well, that's probably what we'd do. We'd try to find a way to incorporate it, I would imagine. But who knows? Boom. Nice. Wasn't the point that we'd rather have cops be there because cops control the ability of potential altercation? It's not about the way the person would feel about who's checking with them, it's about safety. Yeah, sure. But I mean, it might be possible to section off certain types of calls so that maybe cops don't have to deal with every call. That is completely and totally possible. I think they tried somebody linked a program in Colorado, I think, where they're doing that, or where they've tried that for a year and it's been like extremely successful, I think. We've seen this video about your video on the social worker. Contrarian Destiny loses debate versus Vosh over issue they don't even really disagree about. Jesus. 52 minutes. How long did me and Vosh even talk? It was like a 20-minute talk on this, wasn't it? I'm good on this one, okay? Ouch. Wait, what was that? Do I have that thing on him? Oh, the ghastly gruel. Nice. Gruel. I'm sorry. Ouch. Are we having that amazing League gameplay today? You know what? Maybe, you know? Maybe we will. Seeing a lot of requests for it in the chat. Get these corpses out of here. Dude, I need to have this. I feel like she can be a frontline fighter with this Dead of Night ability. It's actually stupidly broken. It's actually so stupidly good. She doesn't have all that good frontline moves. Yeah, I know, but it just, I wish she was in a position to take more damage so that it would be worth it to... I don't think I want to end this fight yet. Wait. Okay, yeah, we're going to run limits. How many restarts have you done so far? I don't know. Is this like my 3rd or 4th run? Cool. You're ending early today? Yeah, probably around 9. If you come on trying to argue with Vosh as much as possible, the communities are going to keep dividing. Don't you think that's bad? I don't have very much in common fundamentally with Vosh, so I'm okay with it being divided. I don't even like the fact that I share a lot of fans with Vosh because it shows me that people watch me for reasons that are kind of like different than what I'd want them to watch me for. I don't want people to watch me because they agree with my political takes, right? I want people to watch me because we're like figuring out better ways to like read and understand news stories, or you know, like come to like true statements about things, not because like, oh, this guy reinforces my opinions, lol. There's surprisingly still a lot of overlap between the two communities. Yeah, I think so. Or not I think so, I know so. There is, yeah, of course. Oh my god, dude, this item is so good. I watch you for your League gameplay. Oh yeah, true. There might be, you know, League fans, true. What is that ability? What? Chill, mate. Oh god, this feels like so much wasted damage. Oh wait, no, they don't have a death resist anyway.
Please don't kill the Destiny and Friends channel. Just employ them and make the channel yours or something. I don't know how it works, but make it work.
Just ask your mom. Got it. You think you'd ever return to StarCraft for a bit? I don't know, maybe I always go back and play every now and then a little bit.
Listen, you please unignore me. I won't make these nasty jokes again, so please unignore me, Doug.
Okay, you're unignored, buddy. Okay.
Directly. 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 A punishment. A punishment. A punishment. Shut up.
Good one.
What are we penalizing him for? Destiny.
Bonus meme. Binklin.
What happens if you level all of your people's abilities up to level 2? Haas blaming the judges and Dylan on his loss now? Why? Dude, he even had fucking he had a free judge. Who was the 3rd judge?
I would like to
it was
thank
Danabo,
whoever the
Zerka,
gracious mod
and
was
who was
that
the other
unbanned
person?
me from Reddit after 2 years, when I memed on Bernie or Busters as a Biden or Buster. Why you wins?
Nice. Do you have a shorts channel? They're basically Switch clips on YouTube, super good money and easy content. That's all up to Augustus. Okay.
Thank you,
Steven, you're welcome.
What happened to Age of Empires 4 Tiny?
We might play it. Fuck, I forget what his name is on Twitch. Oh, it's Infrared, not. Twitch finally ruined my...
Andrew, can you bring me a paper towel, please? Yeah. Thank you. Quickly.
Nosebleed, huh?
Wait. Does she have a wig? Or did her hair didn't grow back that fast. It's gotta be a wig, never mind.
Very, very common for them.
You want a tampon?
No thank you. I don't want to shove that
I can
up
give you
my-
one. You can stick it up their nose.
No thank you.
Hey, they work well.
I've
They
done
do
that
work
before.
really-
Wait, it did? It's been months? Sure, but her hair grew this much in months? How long ago did she shave her head?
Really well. They're very absorbent.
I have done it before.
I have one right now.
Your hair can't grow this much in like 3 or 4 months. There's no way. Wait, hold on.
You don't want that one.
How much? Maya shaves head. Oh, okay. Was it like 8 months ago? Okay, maybe. Never mind. All right. Fuck, I lose track of time.
Andrew, can you bring me a paper?
You can use tampons, I'm pretty sure, to plug like most like wounds or shit. I think where's my EMTs? I think you can actually do that, right? They absorb blood pretty well. That's what they're. The second teacher was Mr. Greek. Okay. Oh, sorry. Infrared TV. Infrared show. Is he mad?
1 hour or an hour and a half. You're saying nothing of substance, right? And that pissed me off because we were going to a party and, you know, we were all day, we were chilling. Let me put it this way. That day was really fun. And the Destiny debate was an interruption in that day. That was just an interruption, right? And I was glad to get it over with.
Well, then why agree to do it then?
I was not impressed with Destiny's performance whatsoever. I found it kind of cute how when Destiny's trying to be mean and hostile, right? He's just talking really fast. He's just talking really fast. It's really cute, you know? But I can't believe people think this guy's a good debater. I was running circles on him, and I was just so shocked. I'm always shocked whenever I debate Destiny because, you know, I always manage to, like,
is he okay?
Just be baffled at, like, why is this guy considered this great debater when I literally am just sitting there and, you know, slapping him around and with no effort. I'm literally sitting there, 1 hour of sleep, just not even wanting to be there.
Oh my god, we're on so much
minimal
coke right
effort,
now.
Zero preparation.
Holy shit. I wasn't trying. I
And
was
it was the
sleeping. I was
easiest
tired.
thing,
I had to
and
go to
he
a
just
party.
was not putting up a fight. You had one free judge in Zerka. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't think they were expecting Zerka to vote for me. Because me and Zerka have been beefing. Me and Zerka have actually been beefing.
Oh
so
yeah, dude? Tell me about your beef.
I'm pretty sure they chose him to snake me.
They chose him to snake you.
I love the DGG people in chat calling me a nerd. If anyone in DGG wants to get in VC and run it down for themselves, go ahead. And I don't know why you're saying I'm coping when, okay, I don't know if you need like this to be broken down to you.
Yeah?
But you're literally sitting in your mom's basement.
Oh no.
You're literally talking about the hippy dippy belt, and which is a cope, by the way. That belt is a cope. Well,
This is like the people in League that are like, I'm not here to win. It's like, bro, why are you playing ranked then? Why the fuck are you even here if you don't care about winning? Go play normals.
something's not clicking, right? How can a DGGer tell me I'm coping? Why is a DGG teller telling me I'm coping? You guys, your whole life is fucking miserable. You guys just don't do anything in your lives.
Oh man, you mad?
You're literally sitting in your mom's basement playing StarCraft.
He's mad.
But I guess I'm coping, you're right. But anyway,
Not just normal mad, but super mad.
Did you cry that night at the party?
He did. You could tell he did.
Yeah, I've seen you guys in real life. I've seen you DGGers in real life. And I'm not even mad when you talk anymore because I've seen you and it's so pathetic.
Oh, we're getting into the
You
Zerka
look
talking
so
points.
fucking pathetic that it doesn't bother me.
Of course not. That's why we're talking about it so much, right?
Yeah, I mean, Destiny's really easy to slap around. He gets also very mad and very nervous very easily because I think Destiny realizes that I've actually thought about this, and I'm not coming from like a corner of the internet that fucking he's familiar with. So his usual talking points didn't actually work. And he's just like, the whole time, he's like,
basically, no, it's really complicated. A third party is not possible, and the reason it's not possible is because it hasn't happened yet, and because it hasn't happened yet means it's not going to ever happen, and unless something actually already happened, then it's not possible to ever happen again. Okay, the third party, within the last 20 years, it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Okay, it's not going to happen. A third party, there's not going to be a magical third party that's going to come out of, like, bruh.
He's mad. He's super mad. Oh no.
I'm not coping. That's why I'm bitching on stream about it. He says about me. I'm talking about the last thing I did in terms of infrared content, you dumb fuck. Yesterday I was doing IRL. I've been doing IRL. So I haven't even had a chance to sit down and like talk about what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, it's really funny that you said that. Yeah, you can join DC Pussy. It's really funny you say that because
I just think it's funny.
Last night, like Vosh, Destiny, and all the DGG streamers literally hosted a infrared victim support group panel where they were literally just coping about me. Like they were just coping about me. Like it was literally an infrared victim support group copium fest. Like I just went live and I'm just reflecting on the debate. Like they literally had a fucking entire panel of people just. When have I just gotten into a call with Jackson and talked for hours about Destiny? You know,
what does he think we
this whole
talked
trip?
about?
We've mentioned Destiny like a few times, but not really.
Okay.
This Amish looking little bitch. Nice hairy back. You sad panda motherfucker.
They mentioned you during an
Wow,
IRL
really
stream?
mad.
Wait, do you have a clip to that? No way.
I guess you're really mad. I don't think this is the behavior of a community that's confident that their streamer won. You know, it's really clear to me that I did touch a nerve with you guys, and that's all I have to do, actually. I don't have to win your copium trophies that you give yourself. All I have to do is plant a worm of doubt in your head that your worldview.
I only watched his IRL for 30 minutes and you came up multiple times?
Complete bullshit.
Wait, no way.
And I win, you know? And you coming in here and bitching and crying proves to me that I was very successful in doing that. Destiny's watching. Yeah, Destiny's a pussy. I mean, yeah, it's as simple as that. He's actually a cuck. He's literally just
40% damage.
I don't know what else to call him, but cuckstony. You know, I mean, he's watching me. If Destiny's confident he won, why is he watching me? Why would someone who's confident they beat me actually watch me right now? You know, I literally just started my stream 20 minutes ago. Literally just got out of the shower, about to go. Just did this quick little stream to touch base with my people, and he's watching the stream. What are you so mad about, dude? And the thing that makes Destiny a pussy is that he takes everything personally. He takes politics personally. I did nothing to the guy personally, but he just takes the politics shit personally, you know? I've never gone after him personally or made it personal. Bruh, you guys remember the story I told you about what Destiny did with Jackson in person? So Destiny was dropping Adriana to Jackson's place. And Jackson,
how many times are you gonna retell this
went
story?
to shake Destiny's hand, and Destiny's like, actually, I really hate you. And then he walked away, literally looking like a 5-year-old. Jackson's like, yo, is this a joke or something? And he's like, no, I actually hate you. And he's just...
I do. What do you want me to say?
What kind of pussy does that, dude? I mean, dude, you're not a man if that's how you act. Jackson ain't do nothing to you personally. And you're dropping, apparently, your friend over to his place, you know? You know what I mean? Which is also embarrassing.
Wait, what part of this is embarrassing?
But I don't know. I guess he doesn't mind it. You know, that's just his preference. But, yeah. So Destiny not being a two-faced bitch.
He must mean it's embarrassing that that Jackson doesn't have a car.
Fact that he takes the political difference with Jackson personally, and he's actually to the point where he's mad about it, that does make him a pussy. It really does.
Damn, that Jackson guy must have been really hurt. I'm so, fuck. Well, now I wish I would have went up and had a drink. If I would have known, I would have made such a positive impact on his life. I don't know why he's calling me two-faced. If I don't like you online, I don't like you. I understand. A lot of streamers do this shit. I've said this a million times. They're like, oh, no, we hate each other online. But then they meet up and they're all like fucking chilling or whatever. No, I don't do that shit, all right? If I don't like you, I don't like you. I'm not going to pretend to be nice to you in person. Fuck that shit. That's some pussy-ass bullshit, all right? I'm sorry I don't grift as hard as you do.
Destiny multiple times. And, you know, it's like officially the 4th time. I say it's the 9th time if you count all of the non-official debates we've had.
What is he talking about?
He's not really hard to debate.
Uh-huh.
He's just not.
Uh-huh.
Are you sure this is for real?
He's not logically
Like
rigid, just so he doesn't understand basic logic.
Oh, okay. Basic logic. Okay.
He's very sloppy when it comes to that.
Okay. Yeah.
He's not particularly knowledgeable.
Okay, okay.
What
else?
He's not particularly witty or sharp. Or he doesn't have a specific, unique, or insightful political theory of how American politics work. So I don't know why he's considered a good debater.
Jeez.
I don't know why he's considered this good debater. You know? Justice.
Wait, does this mean, real quick, so this says gain on miss. Does this mean if I miss as the highwayman, my next hit will be a crit? That's what this means, right? The gain on miss? Or is it when an enemy misses my character?
Why did you go so deep in the third-party topic? Because it was about whether you should vote Democrat. And my view is that you should be channeling your energy into building the infrastructure of a third party, a popular party. Because from the top down, from the grassroots level, you are not actually going to be able to... just because, and I don't care if you call yourself a liberal or a neoliberal, whatever your ideology is, just the fact that you're outside the big club and the status quo, if you have any unique insight into American politics whatsoever, and you're outside of the establishment, you know, you're a Joe Rogan normie, whatever the fuck, you do need to focus on a third party. You're not going to get anything through the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party has proved to be very resilient in being able to squash
33% blight resist is garbage.
To, you know,
I shouldn't have this.
Profoundly transform it
Max
from within.
HP, way better.
You know?
Or wait, relationships? Maybe.
He gives facts. I just think people on the internet decided to cam up before ever reading a book in their life, and that just makes Destiny look smart.
Aww.
Apparently.
Oh, you had to put that apparently at the end. I thought he was complimenting.
What are things that this third party would be advocating for? Yeah, the reason I didn't want to talk about policy, for example, I advocate the CPUSA should adopt a policy platform of shortening the work week to 4 hours, land reform,
4
UBI,
hours or 30 hours?
Vocational
Wait,
trade schooling, sorry, like vocational
it must mean
schooling
30
to
hours.
prepare and influence Americans to adopt heavy-duty, you know, manual-type industry work, and elimination of the university system, almost universal debt forgiveness when it comes to regular Americans, addressing this debt crisis. There's actually wrote down a platform. There's all sorts of things. The reason I don't want to shoehorn that into the policy prescriptions of a third party is because I see a third party as a big tent. Right? Libertarians are going to have a different policy view than communists. Centrists are going to have a different view than us two, right? But the thing that we agree on as a big tent populist third party is
what?
We want to make this country more democratic.
Okay.
And I think it's this inability to distinguish democratic reforms from focused, politically charged reforms that makes Destiny like very much immature when it comes to his understanding of how politics work. Politics isn't just the content of policies.
Mr. Fanatic.
It's
I think
also
I'm going to be
a
out of town
form
until Tuesday, but we'll
of
see.
power. It's how policies are executed. It's the ability to execute policies. It's the range of policies that are within your ability to execute. What established interests do you have to answer to? What are the things that are going to get in your way from being able to pass certain policies? Is your inability to pass policies because the policies aren't good or unpopular? Or is it because they threaten?
Okay, no one cares now. Okay, highway robbery. Steals positive tokens. That actually sounds based. Take aim, not very based. That guy you responded to on Twitter wasn't actually Destiny. Oh, I think he saw that now.
Happy Halloween.
The or age and bias for. It just means you buy the red.
You. Oh, that's time for Age of Empires 4. Women Zuba, so Ren.
Women Zuba, so Ren.
Pepe wins.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we might as well level up like most of our abilities here. Jesus Christ! Hey, are you upset because I turned your stream on?
Because I'm putting 100%.
Hello?
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 Yeah, you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Just, you know, playing video games.
But you're lurking my stream.
Well, because people said you were molding about me. I wanted to turn it on and see if it was true.
Are you still lurking right now?
Not right now. I can turn it back on if you want, though.
Yeah, how am I molding?
I don't know. You're screaming about, talking about me in your IRL streams, and you're apparently you really didn't care about that debate. I don't know why you signed up for it if you didn't care about it so much. No,
I was interested in debating you, but like, do you mean like I was interested in winning the hippy dippy trophy or whatever? Because, like, why should I care about that?
Because you signed up to do it? Why not just say, like, Destiny, do you want to debate? I would probably just done a debate then. Why do it on the Hippy Dippy show?
I didn't, I was approached to debate you. Like, Danabo, whoever DM me, he's like, hey, you want to debate Destiny on this date? And I was like, okay, sure, I'll debate him. Like, I don't get, what is this trophy? Can you explain how what the trophy is and everything? Because I actually don't understand. Like, to this day, I don't understand what it is.
I don't really know either. You just debate people on the show. Apparently, you get like a belt or something for it. But
wasn't so there was 3 judges, right? And then one of them was Zerka, who I was beefing with at the time. So I think they were expecting him to vote against me.
You think that Zerka was going to side against you?
I think they probably expected that.
Huh.
And
interesting.
Then there was who's that guy, Gek, Mr. Gek, who I've beefed with like the first day I got on Twitch.
Uh-huh.
And then the only guy I don't know if they have a bias is Danabo. But, like, so that, like, isn't it pretty much you guys just voting for yourselves?
You know that, like, your beef is, like, kitty beef, and I have, like, actual serious beef. Like, me and Zerka said we were going to literally DMCA each other for covering each other's content. I don't know what kind of, like...
Yeah, from what I've talked to him about, he doesn't take it that seriously, so I don't really know what you're talking about. Like, he doesn't, yeah.
Wow.
But,
okay.
Whatever, I don't want to speak on his behalf.
Uh-huh.
But... yeah, I think it was very clear, like, we were beefing at the time. But I'm not bothered that you got the trophy, but I just don't see how, like, why should I care about that? Am I supposed to care about it, or?
I mean, you don't have to care about anything. I don't know. I don't really care about it that much. It's just weird that you're still, like, bringing it up, so it seems like you kind of care a lot, you know?
Why is that weird? It's like a big thing that happened. I debated you.
I don't know. I mean, if, like, somebody goes on a stream and immediately they start talking about how much they don't care about something, it seems like they kind of care about it, you know?
No, I was talking about the debate. I was saying
I thought you were talking about how much you. So what did the debate have to do with? I was going to a party soon. I didn't even really want to do this. I didn't care about the belt. I was only at 1 hour of sleep. Like, if you cared about the debate, then why did you fuck yourself so hard going into it?
But if I was using those to make excuses for my view that I perform poorly, you would be in the right. But I said even despite all of those things, I didn't really find you that challenging as an opponent.
Okay. I mean, like,
Like,
when your entire position
like
is like a
if I
third
was
party would be
making-
good because it advocates for a third party, then I mean, yeah, there's not much challenge there, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't think. But you think there's something ironic about that, but that's just the basic difference between form and content when it comes to democratic politics in any democracy. It's the ability to be able to pass policies that make something democratic. Now, what those policies are going to be is actually what has to be decided popularly, right? So
I think
don't
you kind
really
of need
see
the
why it's-
policies before you have the party. You're not just going to say, like, vote for us, and then once you vote for us, we're going to make up policies, right?
You actually don't need a common policy because libertarians, for example, are going to be very different than communists about what kind of policies they want to see passed. But I think what they can agree with is that they don't have an opportunity to be able to pass or advocate for their unique policies that are being pushed on the basis of their popularity and not because of how they relate to these like various established interests, which clearly control Congress. You know, you don't advocate for policies first. You address a common problem first. Like we can all agree that we have these common problems that the current two-party system isn't able to address. And you don't.
But if you don't have any
actually need to have the
solutions for
policies
those
first.
problems, nobody's going to take you seriously. Nobody
There's going
cares.
to be different people based on their ideology and based on their different politics are going to have different solutions. But we can all agree we have these common problems that the current system is not able to, address. So I don't see why it's like such a. This was pretty much my whole point during the debate itself, right? I don't see why it's like an irony to say, oh, we should have a third party because the two-party system doesn't lend itself to being able to pass novel policies that threaten this established interests, and which at the same time are popular and which are being, which have a chance as far as like becoming popular and serving people's interests, just because they go against the interests of a established group or interest within our society rather than the popular interest,
I'm okay. Well, I mean, good luck, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, so were you mad this whole time? Because I have.
Dude, I've been
I've
playing
really
video
not
games
been-
all day. I don't know why you think I'm the one that's upset here, but
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of time to react to it or talk about it because I've been busy. But so you've been like really mad this whole time?
do you think that if you keep saying that, do you think it makes it true? Is that
I don't know. It kind of seems like it upsetted you.
why do you think that?
Because I turned on my stream and 20 minutes later you're watching my stream and
Why did
you're
I
talking.
turn on your stream?
And then wasn't you what was that thing last night people were linking me, like you and Vaush, and you had like an infrared victim support group stream or something?
Why do you think I turned on your stream?
I think because you wanted to see what I was saying about the debate.
So I turned on your stream because people told me that you were talking about it.
Yeah, I was.
So I haven't talked about anything. First time it's being talked about is you coming online and talking about it. So how does that make me mad?
You didn't talk about the debate after the debate was over?
I don't think there was much to talk about. It was super boring. I think
You didn't,
everybody
say
agreed that it was
anything at
super
all about
boring.
it?
Maybe I said it was boring, but I don't think there was anything to talk about. No, there wasn't much content.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it because this is the first stream I'm doing where I'm sitting down since then.
Okay, cool.
Like I was been doing IRLs the whole time.
All right, that's cool. I heard you brought me up a few times in your IRL streams. Isn't that a little bit weird? Don't you have other things to talk about, or am I a big part of your life?
Yeah, but I brought you up for like a minute and then we moved on. Like I don't know.
Do I
And
when
the
you're
reason-
out
what did I
when you're
bring
out
up?
when you're outside doing
What did I
things in
bring
real
up?
life
I
with
brought you
friends?
up.
Wait, do I pop into your mind often when you're out doing things in real life with friends?
Huh?
Do I pop into your mind often when you're out doing things in real life with friends? Do you think of me often, or?
No, but you were brought up, I think, by the chat about the debate. They were like, because I didn't know like I actually didn't look at like the votes, and I didn't know like all that stuff until the day later. So when chat was telling me like, oh yeah, and then it was a 2-1 vote, and I was just like, going back and forth with the chat talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
gotcha.
you know, I Destiny, I'm not like a hippy dippy uh expert. Like I'm not a hippy dippy like um athlete, if you could say that, right? Would you consider yourself a hippy dippy athlete?
No, I just go on the show sometimes because I like debating people.
But you have like the medals and the trophies, right? Just like the Olympics.
I don't know what medals and trophies they have. There's like an event that he does for like a belt. I don't know if the belt is real or not, but I just like do debates because I enjoy debating.
Would you consider Dylan to be more aligned with you or me, like in terms of the Twitch politics?
Like in terms of political views or like friendships and alliances or whatever?
Both.
Probably both with me.
Yeah, I agree too. You know what, like, yeah, I was just debating you in his Discord, but that was on my show, you know, like I was streaming it myself.
Yeah, the Hippy Dippy podcast is your show?
Yeah, as far as my people are concerned, that's my show. That, you know, what's going on the Hippy Dippy, or isn't it called Dylan Burns TV? Why is it called Hippy Dippy?
I don't know if maybe that's just like the name of his show, I guess.
Yeah. So, what's the real reason? Okay, what about Jackson? When you why do you hate Jackson?
Because I think the types of politics that he spews does like immeasurable harm to discourse in the United States. I think most people like that do.
So you basically take shit personally, like when it comes to politics?
Yeah, they're my political views. They're very personal to me. I believe in them very much. Yeah, of course it's all personal.
No, I mean, I obviously believe in my political views too, but I also recognize there's a difference between like human beings and their political views. Like those aren't actually the same thing, you know?
Oh, those are the same thing to me. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know what the difference is there, unless you're talking about like grifting or whatever.
Before like the Zerka stuff, before we had personal beef, would you have also done that to me too?
If we had like personal problems with each other, if I didn't know you at all, yeah, probably, yeah.
No, if we didn't have the personal problems that we have now. Because you know, before you used to like me, right? You used to be like,
yeah, we used to be chill, and then you went fucking apeshit with Zerka, yeah. But you know what happens.
Yeah, but that wasn't based on politics, was it?
No, it was based on other weird shit.
Yeah. So like, why were you able to separate the politics from the person with me and not Jackson?
I mean, I still didn't like your politics. I just didn't dislike you personally as well.
But why do you hate Jackson though? You said you hate him.
Because I don't have any personal relationship with him, and all I've seen of his behavior online makes him look like a super clout thirsty loser. And then I also super disagree with his politics, so there's like zero reason for me to like this person.
So who approached who when it comes to debating you in terms of like clout thirsty? Like, was I trying to debate you, or was I just approached? Like, I really didn't. You know,
I don't know how are you talking about the hippie thing? I don't know how that was set up. I have no idea.
Yeah, I've actually debated you multiple times.
Uh-huh.
Which one was your favorite debate between us two?
I don't even remember them all. I have a lot of debates with people.
Yeah. No, yeah, I don't know. I mean, so are you still hoping for the infrastructure thing to be passed?
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, good luck with that.
Okay, well,
just like you say, like, good luck with me with the third party. I'm telling you, like, good luck with your attempt to uphold the current political establishment. Like, really good luck to when the midterms roll around with Biden's approval rating and the 2024 rolls around. Really, you really need that luck, dude.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Your well wishes are accepted. Okay.
When I'm proven right, are you gonna apologize to me, or
proven right that a third party will come into existence, or what do you mean?
No, that like your basic view of how you're going to operate politically is like proven to you to be unviable. Like,
what you think not passing landmark legislation proves that the democratic system is unviable, or that two parties are unviable, or?
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. But if you want to bet on whether or not it'll happen, we can put money on it. If you think like a third party will be viable next election season.
I also think in general, when it comes to the incoming, clearly obvious political crisis that's going to, you know, define American politics in the next 5 years at least.
What do you mean by that?
I'm willing to bet on that. Are you willing to bet on whether there's going to be like a huge political crisis?
No, because that's like, what counts as a political crisis? We're going to be arguing.
Okay, how about we do this relative to Watergate? So it's going to be way more of a political, let's say Watergate wasn't a real political crisis, right? That was just a scandal. This will be a real political crisis, a constitutional crisis, a political crisis, right? In the proper sense of the word. I'm willing to bet that within 5 years, one of those is going to happen.
5 years? Like, does the coronavirus thing, does that count as a crisis, or?
Well, that's a pandemic, but I'm talking about a political crisis.
I need an example of a political crisis.
Sure. The current American institutions that define American democracy and the American state are somehow going to either collapse, enter into contradiction with each other, or reach some kind of insurpassable gridlock in being able to actually execute and perform the functions of governance.
Sure. Everything is so vague. I don't know. Like, would you count right now as it being gridlocked and unable to pass anything? Like, I don't know. You're not giving me like this is like your third party debate. Like, give me.
So far, that's just a bill that's not being able to get passed. But so no, I think something more like January 6th, but even maybe more intense, something along those lines.
I don't think anything more intense than January 6th will happen in the next few years. I don't think so. No.
Next 5 years.
5 years? I'm not going to try to predict 5 years out, but like 1 to 2 years, probably not.
1 to 2 years, probably not.
Probably not.
So nothing even close to January 6th.
My guess would be no, but anything could happen in 5 years. Probably a terrorist attack could happen in 5 years.
Would you bet on it, or
the next 1 to 2 years? Yeah, sure, I'd probably bet on it.
3. How about 3 years?
It's kind of a gamble, but yeah, I'd probably bet on it. Sure.
Okay, good. I'm glad you
You want to do a friendly $50 wager on it?
How about 5? I mean, let's do 5,000. What the fuck?
Why do you want to posture so much? I'm not gonna bet 5,000 on something that insecure, unless you want to give me odds or something.
No, hold on. Let me scratch that. So we probably should bet in Bitcoin because
I'm not gonna bet anything in Bitcoin. Come on.
Runaway inflation is probably going to. We should bet in gold or something because runaway inflation is gonna make probably. I don't think the USD is a reliable currency to bet in, actually, at this point. So we should probably bet in like some kind of more stable asset.
Okay. Do you want to bet on runaway inflation then?
Yeah. You don't think runaway inflation is going to happen anytime soon?
No, not in the next 3 years. I'll bet on that.
I'll say 5 years. Next 5 years.
Okay. I'll bet in 5 years if you want.
Okay.
Do you want to do $5,000 on that?
Okay, hold on. With one exception. Can I do one exception?
Sure, go ahead.
If there's like a reform in in how U.S. currency works comparable to the establishment of the Federal Reserve and the abandonment of the gold standard. So if one of those things happens, like for example, we fundamentally change what our currency is backed up by, or
yeah, that's not going to change. That's not going to change.
Okay. Unless that happens, then yes, I think runaway inflation is definitely going to happen.
Okay. I mean, like, if we truly wanted to do a bet like this, we would have to put our money in escrow because I don't know if you're even going to be here in 5 years, right? You're like a relatively new streamer. You could get banned. Like
what's escrow?
Like, give the money to somebody else to hold.
Okay. Yeah, I want to do it in a stable asset though.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, dude. All I gotta say is, good luck, and you definitely need it, and yeah, that's all. And listen, dude, don't take it too personally. It's just politics. It's not really like.
When you say it's just politics, what does that mean to you?
Yeah. It means like at the end of the day, you are not actually like engaging in. You're not actually participating in some immediate political reality when you're taking it personally. You're just kind of being. How should I say this in a friendly, TOS friendly way? You're being awkward. You're being just very like bizarre.
Do you ever notice sometimes that when you talk, you don't really say much?
I mean, what's understood don't gotta be said much.
Do you understand you just did the same thing again? Like when I ask you, like, what does it mean? What does it mean? What? No. Yeah. Those who understand me understand. You're about to do it a third time in a row. Like if I just try to push you on like on a concrete answer on anything, something that I notice, and maybe you're younger, I don't know, maybe you're like early 20s or whatever. People seem to think that intelligent people speak in riddles because it like leaves something like an air of mystery to figure something out. That's not actually true. Intelligent people just speak very plainly. Okay, you should be able to understand what people are saying. You should be able to convey an idea without having to pretend that you're speaking in riddles to try to make people think you're deeper than you really are. Just say something plainly.
All I said was those who understand me get it, and if you don't get it, you don't get it.
Okay.
Like
well,
a lot of people do say that I'm saying something, and you're obviously saying I'm not saying anything. People who are basically like, it's almost like my words are traumatic, and you have to like repress that I'm actually like conveying a meaning. So you just say, oh, it's all meaningless, and it's just a kind of cope, you know.
Do you really, do you truly believe right now, do you really think that your words are traumatic to me? Do you really believe that? Or are you just saying that for your audience?
Because it's not that what I'm saying is meaningless. It's that you somehow find the meaning that I'm conveying to you unacceptable, unbearable, or impossible.
Which one of those do you think is the most likely?
All of those. All three of what I've just mentioned.
Okay. So you truly believe that I like can't engage with what you're saying because it's unbearable.
No, I don't.
It's traumatic. It's impossible.
You consistently avoid the actual substance of my argument.
There is no substance to your argument. Do you understand? You always speak in like riddle, right?
But that's not an argument. That's just you saying I refuse to engage.
It's not an argument. It's an observation. You're right.
You're just saying I refuse to engage with what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying you refuse to engage. You're trying to engage, but the engagement is without substance. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and so substance equals something you agree with, and something
no
that's
substance equals something that I can tangibly like engage with. So, for instance, when you say those that know and those that don't know, there's nothing really there for me to engage with. There's no substance, right?
Because thank you, Adrian. All you said was you just said, oh, there's what you're saying is nothing is being said, and no one can understand anything you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what of substance could I have possibly said in response to such a substanceless thing?
Sure. So earlier when I asked you, what do you mean by your political stuff shouldn't be lived or whatever? You shouldn't feel that personally.
Yeah.
Potential answer.
What I basically mean to say.
Wait, hold on. Wait. You already had a chance to answer this question. Why are you going to try to answer it again? Are you scared that I'm going to give an answer of substance now, and then you're going to look like an idiot for not being able to?
Give an answer.
Okay, yeah. So one potential answer you could have given is, hey, when you argue politics online or at like a federal level, that doesn't necessarily influence your interpersonal relationships. You can have a lot of friends that have a wide variety of political opinions. Just because you disagree on some political topics doesn't mean you have to personally dislike each other. That's one answer of substance you could have given, for instance.
Yeah, but what I actually said, and you didn't really understand it, was that as a political actor, you're only acting within your capacity within institutions and within organizations and at a political level. But when you're engaging with people personally, you're not engaging in the sphere of politics. Like, objectively, you're not, right? So why do you treat personal interactions as political when they are just not political?
When you say objectively, there's nothing objective about what you just said, right? So if my political actions were literally just, today we're going to talk about a news article or something,
That's not a political action at all.
It's, of course, it's a type of political action.
No, it's not.
If I run a YouTube channel and we talk politics, and part of talking politics is covering the news and giving our opinion on the news, of course it's a political action.
It's not political action.
It is absolutely a type of political action.
No,
but let's say that we engage in political action. Let's say that we engage in political action on my stream, okay? If these political actions aren't just things that I do for entertainment value, but rather they're an extension of personal, deeply held beliefs, then I think that it is reasonable that those personal, deeply held beliefs are also going to come out in my personal interactions with people. That's not very like confusing or crazy. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, the reason it's not reasonable, though, is because in your personal interactions with other people, there's nothing inherently political about them.
It depends on how you define political. What do you mean by that?
It means you're not engaging in politics when you're just meeting some guy.
Do you think that I might be engaging in politics when I, let's say, when I choose what to pay a worker? Do you think that might be an engagement in politics?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I don't know what politics means to you. Then I guess I don't know. Can you define politics?
Politics means to me engaging in the fight at the struggle for power.
What is a struggle for power if not arguing about or negotiating wages?
Because I'm talking about state power. I'm not talking about economics. and that's not even economic policy. That's
Okay.
just like so Destiny in the I have to educate you on this. There's a basic distinction between statehood and civil society, and the thing of as far as like what people are paying their workers for wages, that would fall under the category of civil society and not statehood. So statehood is where you're participating in the actual like reigns of sovereign power, and what who you decide to do economically, that's within the sphere of civil society. And I don't know where you got this idea that the two can just be collapsed, but they're like distinct spheres that are not the same thing.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about?
Well, I accept your surrender or whatever, but yeah.
Okay. I hope your ego made it out of this conversation. Okay. All right.
Yeah, at no point was my ego lost. You know, my ego was, it didn't have to find its way out of anything, you know?
Okay. All right. Good luck, man. Try to keep me out of your head and thoughts when you're hanging out with friends, all right? There's way better things to do in real life than obsess over me.
Do you
can do it,
have
all right?
the notifications on for me? Because it seems like you just click my stream as soon as I go live.
Well, when you start crying about me immediately, people talk. So what am I supposed to do?
I was crying. That's interesting. But I think you should turn the notifications off because I think you might not like what you see when you just click my stream. You know, I might hurt your feelings or, you know. Dude, don't take it personally. Honestly,
I won't take it personally.
Take it like a champ.
Try not to have another 2-week temper tantrum when a random Twitch chatter calls you a virgin, all right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what temper tantrum I had about that. But, yeah.
All right, have fun, buddy. See ya. All right. Jesus. He misspoke at the end. Oh man, what a character. Wait, hold on. Somebody linked me a meme. RTBA. What is this?
Do a rematch with Destiny. Oh, because he lost?
No. Okay. First of all, what? Isn't it?
Wait, who is this person? Do I know this person?
So I checked afterwards. They literally just give themselves an award. Like they gave Destiny the award, but it's like it's literally I debate someone. I debated Destiny, and it's on Dylan Burns' thing, and they're all like aligned with each other, and they just gave Destiny an award. Like, okay, so if you let's say you debate
She's from
someone,
Zerka's podcast.
they just give themselves an award, and they say they won. The hell?
Wait, this is like the baseball meme.
Listen, Destiny got blown out of the fucking water. I don't even know how anyone thinks that was a competition. He just gave himself an award.
So you did lose, is what you're saying. Technically.
No?
Technically.
What do you mean I lost?
Technically you lost?
If Queen.
Did you get the award?
She's literally just not smart.
Did you get the trophy?
She's just not smart.
Did you get the badge?
She's just not smart.
Who got the award though for winning?
They had 3 judges. Zerka was one of them.
Yeah.
I'm thinking they thought Zerka was gonna go against me because me and him were fighting. And Zerka voted for me, and then the 2 other judges who were politically aligned with Destiny voted for Destiny.
Oh, so it was a three-person vote, and 2 of them voted for the other person.
Okay. How about this, Queen?
So technically,
okay, Queen.
you lost.
Okay, I'm gonna host the Tanky debates, and I'm gonna bring Destiny versus Sultan, and I'm gonna have the 3 judges be. The 3 judges will be Zerka, Etu, and Prism, and then we'll see what direction they vote in. You know what I mean? It's so stupid.
Okay, then do it.
I will. That's not actually what a debate is. One's if I won the debate with Destiny.
Asking your
Show
own
her.
child.
No, I just want show her.
We got two.
Oh my God.
2.
Yeah.
Man, they're really spamming the 2.
You guys see how she lies about everything? Listen, Queen, I know Queen, right? Off stream, she's a completely different person. Completely different
lot
person.
Okay. Damn. What an adventure. Okay, this is my last, or the mountains are like the where we go. This is the darkest dungeon, true. I guess I have, like, there's no point in any more in items, or... I have so many baubles. I never buy... Dude, I feel like the trinkets in this game are especially bad. The mountains at the end burn all your currency. I don't think I have anything else to buy. Wait, do you guys agree that the trinkets in this game are really bad? The trinkets are tied to some level? Okay, whatever. We're going to the mountain. Good luck. We're just see what happens. I think you unlock more later. Okay.
At last, the great ziggurat. Temple of failure and regret.
Here's the story. Wait, there's more? What is this?
There's too many streamer enemies here.
No. Tell them. You don't want to tell them the story?
Just tell the damn story.
Dude, how many times he told? Holy shit! I feel like I'm actually like the highlight of these people's lives. I'm glad I could bring so much happiness to the world. At least the trinkets are only positive effects, so there's no harmful tricks against DD1. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. The mountain. Modern day Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Cute. Mike from PA 2.0. What is this?
You want to play that game?
I'm buffer than Haas.
Stand in front.
Jesus. Hope your ego doesn't get inflated too much. Oh, my ego gets super inflated. Oh, wait. I could... Wait. No, Buck. I have a torch item. Oh, yeah. A glimmer of hope. When you move to Miami, you should just ambush debates with Dan. Yeah. What is it? It's all just fighting? Okay. Also, wait. Is there a small variety of enemies in this game, or am I crazy? Oh my god, look at all these upgraded abilities. God damn. Steal 2 positive tokens. I could steal the dodge shit? Or I could just do my advance and get my riposte, because that's based. And she has a 100% crit. But not a 100% chance to hit. It seems like it's pretty far from content complete if you're near the end. Well, the goal is probably to be... You should be able to rerun this over and over again to do more unlocks, right? Oh, ew. Your breadth of knowledge is impressive. Oh, yeah, baby. Hit the back. Fuck you. Jesus. Feel like they only talk about you so much because they like their friendship with you, and when it ended, you aren't as affected by it as they are. Well, I mean, like, they all ended it. Fuck them, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay. Flame 15. What is target flame? That just means that the... This is gonna go up, right? Yeah, that's what it means. Okay. Just making sure nothing stupid is about to happen. 10% resist, 4 to 10. Ah, they have a death check. Okay, whatever. You need to leave before midnight EST so we can have our final Coon posting. Oh, I will, because I have a thing. Oh, wait, so I can just steal this. Yoink? Wait, why didn't I get his worship? Oh, probably because it's some special bullshit. This guy's death adored.
The slow suffering begins.
That person should die. Keep moving up. Oh, immobilized. I can't move up. Okay. I'm a bit behind in the JZ/Info drama. Didn't you start that drama? No, the drama started going crazy because Zerka was farming the fuck out of Anna for content. Did you finish all your ad reads for the month? Oh no, I needed 2 today. Good riposte. You. Lots of vulnerability. Not good. Not cool. Yeah, but when they feel like you're unaffected, when they see you're never carrying me with, maybe, okay. Okay, duelist advance. This guy's gonna die. I don't need to do shit to him. I know he's gonna die. Who's going next? It's that loser. Okay, it's okay. We're getting there. Don't trust the dot. I know the dot's gonna kill him. That's why I'm trusting it, because I know that's what's gonna happen. I just know it, okay, guys? I just know it. Okay. Okay, fuck you. When someone on yesterday's panel said Zerka harasses women, is that true? I mean, like, harasses women, like he talks to them a lot on stream and like makes fun of them and shit, sure, but I don't think I've never heard him be accused of like harassing women or anything like that. I've never heard that before. Okay, good big boy hit. Respectful. See? We are. Okay, you're dead. Watch, 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 watch. Boom! I knew it.
Variable can make all the difference.
Okay, dead of night. Look at this. Look at how crazy this is. Wait, 50%? Oh, because I'm blinded. It's alright, it's gonna hit. Fuck! I didn't need it to hit. Didn't care. Don't care. Actually, seriously don't care. Okay, we need to open vein, because I need to bleed. Bleed. Yep, and now they'll die. Guaranteed. Let's go ahead and heal her. I think Haas has lost it. Uh-oh, has he talked about me again? No, 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 no. Okay, that's all right. Memes happen. You're gonna die. You're dead. No, okay, not yet. Did you ever watch Squid Game? No, I have not watched Squid Game. Okay. There it is. Boom, baby. Okay, right. That's okay. You can death store yourself. That's fine. You know why? Because you're about to get a big heal. A big heal. Look at it. Oh, and an invisibility. Look at all that HP. Like nothing ever happened. Okay, let's go ahead and, alright, you know, just cuck us harder, whatever. That's alright. You're on Death Star now. Basically dead. Oh, the riposte. See ya. Loser.
Persistence will overcome even the greatest of threats.
True.
The loathing whispers.
So you didn't watch Bo Burnham comedy special writer spells. Why don't you admit you hate comedy? I just don't have time to like. What you like? You want me to sit for 2 hours? I have to sit for 2 hours and like watch. That's like so much time. Oh, whoa! You can actually switch your roles down here. I didn't know that. Oz is putting a cope belt on. Oh my god. Oh no. Did you hear about the Biden admin considering paying $450K per person to undocumented immigrants whose families are separated at the border? What? Zero chance that would happen. Cute though. Oh, it might be. Now, if they're to settle particular lawsuits or something, that could be it. But no way just a blanket. Like every single immigrant or whatever. Okay. Dodge, 50%. Okay, lots of dodges. I don't know what this does, but... Oh, some HP for her. Okay, cool, cool. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Okay, pop that. Will Haas eventually get banned? I don't know. He's pretty radical, but... Who knows? Some stress relief. Have you ever seen the Hippy Dippy belt? Nope. Wait, what is happening? Oh, dodge and crit. Okay, we got a lot of dumb shit going on here. Okay, ignores bleed resist. That's good, because it's a combo. Did you read about the Chevron Steven Donziger stuff? I read a little bit about it, but that seems like something that needs like a lot more digging. I'm not sure. Let's see. Plus 50% crit, plus 50% crit, plus 50% crit. Oh, okay. Come on. Wait, why does she have missed things? I'm not looking at the status things. She must be getting like 50% missed things. I'm not paying attention to it. Fuck, it's irritating. Okay, let's just do a big hit here. Okay, just miss it all. That's what really, all I really want to just miss everything. Okay. Barbaric, yop. I could weaken their next two attacks. I don't know why I'm hitting this guy. She might have a Corker disease. I think she does, because she like randomly misses way too much. Good hit. Good counter. Okay, that wasn't that good actually. Okay, and then this one. Oh no. Okay. Did Dylan ever send you a belt for beating Demon Mama? No, he said he's working on it. Okay, chill. Are these guys getting HP buffs? Or getting HP back or something? Really? Okay. Oh, because he's still the dodge club. Damn. Not on my watch, he says. Cute. These people do have death resist, so... Did you ever get a Yord watch from Raj? I don't know if he ever sent me one. Probably not. Pistol shot. Riposte? Ooh, when target is comboed. That's really good, right? So he has riposte now? Nice. Cute. He's gone. 5 HP left. Oof. Okay. Second time you won Hippy Dippy, and the second time your opponent is losing it, you have 1% chance to destroy their mental. Nice. Oh, losing it. Not just lost, but losing it. True. Very true. Okay, good hits. No. In fact, these are not good hits. Is this like a guaranteed blight? Let's just heal. Do you think peer pressure will play a larger role in convincing anti-vaxxers to take the vaccine? I have no idea. Worship. What did that do? Oh, whatever. Okay, there we go. Get some good HP, good stress relief. He'll die. Certainly. New cut. What? Seen this clip of these cops trying to drive over a shoplifter. Sure haven't. Sounds pretty fucked up. Do you think Booba better than Boudet? Boudet. True. Fuck Booba. Okay. That's for children. Amen. More stress relief. Should read into the Chevron stuff. Wall Street Journal has an article, The Legal Fraud of the Century from 2014. Donziger is basically a con artist. Is he a con artist? Because I was reading it both ways. That he basically, some people were claiming that he bribed people in another country. I don't even remember what country it was in. But that he, it wasn't Haiti. What was it? That he bribed, or was it Filipino? I don't remember. People were saying that he bribed some judge or whatever to do a bunch of shit. But then supposedly the judge that said he was bribed was paid by Chevron to come over and... Was it Pakistan? Or am I mixing this up completely? I might be thinking of a totally different thing. I might be thinking of something completely different. Never mind. That guy's gonna die for sure. All right, can we kill this one? Oh my god, imagine if we crit and kill this one. How base that would be. No. Oz is going off at me right now. What do you guys... He's dead. Easy.
Policies. Okay.
Oh man, he's still going, huh? You mad?
At no point you can take it. At no point can you take it personally. Would you shake Bezos' hand? It depends on the context. But what reason would I have to be in the same room as Bezos? If I was in the same room as Bezos, I probably would shake his hand.
Okay, there you go.
Like, why? What am I doing in the same room as him? You know?
Good job. Who's got the ghastly gruel? He does. Okay.
Now, sometimes it's a part of your politics that you have a, like, for example, an enemy, a wartime enemy. So in the middle of a war, you can't shake the hand of an enemy combatant or some kind of enemy. So I get that. But other than that, I don't... Or maybe you're... Or let's say you're being a personally abusive person, right? And you're abusing people on a personal level. Okay, then I understand that. You know, you don't want to... You don't want to, like, deal with a person who's actually a bad person, right?
Final boss
being,
time?
Like,
this is the final boss? All right, good luck. 1 second.
And whatever, and... Yeah, I mean, I get that, but... I need a fucking hamburger, man. I need a chicken sandwich. Check the Reddit? I don't think I'm gonna check the Reddit in Austin. I need another screen, you know? So when I get home, I'll check the Reddit. But...
Keep killing it.
Thank you, Max. Max Saeed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Max. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think they're coming now. But they're like far away. Enjoy your night, man. That's all that matters now. You're looking kind of small today. It's perfectly reasonable to dislike someone for their political views. I think that makes you a bitch. Not gonna lie. Makes you a bitch. The only people I dislike... Actually, no. I'm gonna give an exception. I do dislike liberals. Unless there's a different breed of liberal where they just don't take anything personally. Because to me, a liberal is someone who defines their personal interactions based on virtue signaling. And I do hate you for that. Right? But if you can separate your personal life from politics, I like you. I don't care what your politics is. Yeah. You know, here's what fucking sucks. I'm gonna finish the Stardust thing about Austin. There's no fucking food here. You know that. There's no fucking food here. What up, Jackson? How you doing, man? You guys are coming now? Yeah, I'm just doing a quick stream to touch base. And we're gonna do an IRL. Also, my phone's charging, but Bro, I don't have a costume. I don't have a costume. Can you admit you're talking about individual lives? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Wear your vampire stuff? I don't have a vampire costume. Would you be friends with Hitler if he were nice? No, because in that case it would be an enemy combatant. So no. No. Just no. And also, you know, at that point it becomes personal because he's spreading like personal attacks and hate against a group of people. So I get that, right? What if you were from Germany? Would it make a difference? I could understand why someone, you know, wouldn't want to interact with a person who's spreading violent vitriol against a group of people. But, yeah. Destiny's watching. He says, stop obsessing. Oh my god, he's still watching? And we already moved on in terms of topics? Hold on. Why am I obsessing? I heard that he was watching clips of me and shit. How am I? Dude, this dude is still watching. This dude's literally still watching. What the fuck? We literally moved on to a totally different topic and he was still watching the whole time. Still been watching the entire time. That's complete projection. He put you on his background noise? Okay. Oh, man. Dude, this dude's mad. He's just mad. I hope he gets over it. I hope he gets over it. Wish him the best of luck. We are living in interesting times politically in America. And I always say this. We are living in a state of collective psychosis. People are losing their fucking minds. I know I seem crazy a lot. But, you know, I'm just trying to help us through this crazy time. With humor, a lot of the time, right? But, yeah, when you, like, yeah, this dude's actually fucking butthurt. What candidate do you support? I don't know enough. I've been talking to Jackson about the People's Party. And I really do believe in the People's... I think... Here's my political belief right now, right? I believe in reviving the Communist Party, USA, but I also believe contributing to a big tent, broad coalition, possibly under the name of the People's Party, right? But the People's Party has to be less politically specific and more politically ambiguous, and also needs a... Can you light some policy that is pushed out by a third party, not covered by the two-party we currently have? I literally named a ton. I named debt forgiveness. I named UBI. I named being able to actually pass an infrastructure bill, believe it or not. One that actually, like, fulfills its original intentions even. I named housing reform to resolve the housing crisis. You know, fuck. There's an endless supply of policies. Politics is not policy. It's just the ability to pass policies. You can't pass policies that threaten the special interests. When we look back at 1896 elections, Populist Party for any inspiration or basis? Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at. Is the populist.
Okay, this is boring. I like how he just keeps saying broad tent, but then refuses to elaborate. Just
only infernal nihility and non-existence.
oh, the brain guy. Control plus H. What?
Wish him the best of luck. We are living in interesting times politically in America. And I always say this, we are living in a state of collective psychosis. People are losing their fucking minds. I know I seem crazy a lot, but, you know, I'm just trying to help us through this crazy time with humor a lot of the time, right? Wish him the best.
Do you think I ruined his Halloween? Oh no. Padlock of wasting. What is there like a order to this battle that I'm supposed to go through, or? Broad tent also sounds a lot like the Democratic Party. Most of the issues Haas has with Dems is because they're a big tent party. I mean, like, yeah, like, I wish you had, like, ideas. Like, give me some ideas. That's all I want. Just give me some ideas, okay? Like, if you're going to say broad tent, you're talking about, like, unifying people in different walks of life, right? Give me, like, one idea, right? Like, here, I'll do a free one, okay? I haven't thought about these, okay? Top of the dome. Here's a broad tent idea, okay? Are you ready? Here's a broad tent idea. We need more social help in the United States, okay? So, here's what we're going to do. 5% tax increase across the board for everybody. 5% tax increase across the board for everybody. However, any charitable givings that you do to things like churches or anything else is good for a 10% tax discount. Okay? So now, if you're a liberal, you don't donate to churches, you just have your 5% tax increase. Okay, cool. That's fine. Whatever. You want your tax to go up anyway. There you go. If you're a conservative and you want to donate to churches, well, now you just got a 5% tax cut. You should be donating to a church anyway. Well, now you can just donate a little bit more to a church, right? That's like a broad 10 idea. Wow, cool. We've increased taxes and conservatives get a little bit more to your church. Everybody come together. Oh, we're all helping communities, right? I don't know if that'd be a good idea or not a good idea, but this is like an idea of like, oh, that's like a pretty broad 10 idea. We're making things, everybody's like, can be a little bit okay or on board with this, right? So shit like that. I don't know, like just some type of shit, something. Give me something to talk about or something to like get on to, not just like broad tent. Can it be to anything but church? Yeah, sure, it can be to anything. It can be any charity you want, right? But churches would count. So that way it would appease like the right-leaning voters. So like, I want to help my community, blah, blah. Okay, fine. Donate up to 10% to your church. That's fine. Then do that. Sure. I don't know. Is DGG a charity? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay. Big blight resist. That's pretty lame. Hold on. 1 second. Who are you typing to? Oh, wait, Dan. What was he? Destiny talking? Oh. Someone with ADHD trying to have a discussion with Haas is hard because he will go on a tangent and talk about 5 completely unrelated things. True. Okay, anyway, sorry. I don't even remember what I was saying. Fuck, I'm reading too much. Okay, health lock. Cannot use healing skills or items. Wait, how the fuck? Oh. Probably because of one of these padlocks, huh? You think it's the padlock of wasting? It swaps every turn? Yeah, but which one do you think would cause the HP thing? I'm gonna say it's the wasting one. That'd be my guess. I might as well use my shit if I'm here. Oh, actually, wait, if there's horror, maybe I should have saved it. Nice, crit. Nice. Smack him. You want to focus one of the locks that prevents you from attacking. Okay, I don't know which one that would be. Probably despair, maybe? Do I need to be worrying about stress on this fight?
There is comfort in company.
Let's see, if it bleeds. 50% bleed resist.
A brilliant conclusion.
Nice, make that padlock bleed. Oh, nice. Cannot use melee skills. Based and cockpilled. Is that the Latch of Regret? Point blank shot. Boom! Oof! When your relationships are maxed out, they never go down, right? Like when you use these abilities or these special synergies? Is it they only go down if like you get fully stressed out or something? Do you think if the cure to cancer was ever made, it should be free or cost as much as the surgery? I don't know. That would depend on a lot of things. How much did the research cost? How much does it cost to administer? Like... Oh, cute. Plus 12. Should we heal or go for Blight? This front one is like a guaranteed Blight. I think I just have to go for the Blight. I might as well use some of the healing salve. Fuck it. That's so much damage. Is this like a one-stage fight, or is there going to be... What is this? Can I use stress, heal, skills, or items? Okay. Just the locks and then it's over? Oh, okay. Why did I decide to start splitting my damage? Repose. Nice. Yikes.
Excellent work.
6. Oh my god, it's so much blight. But I should heal. Or should I? Yeah, we should heal. Let's not die. Nice dodge. Good riposte. Okay. Oh, yikes, stun. Not cool. Very not cool. Oh, wait. Remove negative tokens. See ya. Eight to 11 damage, or 3 bleed, 50% shot. Not good. We'll go with the bigger damage. When are you leaving for this IRL debate thing? I think on Friday? What are we doing this time? Cannot use ranged skills. Why can't I use my point blank shot? Skill blocked. Oh, because it's still, even if it's melee, okay. Let's see, open vein, 3. Bleed? Oh, resist, that sucked. Did you see Chris Hansen is going back to doing Catch a Predator stings during the pandemic? Yeah, that guy's obsessed with that content. And I think he's like bankrupt, so. Wait, let me play these.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
RTBA did that this morning.
Can we diagnose has yet?
Oh. If you could change the party system, would you? Like, seems like the Euro multi-parties are positive. I think our party system is fine. I'm okay with it.
Where are the dinos? Oh, that's right, they're dead. Pepe wins.
Jesus. Good riposte? Nope, not a good riposte.
And then R-word Dirkstony.
Yikes. Gross stun. Can I use melee skills? I think you're dead in one turn.
War.
Yeah, he's dead anyway. Ah, shit.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Use this. I don't know if they can heal or not. I might as well just kill it. Screw it.
And here we see
feel
the
like I've
libertarians
outpaced him
that Infrared wants to bring into his third party. Listen to screams about not wearing a seatbelt and showing off their Magna
I feel
Carta
like I've
leaflet
outpaced him
granting them sovereign citizenship. Truly an effective party.
True.
In Infrared's head, he wants to become the People's Republic of America. Vinkelin.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I...
Okay, my people are getting pretty low HP, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
I feel like I've outpaced him
Intellectually.
Thank you, Steven!
You're welcome, Moon. The multiparty arguments and principles seem good. Like, don't you get specialized representation? It's not just us versus them. That's the there's a good argument about the us versus them thing. That might be the case. Why can't I use point blank shot? Oh, because some dumb shit is going on. Fuck you. How are you finding stress management in this game compared to DD1? It's okay. It seems a little easier, but I don't know. Nice. You beaten the Shambo yet? No, is he here? Dude, I have so much of this healing salve. Holy shit. Rare boss. Oh, really? Cute.
Rely only upon each other. Cooperation is the key. Empowered, emboldened.
Don't you think the current political divide in America is a direct result of the two-party system? I don't know. A lot of places can be pretty politically divided. But I don't know, like, if we had a multi-party system, but all the misinformation that exists still existed today, like, would it be better? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Okay, you are dead. Kyosan-based third-party take.
Especially since the Labour Party have to like appease the Greens because we have like third parties in Australia.
Yeah.
Just a side note about like third party politics. I fucking hate third parties. I hate them so much. I hate the Greens so much. Yeah. They're the fucking worst. Jesus Christ. Most people who talk about wanting more.
Well, hold on. Well, you guys have the
coalition.
It's like
government.
The single choice ballot or something.
Oh,
like
the first past the post. So just as a real quick thing, some people get mad when I bring this up, but usually emailers seem to agree with me, and I take the emailers' opinions more seriously. So the only thing is that, so right now, Manchin and Cinema are like really annoying because it seems like they have a disproportionate amount of politics, but it's like, who the fuck cares? You're just two senators. You guys shouldn't matter. But I think the thing is that third parties in coalition governments can function similarly in European countries, where you have this itty-bitty third party that has like 5 seats in your legislature, but they're calling a lot of the shots because they're forming a coalition to make a majority government, so they become like the shot callers in a way as well. And so like you can run into similar situations, but people don't think about that. Now, I'm not to say one is better or worse, just that like people always say like, oh, multiple parties in the U.S. would solve everything, but I think with the way coalition governments work, I don't think that's necessarily true. If you can't form a majority government with one party, you've got to form coalitions. Those coalitions are your mansion and cinema, you know? Or minority government? Is it a minority government is forming a coalition? Maybe. Hey, my God.
Can I have the key?
Yeah, why don't you ask for it? Why are you wearing my pajamas?
Because I love them.
Bitch meal. That's also good for the supporters of the small coalition parties because they can pass some of their programs. Sure, but I mean, I'm just saying everything has its pros and cons. You're dead. I win. I cleared it. I beat this game. Boom. That's the DGG brain trust right there, guys.
Knowledge and experience. Twin yardsticks of progress. Are you shaken?
Damn.
There is so much.
Wait, holy shit. I feel like I just got so many levels. Why are there so many re-elections in Israel this year, Destiny? They couldn't form the government because they didn't want to deal with the small far left-right parties.
And you are finally free.
Fucking dubstep.
Well,
Rewards
nice,
unlocked.
but No Moon already beat this boss, and the Shambler 3 times already.
Cool story, bro. Wait, I should have discarded more items. Or did I get credit for my items at the end? Fuck, you should discard every item right before.
An ocean of emptiness, slowly swallowing the world.
I feel like I've outpaced him.
Intellectually.
Indistinct and ill-lighted.
Oh, damn, you only have access to denial in the alpha or whatever? Are you getting your Pixel 6? I'm not getting it for like 2 fucking months, okay? That shit is backed up like a motherfucker. The shackles of denial. We already destroyed the shackles, didn't we? Got him. No! Oh, I'm checking my phone to see if they're changing the delivery dates. It was December like 15th to 17th. Now it's January 21st to January 22nd. Okay, I don't know.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Dibs on one of the lepers.
Wow, bath time, Ducky. Thanks for 247, my dude.
The crossroads. A place between places.
Well. The runaway. Hello. Okay. Lepers are really fun. That's level 12. Dipshit. Dumb fuck.
Nothing remains save a burning will to survive.
Highwayman is just always so good.
Harried, a fugitive seeking to outpace the
Stress heal doesn't seem to be as important in this game. Grey Robber is actually fairly based. Plague Doctor is super based, though. Stress heal is important though. Does he have as much of a stress heal as the Plague Doctor does? I don't know what his abilities are. His stress heal sucks? Okay, so Plague Doctor is like necessary basically.
Stains the surgeon's hands.
Do you find this game much easier than the first one? I mean, I guess. Or upper right corner, you see them. Okay, gotcha.
The time for denial has passed. You must face your failures, or be consumed by them.
Apparently, Plague Doctor is easy mode every single time. Plague Doctor is pretty good. I mean, the Plague Doctor's heal is so good, and so is his stress heal is so good.
Scavenge what you can, and be off once more.
Okay, I'm good on this for now. Which gonna be like mostly 1 or 2. I don't know.
We have
like,
the Green Party doesn't end up spoiling things.
Yep, that's correct. Well, they still end up spoiling things, and people still put them in power, and the Green Party still ends up spoiling policy. They ruined Rudd's climate change policy. Yeah, Green Party only exists to be an antagonistic force to the left. Woo! So that's like just on a TLDR. That's why I hate third parties. Is because they usually only ever exist to antagonize the factions that they like work with. Especially since the Labour Party have to...
Good. Justice stress goes up to 3 on one person, but only if they already have 5 stress. Lame and bullshit. Okay, guys, we need to rack our brains for something to do right now because it's about to be YOLO Q League of Legends.
You're a fucking statistician!
Watch this is a good meme. I need a blue name to validate it. You're missing the best RTS of the last 5 years. Okay. Age of Empires 4. Twitch. Oh, fuck Grubby. Okay. Sneaky. Oh, Sneaky's playing.
Wait. Oh, I didn't even realize this thing produces Longbow.
Is it a fun game or is it just like a worse StarCraft? Why would I play an RTS when I just play StarCraft though?
You didn't build a military landmark. Could be a big punish window.
I'm building the Kremlin, putting it out.
Why do you dislike Grubby? Was there some
The
beef?
Kremlin.
Okay, it's half my fuck up, but also half just fuck him, okay? I didn't realize it, but Grubby is like a PG streamer. And we had to do some dumb show match for some game that I'd never played before. I shouldn't say dumb show match. It was like some show match for some new... Was it Warcraft 3 remastered or something? Or what about the pangolins? What game were we playing? I don't remember. Was it Reforged? I don't remember. It was something. We got paid to do a sponsor show match. He obviously hated you even before that odd encounter. Did he? Maybe. I don't know. But I think I was like memeing. Somebody was like, how are you guys going to do? And I was like, we're going to fucking crush Grubby. We're ready to go. And we were going to obviously get crushed. And as soon as I said that, Grubby like blocked me and ignored me on everything. And he was like, I can't believe he used that language in front of my stream. That's so not okay. And then they went like ultra fucking tryhard mode to like crush us in like 2 minutes. And I was like, oh my God. He got so ass mad. And people on my stream were telling me like, oh, like Grubby is like a PG streamer. Like you're not allowed to use any cuss words or anything anywhere on his stream. So I was like, okay, man, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Damn, but he got so mad.
We like freaky.
Not a good freaky.
Yeah, we're on Christian streams. Did you apologize and explain you didn't know? Nah, his reaction was like so over the top. I was like, nah, I don't care, dude. Fuck that. What a loser.
Yikes. We were hitting up the long boners.
Turn in. Dude, are you serious? This is the one time that actually works, where they get in the freaking TC for a try. I just need you to turn in the resources.
This thing shits out longbowmen.
Real talk chat.
Oh yeah, it's really
I've
good.
rubbed my hog so many times to Sneaky's cosplay and stuff. For real though, chat, I'm in love. Also, I'm just going to say it. Boneless wings are just higher tier chicken nuggets.
Okay. That's your number one. Yeah, I heard. Thank you. I don't even know what this dumbass website is though, but good job, guys. We did it. We made it. Wait, I think we played this, didn't we? We did. How'd you like Stellaris? I thought it was okay. I should play it again with custom AIs. I think the default AI is so bad it just makes the game horrible. I think the default AI is bad enough in that game that it actually ruins the game, unfortunately. I figured it out. Like, assuming that you build up well enough and you understand how to expand your colonies and shit, basically, like, the enemy will never attack you. So you basically can just sit for, like, 150 years and spam, like, amass, like, an unkillable army if you're willing to just sit there. I don't know, it's kind of dumb. Star Sector is actually fun to watch. I don't think Star Sector was fun to watch for most people, but it was super fun to play. It was a good-ass fucking game. I like watching it. You guys can't say this. Obviously, didn't. My viewership for that game was like 1,500 viewers. Rate my bass solo from 7th grade on Blue Train.
I don't know if you've heard of this guy Money and Macro on YouTube. Has some really solid measured econ takes that Twitch politics are really lacking.
Gotcha. Good job, dude. You were a based 7th grader, okay? You were fucking that bass up. I think I might like this roguelike deck builder. No. Who's on Discord? Where's Dan? I kind of want to play the wave mode and rift breaker. I think it might be fun. Is it time for Minecraft mods? I think after the next Minecraft game releases, we might do
Do you ever
it.
feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
God damn it, we're doing a yellow queue. We're doing one yellow queue. I gotta leave in like an hour anyway, I think. Have you seen Rained's game recently? No, have they gotten to release yet, or? Just one solo queue, guys. Can't you feel the LP? Am I plat 2 again? I don't even know. I think you would like Dominion 5 Warriors of Faith Destiny. Wow. Jesus Christ. Every time I hear her voice, all I can think about is Game of Thrones. What are you doing in 1 hour? I'm supposed to go. I'm supposed to go to the movies with Supreme and his wife. We're gonna go see Last Night in Soho. BX Bullet is going off on you right now. Oh no. Why?
Nobody's paying attention to you because you suck. You're nobody. The fuck out of my chat.
Damn. Dumpster. DGG, so dumb.
So, yeah, basically, that's, thanks for the cheer, Scooby. It's my birthday weekend, so subscribe if you like the content. What I was saying is, yeah, I am a handgun expert, but like if I say something like that, DGG will be like, she's lying because look at her, she's a woman. How could that possibly be?
Who said that?
Oh my God, the cognitive I can't stand to think that a woman would be a handgun expert. She must be lying. They could literally just go to my Twitter page and fucking see that that's what I do. That's my entire channel is
Haas
based
rated
on
her?
handguns.
Jesus
or gun
Christ.
stuff.
Why would Haas rate her? Do they know each other?
Hi, Mom. Let's be nice. What's up, Robbie? I'm not talking about Destiny. I'm not talking about Destiny at all. I'm talking about his community, right? That's what they do. They try to tell me that I'm lying about being a handgun expert or whatever, like because they can't find any other like appropriate counter to my argument, right? Instead of saying I disagree with you because of XYZ, they go, you must not be a gun expert, you stupid bitch. Like that's it. That's what they've got. That's all they got. They can make fun of me for being a woman and say I'm lying about being a handgun expert. That's it. So not all DGG is sex. No, but there are some absolutely sexist people in DGG. Go to the Reddit feeds where there's hate threads about any woman ever, and you can definitely see that. Like it's not. When I was talking to Destiny, we banned probably 20 people from my chat.
Man, we just bring them out. I just bring out the best in people, guys. Just bring it out. Oh, wait. Imagine you're in a country and they ban League of Legends. I know what you're thinking. I love playing League of Legends. I play it all the time. What are you going to do if the country bans League of Legends? Well, here's what you can do. You can go to surfshark.deal/destiny. You can download Surfshark VPN and you can use it to emulate an IP from anywhere in the world. You can log in to play whatever game you want from whatever country you normally play it in. Or if you don't want to play games, you can watch TV shows, Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, HBO, whatever else you like to do, okay? You can do it all right? Surfshark.deal/destiny. Any device, anywhere in the world, anywhere off the world, okay? Even if you're an astronaut in a space station, you can still use this VPN, okay? Maybe. I don't know if the government lets you do that, but... Okay? Thank you. Good job. Surfshark.deal/destiny, okay? 83% off, 3 months free. Check it out. Very important, guys. Okay, there we go. That was one. I need to do one more before we're done tonight. Link me the clip. Clip me, babies. My children. Can I duo? I'm bot. Oh, shit. No, it's K. Oh man, if I lose the lane, he's gonna lose his brain. Spuns OP. I think he means spins. Your code gives 4 months free. Oh, I thought it was 3 months. It's 4 months? Oh, bonus month. Hello. Say Ellis doesn't feel bad over that shitty joke. Okay, there you go. There you go. Are you rewatching Cowboy Bebop before live action? No, why would I do that? Thank you. Well, here's what you can do. Do you like Edgar Wright movies? Soho is one of my favorite films now. Just watched it. I do love Edgar Wright movies. I saw this one got low ratings, so I'm a little scared, but...
Who is he talking to? We sit and watch him lose his mind here at a screen speaking words into the abyss. What do
How would you rate MF out of 10 compared to Triss as an AD carry? You know what? Lethality builds are really nice. I'm gonna say that. Do you know why lethality builds are nice? I don't think anybody here knows the answer, but I've discovered now that I've played a little bit on lethality builds. Do you know why lethality builds are nice? Not because they're cheap. Let's see if one person can get this. I'll give you guys a minute to guess. Do damage, don't need to do shit. He's gonna off to auto. Components are good. Control F. Nobody's got it. You know what the reason why lethality builds are really nice? It's because you can actually kill the enemy fucking support. That's why they're nice. When I build lethality, if the enemy team has like a Nautilus or like a Thresh or an Alistar, instead of taking like 50 hits to kill them at level 3, I can actually kill the enemy support player now. That's based. Are you gonna watch the final AOT season? I have to. I've already watched like 4.5 or whatever, right? Or 3.5, right? Technically the last one split 4 seasons. I don't know what I'm saying. Do early kills even matter though? Yeah.
Dear Destiny.
Yeah,
I
what up?
argued with a friend that it's worth publicly debating the right. He
Cool.
says it's not because it's like how people decide the winner of presidential debates by who they're already voting for.
Cool.
What would you say in response?
He's dumb, and I'll debate him on it. Can you explain lethality? It's just like flat armor reduction. Most armor reduction in this game is percentage based. Lethality is flat. Like yo mama's chest. God, I'm so sorry. I've watched Zero Attack on Titan. Should I watch it? Man, Attack on Titan is kind of like DayZ. When I used to stream the game a long time ago. There is a lot of garbage for some really, really, really fucking cool moments. That's what I would say.
They should have finished me off when they had the chance.
Wait. This is like a based cheese, I'm sure.
Half the fun is letting them know you're out there.
Oh, there they go. Good luck. You're level 1 tower diving. Okay. Okay, I got the experience, which is good. Winning trades, 1v2 somehow. Oh my god, they're going so deep. Hello. I'm gonna show Lord Dom second. Even in a lethality build? Oh my god, no way. You know what, dude? I'm good on that, actually. Okay, they got first blood. Wow, I can't believe that hit me. Wait! Okay, I'm just trying to be as chill as I can. She's gonna get the kill, and then she's gonna speed boost away, and I'm not gonna get anything. If he couldn't engage because of the traps, he should have just left instead of baiting me. And Janna is like literally... Oh, she gotta kill top, I guess. I was actually doing really well for a 2v1 lane until he tried to gank me. Viego actually just fucked me so hard. They just missed a plating. That's kind of good. Thresh got the kill, and the jungle got a kill. My Janna is still mid. Is she trolling me because she didn't get to play with her duo, or they didn't get to play with her duo, or do you think this is just like a legitimately their strategy? Fuck. Oh, I'm dead. That was a good game. I should have warded up there. World strat, gotcha.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
4 versus level 5, down a level in the enemy jungle. LeBlanc full mana, no plant to skip out on. She can throw a dagger and jump, right? Was she supposed to do that? Maybe she couldn't jump? I don't know. Oh, my support's coming back. Okay, chill. Holy shit. I win this. I am 1 level up.
In your next debate, you shouldn't move on from any Jish Gallop response until they answer you properly. Don't even let the debate proceed further until they realize it's going to be a big LSF moment.
Nice. He's level 4? Okay. No, Jenna. Oh no. Ah, fuck. I could have dodged that last shot. Okay. I was really good for us. The Janna mechanically is actually really good. The Janna is actually mechanically really good. Holy shit. I wish she wouldn't have promo-road no game now. I feel like if she would have stayed in lane the whole game, we would have actually destroyed these people. Jesus. Like, MF Janna, especially as a Jinx, is so fucking annoying to deal with. Because as Jinx, you can't really dodge any spells. You have no movement. There's no... I don't think Jinx, like, ever counterplays Janna, who's just constantly shitting on her. Especially if the Janna's good, like this one is. But Janna's, like, on perma-roam. I have my Dirk, which is a really good item. Jinx has her Quiver, which is also a pretty good item. Oh, I have my level 6. Oh my god, I can't believe those traps hit me. Still didn't matter, okay. She's still level 5, so she's not gonna ult me from base or anything. Whoops. Just gonna go back. This will almost get the turret. At least the melee will. Close enough. That's good. I have good ward coverage. My pink is up. This person is still Burma roaming. I could wait for boots 1. No, actually I can't even buy them. I could wait for dagger, but it's not really important, I don't think. The strat is working, the thresh is feeling obligated to roam too. Yeah, but I don't know who's doing better on the roaming. I've got a 2-1 top, 1-4 mid. Our mid is getting crushed, which is weird because they're the ones that are duoed. This guy's doing a lot of counter jungling though, which is good. Level 7 to 5, 2-level advantage. Their jungle's getting super fucked. I think I can always, like... Oh, that's gonna hurt. Ouch. Yikes. You know what my champion does? Hello? Oh, shit. Definitely gonna have to flash here. Oh, never mind. The thresh is good. He was holding his flag. Okay, we're getting 3-man. Put that ward right out of his vision. Diego's coming down. Oh! Okay.
Thank you, Steven!
I left for a while and I see he's on league status.
What is my item? It's like 1100 to finish it, right? Oh, it's 850. I think I like scaling my E second because it lets me trap people in my ult better. I thought that was a thing coming out of the bush at me, Jesus. Wait, no, not that one. What rank am I? I mean, like, this is like plat 2 now. We do a little bit of duo queuing. Okay, we gotta chill. You're level 5. Oh god, you're oh, that I don't know if that hit. I don't know if that one hit. We curved the shot on that one a little bit. Jinx should be freezing the lane. If Thresh isn't gonna help her. Thresh is here now, but give me that one creep. Okay, totally worth. 12 seconds. Wait, what are they doing up there? Holy shit. What? Why the fuck? Oh, hold on. I'm not gonna get triggered. I don't care. These guys are trash. If you have to flash my ult, I think it was a good ult. Okay? You're just turbo-inting my games, I guess. Oh, and I didn't even get that kill, man. Okay. You maxed W because the move speed is good? I mean, I'm sure it's good, but... Thresh is gonna come zipping down here, and it's gonna be a 3v1, 3v2. It's gonna be bad. Oh, Thresh is top line right now. Okay. Where did Jinx go? Where's the Kayn? I think Kayn is doing Grom. Should probably help a little.
If they're real nice, I'll let him touch the suit.
I'm gonna back up. I'm just nervous he's gonna...
Because I'm putting 100%.
Oh, she doesn't know where I'm at.
Take my sub to GGL.
Now let's try a real
Integrating new hardware. Scanning for cowards.
Shut
Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid
Queen
fucking meme.
Melina. What are we linking? Where's the Pokey? Don't know. Boy, what? Do you think you're gonna watch Arcane? I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm pretty sure all else even, MF should beat Jinx in a 1v1, right? Unless I fuck up really bad. Ah, fuck you, okay. I can't ult from so close, I have to be farther back. My team's like dying like in there.
How do you like the idea of increasing people's tax rate if they are unvaccinated?
Yeah. Oh my god, first turret for me? For me? For me? Fuck you, Sejuani. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh my god, I got it. He really can't be slowed while going through walls. Cute. Okay. Oh, I need to be careful. He's definitely still down here. I should just back up. There's no point in being up here. If she's fighting me, it's just because this guy's gonna fuck me. Okay. Prefer Greaves over CDR boots? I think so. I like attack speed. Oh, I think I'm just dead. Wow, okay. I should have waited to flash to use his ability. He's 3 and 5. He already ulted. I'm not even gonna get an assist. Oh. Never mind. I'm gonna get the kill. Even better. Okay. Wait. Can we? Okay, we're gonna go for an ER. Okay. Did my support give up? No, she's just like perma roaming all game. It's just what she's doing. Wow, really? Okay, never mind. Okay, I gotta get the fuck out. I don't want this guy to come chase me down. Okay, a little bit too greedy there. Oh god, they're just... Okay. And as a Netflix series? Oh, absolutely no desire about League of Legends. I do not care about the lore in this game. Oh shit. She's 8 and 4. Oh, no, 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 this guy. Ah, I'm dead. Oh my god. Oh, nice. Don't, you can't solar chase. Oh, yeah, nice. Dude, this Channa is a fucking warrior. She's gonna die though. One more tick. Oh my god, she didn't die. They're gonna kill her. Boom. Wait, hello? Go the other way, Viego. Hello? Oh my god. She got him anyway. Okay, Jesus. Okay, we take it, I guess. Nice.
I feel like I've outpaced him
Intellectually. What do we got going on up here? I don't... Oh, I should have maybe queued that? Nice job, dude. Okay.
Your team has destroyed a turret. My database says this is a form has destroyed a turret.
Jinx is just agony pushing bot lane. Okay. I respect it. They all went top. I don't know why I stayed here. I should have left. I just really wanted to cannon minion. I was dumb as fuck. Nice ult.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Shut down.
Dragon 3 is up. Ouch. They might Baron off that, maybe. Will they? Yep, we're trying. Fuck Dragon. Oh, no, they're not trying to. Oh, I just hard entered. I thought that guy was gonna do some crazy shit and he just fucking died. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. That was good. Good plays. Strong plays. Strong flashes.
Last people who tried to kill me got crossed off my list. Let's give him the authentic gun goddess experience.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Good job,
An
guys.
ally has been slain.
New location.
Okay, we should be up here. Get some CS top, maybe?
You're gonna make someone very unhappy. Out here, there's no justice but my justice.
Taking the W might be better for the move speed. I think that might not be the worst thing in the world to take the W for.
Get an eyeful of this chassis.
Misfortune Q is like Alec Baldwin shooting the camera.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that would have been a good ult. Oh, she has already used her ult. Oh my god, I can't believe that guy came flying in on that. That guy Lee Sinned himself. Wait, can we just get this mid in him? Oh, I can do that, I guess. Oh god, is that Jinx about to get like a triple kill? Yeah, she is. 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5. Can I 2v1 these guys? Nope. Not even close. I don't think you get bonus damage on... I think you get bonus damage on towers if you do the alternating shots. I don't think you do on inhibitors. Her active W gets a huge attack speed stride. Yeah, but I think MF is more of like a spellcaster. I don't think she's like an attack speed person, right? Like MF just wants to cast spells and then do her ult. I don't think she wants to do like... I don't think she usually does much with attacks. I don't think, right?
Femboys. Femboys. Femboys.
Holy shit. I can't believe that ult didn't hit at all. Rip. What a baron. Do you learn all this meta by just playing a lot? I don't know any meta, my dude. I just copy OpGG builds and we just run it down.
Nice day for some payback.
To the brainstem.
Oh god. I can't believe that didn't count as hitting me. Oh, she dead. Not just normal dead, but super dead.
Let's tear this place apart.
1750 on my shit. Oh, he dead too. We're losing another Drake. Just soft inting our Baron off. Okay.
I'm the most wanted woman in the universe. In more ways than one.
Nice job. Do you know some abilities miss based on terrain? There's high and low. Yeah, it fucks the graphic up. It makes it look strange. Like things that look like they should hit don't, or things that look like they won't hit should, or do.
Nobody ever got what they wanted playing by the rules.
Did she really ignite me? What a bitch. Holy shit. Is that... No, that's not her. What am I doing right now? I'm inting hard, that's what I'm doing.
Vengeance with a smile.
Okay, whatever, dude. Oh my god. Hello. Okay. I keep expecting like that guy's about to do some crazy shit, but he's not. He's actually just dying. He's just dying for free. That's what he's doing. Okay.
Because I'm putting 100%.
He's not putting 100%. Okay.
Nathan GG.
Sorry, I think it's 3v3, but I forget people aren't real. Bro, you're literally flashing back into the enemy team. I don't know what you're expecting from us. Jesus, okay. Smashing that FF button. He mad. Get Drake. 3.5 minutes till Drake spawn. Are you going to the after party at the Fort Worth tonight? Yeah, I'll try to. You guys are buying tickets and shit, yeah. Really? Oh my god, really? These are not good fights. 3 for 4. Not really. No, these are not good fights. These are boosted 8 fights.
I feel like I've outpaced him
Intellectually. Should probably. I was gonna say should probably play around Baron. I don't know what he's doing like up there right now, but okay. Is she about to die too? Yeah. I'm gonna get blown up. We went different ways. Okay, let's not fight this. Oh god, she wants to go in. Don't do this. Just stop. Just stop. It's like 4v5. Okay. This might just. This team didn't have the winning attitude. Ah, that was a nice hook. I shouldn't have wasted my exhaust. We're losing probably in him for that. Ah, we have supers actually. No way are you getting picked off. Nice! That was really good. Oh. That was really bad. What a game.
If you're gonna leave a girl for dead, at least buy her dinner first. Shut down.
Okay, just kidding. Or we can just keep doing this over and over and over again. Yeah, let's go. Solo. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Nice. I don't even. Yeah, boy. How's a good thrush hook? They're getting this for free. They probably end down mid. Why not Sork boots? I don't know if Sork boots are better than Zerka's greaves. I don't know what the meta build is. What do people? It's listen. It shows up as Zerka's greaves or these two. Right?
Get shut down. Get paid. In that order.
Oh my God! LeBlanc got caught. That Gale ult was so good. Rip. Oh well, that's satisfies my league for the day. That Jenna was so good mechanically. If she would have just stayed in lane, I think we would have just stomped him instead of doing the perma roam shit.
Sorry to hear that you have COVID. I hope that you
Raid Cherry?
This makes sense.
Yeah, I think that the reason.
How is she doing a mobile streaming? This feels like the ultimate circle jerk. I'm rating somebody that's watching my content. Doesn't that seem... Doesn't it seem like too much? Cherry's a professional Destiny reactor. Yeah, maybe. Will I be here tomorrow at the normal time? I should be, but who knows? We'll see. Gem day tomorrow. We'll try to, okay? Just gotta wake up early. Ripper on a cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. Let's take his my piece out. Wait, did it raid? Oh, I think the thing is blocking the raid, the vote. I don't know how to stop that. Alright, rip.